For ears? Monkey's second pair of ears had not completely grown out and were relatively small. Under the cover of his fur, one might not be able to see them unless he investigated carefully. However, when the old ape sensed the abnormality of Monkey's bloodline, he took a few more glances. That shocked him. It was clear that he had awakened the bloodline of the six-eared macaque. However, according to what he knew, the connected arms sanguine ape bloodline had long awakened in Monkey's body. In other words, the two bloodlines appeared in Monkey's body at the same time and coexisted without any conflict. This was something that had never happened before in history. Even Great Emperor Combat back then was only a connected arms sanguine ape. Good, good, good. The old ape looked at Monkey and nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with joy and gratification. In this generation, the sanguine ape world was suppressed and bullied by the blessed heaven world. In order to protect the bloodline of the ape race, he had no choice but to submit. From that moment on, the clansmen of the sanguine ape world no longer had the spirit, energy, and will to fight against the heavens and the earth in the past. Therefore, when he saw that Monkey had endured for many years just to kill a perfected spirit paragon of the horse-monkey lineage in the combat arena, the old ape lamented how rare it was. Even after so many years of suppression and bullying, Monkey's fighting spirit had not been worn away. And now, when the old ape sensed the bloodline in Monkey's body, he felt that the dignity he sacrificed was worth it. You fused with six-eared macaque's bloodline. You have to cherish it. The old ape took out a jade scroll and placed it on his glabella. He copied a mnemonic and handed it to Monkey, saying in a deep voice, "This is a secret skill that can help you hide your second pair of ears. You have to be careful usually and not expose yourself easily." Although Monkey had never seen the old ape before, he could sense the kindness in his heart. In the old ape's gaze, he saw a hint of encouragement, anticipation, and relief. "Thank you, Senior." Monkey received it hurriedly and bowed in thanks. The old ape waved it off with a smile. "It's just a puny trick. Once you obtain the inheritance memories of the connected arms sanguine ape and six-eared macaque bloodlines, those will be your true abilities. You probably don't have a Dao title yet. From now on, your Dao title shall be Combat." "Ha!" Monkey was alarmed. The Dao title Combat had many meanings in the sanguine ape world and represented supreme glory. Ever since Great Emperor Combat, only world lords of the sanguine ape world or the number one in combat strength of the sanguine ape world in almost every generation were qualified to be given the title of Combat. Although Monkey had a carefree personality and was untamed, he did not dare to accept the Dao title of Combat at that moment. As though he could read Monkey's mind, the old ape said, "Since you've already obtained the inheritance of Great Emperor Combat and the Emperor Weapon of Combat, you're the Combat of this generation." The old ape did not know the situation of the path to heaven. However, when he saw the Emperor Weapon of Combat hidden in Monkey's ears, he could roughly guess. The old ape continued, "I've long felt guilty towards this Dao title for many years. I finally found a suitable successor today." Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. When he said that, the old ape's identity was already obvious. "Young friend, thank you for your help this time." The old ape looked at Su Zimo at the side and cupped his fists in thanks. The fact that an emperor expert would lower his dignity towards an immortal king as such was extremely rare. The old ape was truly grateful to Su Zimo. Back then, he was being watched by the two-horse monkey emperors and could not attack. He had originally planned to give up on Monkey. If not for Su Zimo, this clansman with the connected arm and six-ear bloodlines would have died in the sanguine ape world. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. Su Zimo returned the greeting hurriedly. "Senior, you're too kind. Monkey and I have been brothers for many years. Naturally, I won't watch him suffer. Young friend, I have another request." The old ape pondered for a moment and pointed at Monkey. "There are two-horse monkey emperors watching the sanguine ape world. Now that such a thing has happened, there's naturally no way he can return in the future. Young friend, I can only ask you to take good care of him." Ever since the two-horse monkey emperors left, the old ape left as well, searching for Monkey's whereabouts in the vast starry skies. He still did not know the situation of the battle in the great wilderness world. In his opinion, there was no doubt about the outcome of that battle, and the two-horse monkey emperors would return to the sanguine ape world soon. With me around, I can naturally protect him. Su Zimo's tone was firm. Thereafter, a thought flashed through his mind. Senior, there's no need to worry too much. Those two-horse monkey emperors shouldn't be able to return. The old ape frowned, not understanding what Su Zimo meant. He did not ask further and treated it as a casual remark from Su Zimo. What could the young man in front of him know when he had just entered the grotto heaven realm? The old ape sighed. It's nothing if it's just two-horse monkey emperors. It's just that the blessed heaven world behind them is way too troublesome. Young friend, you killed people from the blessed heaven world in the sanguine ape world. You have to be careful in the future. Blessed heaven world? Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and suddenly smiled. They probably can't even take care of themselves now and won't be in the mood to care about me. Dozens of emperor experts from the blessed heaven world died and suffered heavy losses. Who would care about the grotto heaven kings who died on the sanguine ape world side? The old ape was even more confused. What nonsense was this young man spouting? How could the blessed heaven world not be able to take care of themselves? The old ape looked at Su Zimo and said earnestly, Young friend, you're young and might not know much about the blessed heaven world. The blessed heaven world can monitor the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm. Their strength and foundation cannot be underestimated. Young friend, don't underestimate your enemy. You're right, senior. Su Zimo nodded and said nothing more. Where are you going from now on? The old ape asked. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. We'll probably head to some other worlds and look for some old friends. The old ape thought for a moment. That's fine as well. However, some worlds are in a huge battle right now. It's better for you guys to avoid them. For example, there's the battle between the Kuan and Peng super large worlds as well as the dragon and phoenixes. The battle between the dragons and the phoenixes is not over yet? Su Zimo asked with a frown. The old ape shook his head. The dragon world and parasol tree world are super large worlds as well. The war has already broken out completely and hundreds of worlds of various sizes are involved. The battle situation is exceptionally tragic. The dragon world and parasol tree world would be on good terms with some super large worlds and greater worlds respectively. There were also some middle worlds and lesser worlds under them. Once a huge battle broke out, many worlds would be forced to participate. The old ape continued. As far as I know, some worlds have already been destroyed and living beings have been exterminated. Over the years, emperor experts have even died one after another in the parasol tree world and dragon world. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Even emperor experts were dead. The battle between the two races had actually reached such an extent. Although the bloodline strength of the dragon race stood at the peak of the living beings of the 10,000 races, the dragon race was little in numbers. Even if a dragon king died, it would be a huge loss for the dragon race, let alone a dragon emperor. Right now, the two super worlds would probably fight to the death. The old ape continued. A war between worlds of this level is extremely cruel. Even grotto heaven kings might not be spared if they fall into it. When Su Zimo heard that, a look of worry flashed through his eyes. The old ape gave the two of them a few more reminders before returning to the sanguine ape world. Monkey seemed to have sensed the worry in Su Zimo's heart and asked, Do you have any old friends in the dragon world? Su Zimo nodded. Long Ran. Long Ran was the red-headed ghost of Tianhuang mainland. The reason why Su Zimo could stand at the peak of Tianhuang mainland eventually was largely because of the red-headed ghost's help. In fact, the latter had saved his life. In reality, the existence of the dragon phoenix true body was partly credited to the red-headed ghost. Su Zimo often addressed Long Ran as the red-headed ghost. However, in reality he respected him immensely. In Su Zimo's heart, Long Ran was like a teacher and a father. He was not just an old friend of Tianhuang mainland. Therefore, back when he met Long Li on the Dragon Abyss Star, he took the initiative to ask about the red-headed ghost, hoping that Long Li would take care of the latter. When he left the Sword World this time round, The first person he thought of looking for was Monkey. The second was the red-headed ghost. Night Spirit's whereabouts were unknown, and there was no way to find him. Yun Zhu had always been in contact with Yun Ting and had once revealed Xiaoning's situation to Su Zimo through Yun Ting. Xiaoning was currently in the Elixir Firmament Immortal domain of the heavenly world, and everything was going smoothly. She was fine. Although Su Zimo missed her, he was not worried. One day, he would return to the heavenly world and settle some grudges. As for the red-headed ghost, although he was taken care of by Long Li in the dragon world, if he was in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, a grotto heaven king like him could die at any moment. A war between super-large worlds would probably lead to great instability as well. Now that he heard that the battle of the dragons and phoenixes was so tragic, the situation of the red-headed ghost worried him even more. Monkey knew the status of the red-headed ghost in Su Zimo's heart. Let's go to the dragon world. I've never seen a world war before. It's a good opportunity to broaden my horizons and test my methods. Of course, we'll go to the dragon world, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. However, there's no need for us to interfere in the world war between the dragons and phoenixes. If possible, we can just take the red-headed ghost away. The battle of the dragons and phoenixes had already lasted for many years, and he did not know the reason at all. Furthermore, since the battle between the worlds had reached this point and even emperor experts from both sides had died, it was already an irreconcilable situation and there was no room for negotiation. Su Zimo still had that self-awareness. At the very least, given the current cultivation realm of the Green Lotus True Body, even if he participated in such a world war, it would not affect the overall situation. He had only one goal for heading to the dragon world this time round: to bring the red-headed ghost away from danger. The old ape sped through a spatial tunnel at an extremely fast speed. Thinking about it, he had been out for a while. He had to return before the two-horse monkey emperors returned so that nothing else would happen. The old ape was a peak emperor after all and returned to the sanguine ape world in less than 4 hours. The moment he descended in front of the cave abode, another sanguine ape emperor welcomed him with an extremely shocked expression and even a look of astonishment in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "World Lord, something major has happened." The old ape's heart sank as he asked hurriedly, "The two-horse monkeys are back?" "No," the sanguine ape emperor shook his head and gulped. "They shouldn't be able to return." The old ape frowned. He seemed to have heard those words just now. "What do you mean?" the old ape asked with a frown. The sanguine ape emperor grinned. A huge battle broke out in the great wilderness world. The blessed heaven world and the faction behind them sent 100 emperor experts to besiege demon empress Blood Butterfly. "I know that." The old ape was a little impatient and interrupted. "Those two-horse monkeys went as well. Although demon empress Blood Butterfly is invincible, she can't defend against 100 emperors and will definitely die." "What did you mean by saying that they shouldn't be able to return?" "World Lord, you're wrong." At the mention of that, the sanguine ape emperor seemed to have become extremely agitated and his voice trembled. More than half of the 100 emperor experts of the blessed heaven world died and returned in defeat. "What?" The old ape was shocked and exclaimed. "That Blood Butterfly has become a great emperor?" The old ape blurted out and denied immediately. "No, that's impossible. There will definitely be a phenomenon after becoming a great emperor, and all living beings of the 10,000 races will sense it." "It's Desolate Marshal," the sanguine ape emperor said. Desolate Marshal returned in time and suppressed 100 emperor experts single-handedly. He was invincible and more than 10 peak emperors died. Those two horse monkeys died in Desolate Marshal's hands as well. When the old ape heard that, his mouth opened instinctively and his eyes widened. His emotions surged and he could not calm down for a long time. More than half of the 100 emperor experts were dead or injured. More than 10 peak emperor experts died. The blessed heaven world had lost. Furthermore, it was a crushing defeat. On the one hand, the old ape was shocked by the terrifying combat strength Desolate Marshal displayed. On the other hand, he felt an indescribable joy when he learned that the blessed heaven world had suffered a crushing defeat and the two-horse monkey emperors were dead. It was as though all the emotions that he had suppressed for many years were vented at that moment. Good, good. After a long while, the old ape merely repeated the word good repeatedly. There's more. The sanguine ape emperor continued. More than 200 years ago, Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others who chased after Yuan Huang and that sword cultivator had not returned all these years. Not long ago, there was news from the horse-monkey lineage that the soul scrolls of the 18 kings had shattered. The old ape's eyes lit up. The shattering of the soul scrolls meant that the 18 Grotto Heaven kings were already dead. Earlier on, Monkey did not say much about their situation. He merely mentioned that the two of them were trapped in a black hole for more than 200 years and obtained the inheritance of Great Emperor Combat by chance. The old ape thought that Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others had lost them and did not ask further. To think that the 18 horse monkey kings would all die. From this timing, could the deaths of Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others be related to Monkey and Su Zimo? Impossible. From Su Zimo's aura, he had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm. How could he have killed Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the other 17 kings? Something must have happened. The old ape shook his head gently and stopped thinking about it. After all, compared to the battle in the great wilderness world, the death of 18 horse monkey kings was nothing. It was only at that moment that he understood the meaning of Su Zimo's previous words. Suddenly, the old ape's expression changed as though he had thought of something. Something was amiss. According to Monkey, the two of them had been trapped in that black hole for more than 200 years and had just come out of seclusion. How did Su Zimo know about the death of the horse-monkey emperors and the crushing defeat of the blessed heaven world? The old ape frowned in confusion. Emperor, the kings have died one after another and the horse-monkey lineage is already in chaos. Coupled with the crushing defeat of the blessed heaven world, there's probably no way the blessed heaven world would care about them. The sanguine ape emperor said with a smile. At the mention of that, a blood glint flashed through the old ape's eyes. We can take this opportunity to settle old scores with this group of horse monkeys, the old ape said slowly with a cold tone. His decrepit aura swept away. Through this opportunity, with the old ape's abilities and methods, he could completely control the sanguine ape world once more and escape the surveillance and restrictions of the blessed heaven world. However, the old ape still did not intend to let Monkey return. The chaos of the medium kiliocosm had already appeared and a battle was about to begin. Many years ago, he put down his dignity and chose to bow down to the blessed heaven world. This time round, he would hold his head high and never return. Unyielding, resisting, fighting against the heavens and the earth. This was the glory of the sanguine ape lineage. If he was defeated, Monkey would be the future hope of the sanguine ape world. The battle of the dragons and phoenixes lasted for many years. At the beginning of the battle, there were only small-scale conflicts and victories. However, before long, the battle escalated, expanded and spread rapidly, involving hundreds of worlds and even other super-large worlds. At first, the battle was at a stalemate. As time passed, the number of experts of the various races on the side of the dragon world decreased, causing the situation to gradually change. The dragon race was gradually showing signs of defeat. Some large and small worlds that they had conquered in the past left their control as well. They could either join the Parasol Tree world or choose to withdraw. As super-large worlds like the Blood world joined the battlefield, powerful worlds like the Tomb world, Poison world and White Bone world that had risen domineeringly in recent years stood on the side of the Parasol Tree world. The dragon race retreated one after another. In fact, there was an emperor battle where both parties suffered heavy losses. However, due to the scarcity of the dragon race and the fact that they did not have any helpers, the losses this time round dealt an even greater blow to the dragon race. The dragon world had the Horned Dragon Domain, Blue Dragon Domain, Hornless Dragon Domain, Illumination Dragon Domain, and Winged Dragon Domain. As for the 5 dragon domains, they were connected and condensed into a powerful coiling dragon formation. Right now, all the dragons had already returned to the dragon world and defended with this formation. Su Zimo and Monkey rushed over and heard a lot of news about the battle of the dragons and phoenixes along the way. The two of them had heard many rumors about the cause of the battle. On this day, according to the guidance of the Starry Skies map, Su Zimo and Monkey had already arrived near the dragon world. They left their spatial tunnel. The moment he arrived in the starry skies, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses. It was suffocating. The two of them looked over and their hearts skipped a beat. Everywhere they looked, there was a blinding blood-red color. There was blood everywhere, and the original color of the starry skies could no longer be seen. Back then, on the way to the blessed heaven world for the first time with everyone from the sword world, Su Zimo encountered the destruction of the seven-star sword world and the tragic deaths of billions of living beings. Their blood condensed and formed an extremely shocking blood river in the starry skies. But now, the vast starry skies had already been dyed into an endless blood sea. How many people had to die here? Monkey gasped. After all, Su Zimo had roamed the medium kiliocosm before, and the knowledge of his two true bodies far exceeded others. However, Monkey had been staying in the sanguinape world the entire time after his ascension and had never seen such a scene. The two of them advanced for nearly half a day, and the starry skies beneath their feet were stained with blood. One could imagine how tragic the battle back then was. This was the battle of super-large worlds. Cruel and bloody. Thousands of living beings lost their lives under the engulfment of such a war. Countless living beings had died in order to form such an endless blood sea. The battle between the two sides is quite particular. As Monkey walked, he muttered, "In such a state, there are no corpses on the battlefield, and even broken limbs are rare." Su Zimo frowned. Generally speaking, after a battle, people would clean up the battlefield and collect some treasures left behind. However, it was indeed rather rare for the battlefield to be cleaned up to such an extent. Where's the dragon world? Why can't I see any traces? The two of them searched for half a day, and Monkey gradually became impatient. It's right ahead. Su Zimo looked into the distance with a flickering gaze. The surrounding blood flowed to the front, as though it was blocked by something and could not continue spreading. If Su Zimo was not wrong, the dragon world was ahead. Due to the coiling dragon formation, it enveloped the entire territory of the dragon world. That was the reason why the blood sea beneath his feet could not flow over. Right now, the battle of the dragons and phoenixes had yet to end. Although the two of them were not hostile, it was not appropriate for them to barge in rashly. Is anyone there? Monkey stood outside the dragon world and shouted into it. We brothers are here to visit an old friend. In such a period of time, there would definitely be dragons patrolling the dragon world. Not long after the two of them arrived, they attracted the attention of a few dragons. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void ahead like a water screen. What are you shouting for? As they approached, the water screen parted and two dragons walked out. They were dressed in armor and held spears. They looked at Monkey with unfriendly expressions and berated. What was with that tone? Monkey raised his brow with a ferocious gaze. However, before long, he recalled the reason why the two of them were here and endured it. He merely smacked his lips and ignored the two little dragons. Of the two dragons in front of him, one was at the perfected one realm and the other was only at the heaven essence realm. Given Monkey's current combat strength, the two dragons were truly not worthy of his attention. Humph! The perfected dragon looked at Su Zimo and Monkey. Even though he sensed Su Zimo's grotto heaven realm cultivation, there was no fear on his face. He sized them up a few times and curled his lips in disdain. Our dragon race will not befriend weaklings from other races like you. Who knows what the two of you are up to trying to infiltrate the dragon world? That's right. The Heaven Essence Realm dragons sneered as well. The dragon race doesn't have any old friends of yours. Is a monkey and a human worthy of befriending the dragon race? Su Zimo frowned when he heard that. When did the dragon race become like this? Monkey could not stand the two of them for a long time. At that moment, he could no longer hold it in and cursed. The dragon race is only us. Just by looking at your faces, I know that the rumors are true. The dragon race deserves to be defeated. What did you say? That sentence hit the sore spot of the dragon race immediately, and the expressions of the two dragons changed. Where did this monkey come from? How dare you behave atrociously in our dragon world? Instantly, The perfected dragon became murderous and said coldly, "You guys are suspicious and sneaky. I think you're spies sent by the Parasol Tree World." Before he could finish his sentence, the perfected dragon attacked. Even with a Grotto Heaven King like Su Zimo at the side, the perfected dragon did not have any reservations. Bang! The moment the perfected dragon charged forward, he was sent flying by Monkey's punch and spat out blood. His hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. With the synthesis of 4 bloodlines, Monkey could suppress ordinary dragons in melee combat. The perfected dragon had a shocked expression and turned to retreat into the dragon world without thinking. The reason why he was fearless was because of the coiling dragon formation behind him. If he sensed that something was amiss, he would be able to enter the formation by taking a step back. If outsiders barged into the dragon world forcefully, they would definitely trigger the coiling dragon formation. Not to mention that the human was only an ordinary king. Even peak kings could not defend against the killing power of the coiling dragon formation. However, the moment the perfected dragon turned around, he saw a person standing in front of him. It was that human. He was only a step away from the dragon world. However, he could never finish that single step. The human did not attack and had a calm expression without any hostility. However, he felt an unstoppable pressure. In front of this human, he could not move at all. The Heaven Essence Realm Dragon was frozen on the spot with a panicked expression as well. "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you," Su Zimo said slowly with a gentle tone. For some unknown reason, when they heard that, an uncontrollable fear rose in the hearts of the 2 dragons. In front of this human, even the bloodline they were proud of seemed to be suppressed. How was that possible? Right then, the human said indifferently, "Head to the Hornless Dragon domain and inform Long Li that Su Zhu is here to visit." Su Zhu? Why did this name sound familiar? The perfected dragon seemed to have thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he blurted out, "Su Zhu of the Sword World, the number 1 perfected spirit." He was only a hollow nether perfected dragon and did not have the chance to follow Dragon Queen Hornless and the others to the Blessed Heaven World back then. Naturally, he had never seen Su Zimo before. However, Su Zhu of the Sword World had been too famous in the medium Kiliacosm in recent years and was even known as the number 1 perfected spirit in history. He had also heard of him. However, the rumors mentioned that Su Zhu was the number 1 perfected spirit, but the person in front of him was a Grotto Heaven King. That was why he did not realize it immediately. Su Zimo did not make things difficult for the 2 of them. He released the spirit consciousness pressure suppressing the 2 dragons and returned them to the dragon world. When the perfected dragon returned to the dragon world, he still had a bewildered expression and said in a deep voice, "I'll head to the Hornless Dragon domain now. If you're fooling me, you'll definitely suffer the wrath of the dragon race." Thereafter, the 2 dragons soared into the air and vanished in the blink of an eye. Monkey looked at the backs of the 2 dragons and his anger from earlier on had yet to dissipate. He said indignantly, "First, from the looks of it, those rumors are not groundless. These dragons are indeed way too arrogant. The so-called Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes must have been initiated by these dragons." Su Zimo was silent. Along the way, the 2 of them heard many rumors. At some point in time, the dragons who were originally hibernating in the dragon world suddenly started a war, conquering the surrounding worlds of various sizes and suppressing the other races. The dragon world was a super large world after all. Coupled with the strength of the dragon race itself, almost no other race could contend against the conquest of the dragon army. After the dragon race conquered a world, they regarded themselves as superiors and ruled and enslaved the billions of living beings of that world. Under the continuous conquests, the territory of the dragon world expanded rapidly. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that there would be some conflict with the Parasol Tree World. Both of them were super large worlds. Even if there were disputes in the past, they had their reservations and the 2 worlds would try their best to resolve them. However, this time round, the stance of the Parasol Tree World was abnormally domineering as well. The conflict between the 2 sides escalated continuously and a war between worlds finally broke out. Due to the powerful bloodline of the dragon race, They were indeed one of the strongest races. However, that did not mean that the dragon race was much nobler than the other races. Although the human race was innately weak since ancient times, the majority of great emperor experts born were humans. The butterfly race was even weaker. However, in this generation, Daiyu rose as well and intimidated the 10,000 races. It was common for the dragon race to feel superior, and it was the same in Tianhuang mainland. However, earlier on, the two dragons were too hostile towards Su Zimo and Monkey and looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. Su Zimo did not have much contact with the dragon race of the medium Kiliacosm. The only ones he had a relationship with were Dragon Queen Hornless and Long Li. At the very least, he did not feel that condescending attitude from the two of them. Now that it was the battle of the dragons and phoenixes and times were sensitive, there might be a reason for the attitude of the two dragons. No matter what, when Su Zimo saw that the two dragons were too hostile, he did not say that he was visiting Long Ran directly. Instead, he used his name as Su Zhu and said that he was paying Long Li a visit. Be it Su Zhu or Long Li, there was no way they would underestimate these two perfected spirits. Indeed, before long, Long Li rushed over from the dragon world. Although she looked a little tired, Long Li was still pleasantly surprised the moment he saw Su Zimo. Before she arrived, she waved her arm and shouted with a smile, "Brother Su Zhu!" Su Zimo smiled and nodded as well, cupping his fists. "Fellow Taoist Long Li, I hope you won't take offense to my presumptuous visit. Brother Su Zhu, why are you so polite to me? I'll only be happy that you came to see me. How could I be offended?" Long Li said, "As long as you're willing to come, I'll welcome you anytime." This is... Long Li's gaze shifted to Monkey. Su Zimo said, "He's my sworn brother and his surname is Yuan." "Hello, Brother Yuan." Long Li shouted and cupped her fists politely. "Gaga." Monkey grinned when he heard that. "Hello too. You're pleasing to the eye and can speak better than the two little dragons earlier on." Monkey was still brooding over what happened earlier on. Long Li seemed to have realized something and frowned, asking, "Did Long Gui and friend make things difficult for you guys earlier on?" "Not to that extent." Su Zimo waved it off nonchalantly. "It's just that they're a little hostile. It's understandable given the times." When Long Li heard that, her expression was complicated. She sighed gently. "Brother Su, you guys should have heard some rumors about the battle of the dragons and phoenixes when you came, right?" Su Zimo looked at Long Li's expression and asked in a deep voice, "Are those rumors true?" Long Li pursed her lips and nodded. Su Zimo was puzzled and asked with a frown, "Why did the dragon race start a war and conquer other worlds? They even wanted to rule and enslave other races. For several eras, the dragon race had never done such a thing." Long Li said, "Our dragons were initially just hibernating in the dragon world. Typically, we won't cause trouble and no world would dare to provoke us. However, thousands of years ago, a concept gradually emerged in the dragon world, and it was established that living beings of the 10,000 races should be respected by the dragon race. We should be supreme and the other races should be slaves. If they refuse to submit, we'll kill them." Su Zimo's heart sank when he heard that. From the looks of it, the reason why the perfected dragon called Long Gui was so hostile to them was not because of the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, but because of this. Su Zimo asked, "Is there no one in the dragon race who tried to stop such crazy ideals?" At first, of course, some dragons objected. Long Li shook her head. However, those voices were gradually suppressed and that concept was indeed recognized by many dragons. Later on, there were no other voices. Who suppressed them? Su Zimo asked immediately. Long Li seemed to be wary and looked around, pursing her lips in silence. Monkey sneered. "It's no wonder that there aren't any worlds willing to help the dragon race, and even switch sides one after another." Long Li did not say anything against Monkey's mockery and merely smiled bitterly. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, "You'll probably get into trouble for meeting us this time round, right?" Long Li hesitated for a moment. It's naturally unavoidable to attract some criticism. However, I'm the only supreme perfected spirit of the dragon world after all. Ordinary dragons won't dare to provoke me. Brother Su, don't worry. With me leading the way, no one in the dragon world will dare to make things difficult for you. Long Li's confidence was not only because she was a supreme perfected spirit. She was also backed by Dragon Queen Hornless. As for Dragon Queen Hornless, she was one of the 5 great dragon kings of the dragon world and guarded the Hornless dragon domain. Be it her status or combat strength, she was at the peak. Brother Su, you're actually here to see Long Ran, right? Long Li was extremely smart and sensed Su Zimo's thoughts before long. Yeah. Su Zimo did not hide anything and nodded. If possible, I want to bring him away. During his conversation with Long Li earlier on, Su Zimo felt a little uneasy. The situation of the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes was far more complicated than he had imagined. There were also some dangers in the dragon world. In fact, there was an indescribable strangeness to it. The coiling dragon formation that protected the dragon world was connected by the 5 dragon domains. It was extremely important for every dragon domain to guard a region. Every dragon domain had a gigantic star and 10 ancient cities built in the starry skies. For example, the Illumination Dragon domain was formed by Illumination Dragon Star and 10 dragon cities. Be it Illumination Dragon Star or the 10 dragon cities, they were both the formation eyes of the coiling dragon formation. Their locations were special and extremely crucial. Long Ran was in Feng City, one of the 10 dragon cities of the Illumination Dragon domain. Su Zimo and Monkey followed Long Li to the Illumination Dragon domain. Along the way, they heard Long Li recount about Long Ran. This coiling dragon formation can defend against Emperor experts. Monkey was curious. No, Long Li shook her head gently. However, if an Emperor expert appears outside the dragon world and attacks the coiling dragon formation, the emperors of the dragon race will sense it and appear immediately. Furthermore, ever since the Emperor battle, both parties have suffered heavy losses. Emperor experts are wary of each other and rarely attack. Pausing for a moment, Long Li said, Brother Su, don't worry. Although the army from the Parasol Tree world is menacing, it's still as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break through the coiling dragon formation. Long Ran 1TB in any danger in Feng City. With Long Li leading the way, the 3 of them were considered unimpeded in the Illumination Dragon domain. Along the way, they encountered some other dragons and indeed attracted some strange gazes mixed with hostility. However, these dragons recognized Long Li's identity and did not say anything. About half a day later, the 3 of them arrived at Feng City. From afar, Feng City looked like a colossus standing in the starry skies. Although it was only a city, the scale and area it occupied was not inferior to the 4 great immortal domains of the divine firmament Immortal domain. When they approached, they could clearly see scarlet boulders piled on the walls of Feng City with some traces of sabers, swords, and flames left on them. Long Li should have visited Long Ran a few times and was familiar with the way as she brought Su Zimo and Monkey towards Long Ran's cave abode with ease. Walking on the streets of Feng City, Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness to investigate. Each of the 4 great immortal domains of the divine firmament Immortal domain had a population of billions. As for the south of this city of the dragon world that was comparable to the 4 great immortal domains, there were only tens of thousands of dragons. Based on that calculation, there were only a few 100,000 dragons in Feng City. The scarcity of the dragon race was evident. Under such circumstances, they indeed could not withstand the consumption of the world war. Just as Su Zimo was deep in thought, his heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he looked towards a dragon race team passing by not far away. The leader of the team was tall and had red hair. He had a rough face and a burning gaze as he surveyed his surroundings. When he saw that person, Su Zimo stopped instinctively and smiled. The red-haired man seemed to have sensed something as well and turned around. Their eyes met. The red-haired man was stunned on the spot. Initially, the red-haired man had a blank expression and could not believe it for a moment. However, before long he was overjoyed. Zimo! The red-haired man shouted and could not help but burst into laughter. Red-headed ghost! Su Zimo smiled and replied as well. The red-haired man was the red-headed ghost, Long Ran. Long Ran charged over in large strides and hugged Su Zimo, ignoring the gazes of others. His face was filled with excitement as he laughed non-stop. "Good lad, you're finally—" "Oh wow." Long Ran hammered Su Zimo's chest heavily. However, his expression changed before long and he gasped in pain as the corners of his mouth twitched. "Ahem. You're finally here to look for me." Long Ran coughed gently and retracted his swollen palm without a trace. He said nonchalantly, "I heard that you're very impressive outside. You're the #1 perfected spirit in history." Before Su Zimo could speak, Long Li suddenly interrupted and looked at Long Ran with a frown. "What did you call him earlier on? Zimo?" Long Ran was smart and reacted instantly. He was merely emotional to reunite with Su Zimo and let his tongue slip in a moment of excitement. When he heard Long Li's question, he laughed. His surname is Su and his name is Juzimo." That made sense. However, Long Li was not that easy to fool. She looked at Su Zimo questionably with a hint of doubt. "My name is indeed Su Zimo." Su Zimo did not continue hiding and explained. "Back then, I was hunted in the heavenly world. Helpless, I disguised myself as Su Zhu and cultivated in the sword world. That was not a secret to begin with. After entering the grotto heaven realm, there was even less reason for Su Zimo to hide it. Furthermore, Long Li trusted him immensely. If he continued to hide, it would be too shady of him. Long Li was not angry because of that. However, she still clenched her fists and pretended to threaten. "You've already lied to me twice. If I find out that there's a next time—" "Humph." Su Zimo smiled and looked at Long Ran. Sweeping his spirit consciousness, he said with a smile, "Red-headed ghost, your cultivation speed has fallen, and you've only just entered the perfected one realm. It had always been like this between the two of them. They often bickered at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, and it was fine for them to mock each other. If it was in Tianhuang mainland, Long Ran would have retaliated long ago." Now that he heard Su Zimo's words, Long Ran seemed to be rather emotional and gradually retracted his smile. "Indeed, I'm truly weak after ascending and can't compare to others. All these years, if not for Sister Long Li's help, I would still be in the Heaven Essence realm. Let's not talk about that. Let's go to my cave abode to chat and drink a few jars of good wine." Long Ran conversed with the few dragons behind him before waving his hand and turning to leave with Su Zimo and the other two. "Commander Long Ran actually knows those two foreigners and has a good relationship with them? He ascended from the lower worlds after all. That's why he isn't selective in who he befriends. There are many clansmen with higher cultivation backgrounds than him in Feng City. I wonder what the city lord sees in him." Not long after Long Ran left, some dragons in the team began to discuss. Even Long Ran could hear it, let alone Su Zimo and Monkey. However, his expression was calm, as though he had not heard anything. It was not until he brought the three of them back to the cave abode that Long Ran sighed gently. "When I first ascended, the dragon world was different. The dragon race did not look down on their clansmen who ascended from the lower worlds either. At that time, although the dragon race thought that they were dignified, they did not have any inexplicable hostility towards other races or demanded to fight and kill. However, in recent years," Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "I'm here this time round to bring you away." Initially, he only had that thought. Now that he was in the dragon world and saw the surrounding situation, he was even more determined. All these years, Long Ran was extremely disappointed in the dragon race and did not have much attachment to the dragon world. However, he was still hesitant to leave just like that in the face of a huge battle. Since you have the chance to leave, it's better to leave. Long Li sighed as well. At this rate, no one knows how long the dragon world can last. "Is there no possibility of a truce?" Long Ran asked. Long Li shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Emperors from both sides have died and they're already fighting to the death. Who has the face and ability to stop a war that involves hundreds of worlds? Unless a great emperor descends, or Emperor Desolate Marshal of the Great Wilderness appears, that's also possible." "What the hell?" Long Ran's ears pricked up as he looked at Su Zimo before looking at Long Li. He glared and asked, "Desolate Marshal? The dragon race had always been in a state of war. Now that they had all retreated to defend the dragon world, they had no news of the outside world. Apart from the emperor experts of the dragon world, even some dragon kings had only vaguely heard some rumors about the battle of the great wilderness, let alone Long Ran, a dragon who had just entered the perfected One realm. Long Li only knew about this matter from Dragon Queen Hornless as well. Long Li did not know what Long Ran was thinking and thought that he was curious about Emperor Desolate Marshal. She explained simply, "It's said that Emperor Desolate Marshal is known as the #1 person below the Great Emperor Realm. He suppressed more than 100 Emperor Realm experts single-handedly and is invincible." Long Ran's eyes widened as he looked in Su Zimo's direction. Su Zimo remained calm and merely nodded gently. Others might not know Desolate Marshal, but Long Ran knew that Su Zimo's martial Dao true body was Desolate Marshal. However, he was not sure if Emperor Desolate Marshal was the same person as he knew. Long Ran was only truly certain when he saw Su Zimo's subtle action. Even the blessed heaven world was forced to return in defeat by him. A look of admiration flashed through Long Li's eyes. Unfortunately, even the Emperor experts of the dragon world are not fated to befriend someone like Emperor Desolate Marshal, let alone me. Ha 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 ha. Of course, Long Ran would not reveal this matter casually. However, he could not help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Long Li frowned and looked at Long Ran, who was laughing non-stop in confusion. She could not understand what was so funny about this matter. Monkey knew the details as well and winked at Long Ran. Long Ran waved his hand and patted his chest. "Desolate Marshal? I'm familiar with him." "Huh. You know Emperor Desolate Marshal?" Long Li looked at Long Ran in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with him. "Of course," Long Ran said seriously. "We've known each other for many years and are very familiar with each other, let alone our deep relationship." That was indeed the truth. Long Li looked at Long Ran's serious expression and endured for a long time. In the end, she burst into laughter and rolled her eyes. "How can you possibly know Emperor Desolate Marshal, you braggart?" "Ha ha." Long Ran burst into laughter as well. "Little girl, I'm telling you the truth, but you don't believe me." "As if I'd believe you." Long Li pouted. "You've been staying in the dragon world since you ascended. How would you know Emperor Desolate Marshal?" "That brat, Desolate Marshal." Long Ran had just spoken when Long Li frowned and glared at him angrily. Long Ran coughed gently and corrected himself. "Desolate Marshal ascended from the lower worlds as well. We all from the same world. Back then, I even imparted to him many dermic das." "Tisk." Long Li rolled her eyes. "You're getting more and more out of hand. You imparted dermic das to Emperor Desolate Marshal? He's the #1 person below the Great Emperor Realm right now, and you're only a puny perfected dragon." Long Ran's face twitched and his face darkened. "Little girl, how can you say such hurtful words?" Long Li said, "I heard from Mother that the reason why Emperor Desolate Marshal was so enraged and started a massacre was because more than 100 emperors joined forces to bully his Dao companion. Even during the battle, Emperor Desolate Marshal held the hand of his Dao companion the entire time and protected her by his side." When he heard that, Long Ran's heart skipped a beat. "Desolate Marshal's Dao companion is a blood-robed woman, right?" "Eh?" Long Li looked at Long Ran in surprise before asking with a fake smile, "Why? Are you familiar with Demon Empress Blood Butterfly as well?" "Familiar, not to that extent." Long Ran was still a little afraid of Dayu and did not dare to joke casually. He said honestly, "Although we did have the affinity to meet." Long Li naturally did not believe it. Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was a living being of the upper world. Long Ran had ascended from the lower worlds and had never left the dragon world. How could he have the affinity to meet with her? Of course, Long Li did not expose this matter. She merely thought that Long Ran was excited upon reuniting with an old friend and was spouting nonsense. There was naturally no way she would believe him. Long Li smiled. "I was just saying casually. Even if Emperor Desolate Marshal really comes, he probably won't be able to suppress the experts of hundreds of worlds. Stop pretending you won close to him." Although the four of them were of different races, there was no estrangement between them. They chatted happily and drank heartily. Under Su Zimo's persuasion, Long Ran agreed to leave the dragon world as well. A perfected dragon like him could not affect the situation in a battle of such a super large world. There was no difference whether he was there or not. However, after he ascended, he had been cultivating in the dragon world. Although some dragons looked down on him, he made some friends too. He was still a little reluctant to part with the dragon world and his friends of the dragon race. The city lord of Feng City treated him well as well. Otherwise, he would not have let a perfected dragon who had just advanced to the perfected dragon realm take on the role of a commander. For the past few days, Long Ran had been strolling around Feng City with Su Zimo and the other two, recounting some interesting things that had happened here after he ascended. Since he had already decided to depart, there was no need to rush it. Su Zimo understood that Long Ran was a person who valued friendship. He was using this method to bid farewell to the dragon world and this dragon city. 10 days later, the four of them headed to the city lord's residence to pay their respects to the city lord of Feng City and bid him farewell. Long Feng. He was the city lord of Feng City and a peak king, having guarded Dragon City all year round. The city lord clearly exuded an iron-blooded killing aura. He was dignified without being angry and looked difficult to get along with. However, the city lord of Feng City did not make things difficult for Long Ran's departure. He merely felt that it was a pity. The city lord of Feng City did not have any hostility towards Su Zimo and Monkey. It's wartime now. There's no movement from the Parasol Tree world and they can't break through the dragon world. This place is considered safe. Long Feng said, however, if you leave the dragon world and lose the protection of the coiling dragon formation, you have to be careful. Long Feng reminded before looking at Long Ran. Stay and have a casual meal. We'll take that as a farewell for you. The fact that you were able to ascend from the lower worlds proves that your talent is not bad. It's just that you lack some opportunities and luck. How far you can cultivate in the future will depend on your luck. As he said that, Long Feng took out a storage bag and handed it to Long Ran. There are some things inside that I have no use for. I can give them to you. Long Ran was touched and received it with both hands, bowing in thanks. The four of them stayed in the city lord's residence and ate some immortal fruits before preparing to leave. The moment he arrived at the entrance of the hall, Su Zimo suddenly stopped. As though he sensed something, he looked towards the end of the starry skies and frowned. What's wrong? Long Ran asked. Monkey tilted his head. Under the long fur on both sides of his cheeks, a second pair of ears appeared quietly and moved slightly. Thereafter, he stared at his feet with a bewildered expression. Right then, Long Feng raised his head abruptly and his expression changed starkly. Two flames burst forth from his eyes as he roared. Enemy attack! The dragon roar pierced through gold and cracked rocks, resounding into the clouds and instantly broke the peace of Feng City. Leave quickly. Use the teleportation formation over there to head to Illumination Dragon Star right away. Long Feng could not take care of Su Zimo's group of four, and merely hollered as he took out a messenger talisman from his storage bag, tearing it instantly. Thereafter, he soared into the air without looking back and transformed into a gigantic dragon body that was 10,000 feet long, standing horizontally above Feng City. Flames had already ignited on Long Feng's dragon body. The flames illuminated the starry skies and woke up countless dragons in Feng City. More than 10 cracks appeared in the starry skies above Feng City and figures with powerful auras walked out. They were Grotto Heaven Kings. Among them, were peak kings. Immediately after the kings, gigantic spirit vessels and ships appeared one after another. One could clearly see countless figures standing on them. The experts on the spirit vessels were led by perfected spirits and most of the rest were living beings of the earth and heaven essence realms. After the battle broke out, the battlefield between Grotto Heaven Kings would be in the starry skies and the perfected spirits on the spirit vessels and ships would take the opportunity to charge into Feng City. Impossible. When Longli saw that, her face turned pale as she murmured softly, how could so many people kill their way here in silence with the existence of the coiling dragon formation? Could there be a problem with the coiling dragon formation? Long Feng. In the starry skies, the Peak King in the lead wore a black robe and his face was abnormally pale. His lips were purple and green as he declared, "Today is the day you die. You're way too naive to think that you can take down Feng City with your 10-odd kings." Long Feng was not afraid at all. He faced the 10-odd kings alone in the starry skies and was not at a disadvantage. Boom! Right then, a loud bang suddenly sounded from the east of Feng City, causing the entire ancient city to tremble continuously, as though it had touched the foundation of Feng City. "This is bad." Longli seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, "That's the location of the teleportation formation. Illumination Dragon Star and the 10 dragon cities were connected by teleportation formations. Even if something happened to a city, they could use teleportation formations to move the dragon race quickly. But now, before Feng City was even destroyed, something happened to the teleportation formation. How could this be? Long Rant's expression was grim as he said in a deep voice, "Feng City has yet to be destroyed. Why was the teleportation formation in the city destroyed?" Right now, the other party's army was still confronting Long Feng outside the city, but the teleportation formation in the city was destroyed. "It was done by an expert of the tomb world," Su Zimo said slowly. "That explains everything." Monkey had a look of realization. "I heard some strange sounds earlier on. They came from beneath Feng City. The expert of the tomb world dug through Feng City from the depths of the ground and appeared, destroying the teleportation formation." Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and could already sense that the expert from the tomb world who came out of the teleportation formation was also a Grotto Heaven King. The army in the starry skies was clearly led by the experts of the tomb world. 3 of the 4 Peak Kings were kings of the tomb world. Apart from a few Grotto Heaven Kings from the tomb world, there were also some from middle worlds and lesser worlds. When Long Feng, who was in midair, sensed that the teleportation formation was destroyed, his heart sank and the anger in his eyes intensified. The other party had clearly come prepared. Furthermore, they were going to exterminate the dragon race in Feng City. "No one in Feng City shall be spared today." The Peak King in the lead waved his hand with a murderous aura. "Shi Yuan, how dare you!" Long Feng roared angrily and waved his gigantic dragon body. Carrying wind, clouds, and flames, he charged towards the 10-odd Grotto Heaven Kings opposite him with a torrential aura. "Go!" Naturally, the 3 Peak Kings of the tomb world did not dare to fight him in melee combat. Instead, they took out 3 gigantic coffins from their storage bags and lifted the lids to release the battle corpses refined and reared inside. Roar! 2 battle corpses covered in long white fur bared their teeth and glared with bulging and bloodshot eyes, revealing 2 pairs of sharp fangs as they roared at Long Feng. As for the 3rd coffin, it was more than 10,000 feet long. After the coffin HD was lifted, a gigantic dragon corpse crawled out. Its dragon scales were covered in green light and it emitted a stench. A fishy wind surrounded it as it roared at Long Feng. When he saw that, Long Feng's heart was filled with sorrow as he said hatefully, "You bastards of the tomb world actually refined our dragon race into battle corpses. All of you should go to hell." Boom! Long Feng collided with the dragon corpse with a loud bang. In reality, the cultivators of the tomb world were humans. Most of them had weak physiques and ordinary bloodlines and could not fight against the dragon race head-on. However, through the secret skill of the tomb world, they could refine the corpses of the living beings of the 10,000 races and control them to help them fight. For people of the tomb world, their combat strength would increase by several times instantly after obtaining a superior class corpse. For example, King Shi Yuan could not defeat Long Feng in melee combat at all. However, with this dragon corpse, he could fight Long Feng in melee combat and not be at a disadvantage. Su Zimo frowned and asked, "There's only 1 Dragon King in Feng City?" Longli said, "Under normal circumstances, it's enough for a single Dragon King to preside over the place. If anything happens, he'll send a message back immediately. When Illumination Dragon Star receives the news, more kings will definitely come to support." Long Feng had indeed torn a messenger talisman the moment he sensed that a powerful enemy was attacking. Su Zimo said, "Kings can tear through the void. It should be about time for them to arrive from Illumination Dragonstar." Long Li observed the starry skies outside continuously as well, clenching her fists with a nervous expression. However, the distant starry skies were calm. Long Li had a worried expression and said with a trembling voice, "Could something have happened to Illumination Dragonstar as well? If no Dragon Kings come and support, City Lord Long Feng might not be able to defeat them." Long Li did not dare to think further. Once Long Feng was defeated and died, hundreds of thousands of dragons in Feng City would die here. No one would be spared, including her. The king of the tomb world on the teleportation formation had already led the perfected spirits and heaven essence realm cultivators on the spirit vessels and ships into Feng City and sped towards the city lord's residence. Long Feng could not escape from the battlefield in midair at all. Even he was in danger and could not protect himself, let alone save the hundreds of thousands of dragons in Feng City. "Brother Su, leave with Long ran quickly. Run." Although Long Li was a supreme perfected spirit, she was way too young after AFL. She lost her composure when she suddenly encountered such an unforeseen event and her mind was in chaos. She merely thought that Su Zimo and the others should not be implicated in this battle. As for her, she was a supreme perfected spirit of the dragon race after all. No matter what, she could not escape or retreat, even against thousands of perfected spirit experts and a supreme king of the tomb world. The king of the tomb world had clearly sensed them and was leading his army over. The appearance of the terrifying battle corpse charging at the front was already clearer and incomparably ferocious. Long Li grit her teeth and took out the dragon ham from her storage bag with a determined gaze. However, against such a ferocious battle corpse and the perfected spirit army that surged over like a tidal wave, she still felt a sense of fear. She was not afraid of death. However, she was afraid that after she died, she would be refined into such an ugly and ferocious battle corpse by this group of the tomb world cultivators like the Dragon King. Right then, a broad and warm palm landed on her slightly trembling shoulder. Long Li turned around instinctively and met a calm gaze. For some unknown reason, that gaze seemed to be able to strike the depths of her heart, causing her restless mind to gradually calm down and expel her fear. This was an extremely profound visual technique of the Buddhist monasteries that could calm one's mind. Su Zimo cultivated the taboo mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries and even condensed a Buddhist grotto heaven. His Dharmic Tao was profound and even surpassed that of eminent monks who specialized in Buddha cultivation Dharmic formulations. "Don't panic." Su Zimo pressed down on Long Li's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "You should stand out now and gather all the dragons in Feng City to prepare for battle." Right now, Long Feng was entangled by more than 10 Grotto Heaven Kings and could not escape. In Feng City, Long Li was the only one with such prestige. More importantly, if the dragon race could not be gathered, they would definitely be defeated by the tens of thousands of perfected spirit experts and the millions of troops behind them. Only by gathering the dragon race could they protect more dragons and even launch a powerful counterattack. Of course, Su Zimo could attack. However, he was alone after all and could not take care of the entire dragon race of Feng City. But, although Long Li's mind had already calmed down, she was still in deep despair about this battle and the fate of Feng City. Even if all the perfected dragons of Feng City were gathered together, there were only more than 100 of them. However, there were tens of thousands of perfected spirit experts opposite them. The difference was way too great. No matter how strong the physique and bloodline of the dragon race was, they could not defend against the killing of the living beings of the 10,000 races. Furthermore, there was a peerless king of the tomb world on the battlefield of Feng City. Just the battle corpse at the front was enough to flatten every corner of Feng City and kill everything. More importantly, on the battlefield of the kings in the starry skies above, Long Feng was surrounded by 10 odd kings and was already at a disadvantage, unable to protect himself. Once Long Feng was defeated, what was the point even if she could gather all the dragons? "Don't think too much. Gather the dragons." As though he could read Long Li's thoughts, Su Zimo did not explain further and merely said indifferently, "As for the rest, leave it to me." Su Zimo sighed internally. He really did not want to get involved in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Regardless of the cause of the battle, it had nothing to do with him. Even now, with his methods, he could leave with Long Ran at any moment with the help of the primordial unity Inyang escape. However, Feng City was about to be destroyed and Long Ran had lived here for many years. If he turned around and left just like that, he would be way too heartless to Long Ran. Furthermore, Dragon Queen Hornless and Long Li had once appeared to help him in the Blessed Heaven world. In fact, he was acquainted with Long Li even earlier. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, he obtained some opportunities and treasures from Long Li's father as well. Due to the intertwined fates, there was no way he could stay out of it and leave. Su Zimo soared into the air and walked towards the Supreme King of the Tomb World, who was rampaging through Feng City. After he took a few steps forward, he suddenly stopped and glanced sideways. Don't forget, you're a supreme perfected spirit. You don't have to fear no matter how many perfected spirit experts you face. Also, Monkey can help you. Monkey grinned without any nervousness on his face. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement and shone with a blood glint. He tilted his head and a thin needle suddenly fell out of his ear. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a pitch-black staff. The staff was covered in cracks and emitted a faint golden light. Monkey carried the staff on his shoulder and looked at the approaching army of millions and many perfected spirit experts. He licked his lips instinctively, eager to give it a try. Ha ha! When the perfected spirit of the Tomb World in the lead saw Long Li, his eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. My luck is not bad. I, Han Chong, have just become a supreme perfected spirit and met a suitable opponent here. Sister Long Li, I'll let you play with my double corpses today. Boom! Before his sentence was finished, Han Chong took out 2 coffins from his storage bag and slammed them heavily to the ground, causing the coffin lids to fall. Roar! 2 battle corpses that shone with a metallic luster leaped out of the coffins with corpse chi surrounding them and a torrential stench. They roared loudly and their slender and sharp nails shone with a greenish-black light. Supreme perfected spirit. Long Li's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. On the battlefield of the perfected spirits, the only advantage the dragon race had was her. To think that there was another supreme perfected spirit on the other side as well. Once she was entangled by Han Chong, how could the remaining 100-odd perfected dragons defend against the killing of the other party's perfected spirit army? Right then, Long Li swept her gaze from the corner of her eye and a figure beside her had already rushed out. Monkey carried his staff and charged towards Han Chong fearlessly against the thousands of troops charging over. Brother Yuan, don't go. Long Li's expression changed as she exclaimed. The other party was a supreme perfected spirit with terrifying combat strength and was definitely not someone other perfected spirit experts could fight head-on. Furthermore, a supreme perfected spirit of the Tomb World was even more troublesome. Even Long Li did not dare to claim victory against Han Chong. If both parties released peerless divine powers to fight, the experts of the Tomb World could still control the battle corpses to attack. If they were not careful, they would be severely injured. Han Chong could refine 2 battle corpses and his combat strength was even stronger. It would be even more troublesome. However, Monkey's movement technique was way too fast. The moment Long Li shouted, he was already a step away from the 2 battle corpses at the front. Long Li did not have time to think and followed hurriedly, but she was still a step too late. Monkey had already come into contact with the battle corpses and a huge battle broke out. Boom! A battle corpse roared and pounced towards Monkey fearlessly. The terrifying aspect of battle corpses was not only the corpse chi and poison on them. Most importantly, they could not feel pain or fear. Furthermore, the strength of their bodies was not inferior to divine weapons. Even if they were mangled and their bones were shattered, they still possessed powerful combat strength. Boom! Monkey did not care much. He swung his round staff and smashed it down. With just a single staff strike, the battle corpse before him was smashed into pieces and a blood mist filled the air. Han Chong was shocked and his pupils constricted. His battle corpse had been refined for many years and was extremely powerful. Even a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure might not be able to injure its foundation. To think that the battle corpse would be crippled by a single rod strike from this wild monkey who appeared out of nowhere. With the battle corpse beaten to such a state and its head beaten into mud, it naturally could not fight anymore. Brother Yuan, be careful of the corpse blood. Long Li was shocked by this scene as well. However, she reacted quickly and reminded loudly. The battle corpses of the tomb world were covered in poison. Even after being crippled, the blood mist that filled the sky still possessed an extremely terrifying lethality. Humph! Han Chong looked at Monkey, who was enveloped in corpse blood, and sneered. You'll have to lose your life to destroy my battle corpse. Monkey smashed the battle corpse in front of him with a single staff and passed through the blood mist without thinking too much. Now that he heard Han Chong's words, Monkey raised his eyebrows and circulated the bloodline in his body, letting out a rumbling tsunami, as though an extremely ancient power was awakening. In the face of that power, even Long Li, who had just charged over, felt her heart palpitate, let alone Han Chong with an ordinary bloodline. Monkey merely shook his body, and the blood mist of the battle corpse that tainted his body turned into countless blood beads that splattered on the ground without affecting him at all. You want to injure me with this level of poison blood? Monkey glared at Han Chong, who was not far away, and grinned. Han Chong's heart skipped a beat and his expression turned grim. If the poison blood of the battle corpse could not injure this monkey, things would be a little troublesome. Given the terrifying bloodline revealed by the monkey earlier on and the frightening power released by his staff, there was no way Han Chong could defend once he was closed in. Initially, his peerless divine power and the offensive methods of the battle corpses were prepared for Long Li. From the looks of it, he could only use it in advance. Astral imprisonment. Han Chong channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals with both hands. He waved them in midair and an extremely strange power burst forth from his fingertips, enveloping Monkey. Monkey froze on the spot and could not move at all. Even the expression on his face remained the same, let alone his limbs. At that moment, the two powerful powers of time and space formed invisible shackles on Monkey's body. At the same time, Han Chong controlled the battle corpse with his spirit consciousness and charged towards Monkey. In his eyes, Monkey in this state was like a fish on his chopping block and could be slaughtered at will. When Long Li saw that the situation was bad, she channeled her essence spirit hurriedly and prepared to release the penta-divine light to save Monkey from the astral imprisonment state. However, there was still a distance between the two after all. Even if she cast her divine power now, it was beyond her reach. Long Li was burning with anxiety. Suddenly, Monkey, who was originally frozen, rolled his eyes. Boom! The next moment, a loud bang sounded from Monkey's body. Behind him, a gigantic phantom condensed and rose from the ground with a torrential combat intent. The combat soul was 1,000 feet tall and stood in Feng City, almost comparable to the city walls of Feng City. After releasing Combating the Universe, the third form of the taboo mystic classic, the combat totem, Monkey broke free from the restraints of astral imprisonment instantly and his combat strength increased exponentially. The battle corpse had just charged forward when it came into contact with Monkey, who had just escaped. Bang! Monkey swung his rod in reverse and smashed the battle corpse's head into pieces. Its body was broken at the waist as well. If this was only the Combating the Universe secret skill, it might not be able to release enough power to break through the shackles of astral imprisonment instantly. However, Monkey's body had synthesized the 4 strongest bloodlines of the ape race. Coupled with the Combating the Universe secret skill, this improvement had already surpassed the power of a peerless divine power. Cultivators of the tomb world had pale faces to begin with, since they were with corpses all year round. At the sight of this, Han Chong somehow managed to turn even paler. Without the protection of his battle corpses and peerless divine power, Han Chong was equivalent to a Paradise Void perfected spirit with an ordinary bloodline. Any Paradise Void perfected dragon in Feng City could kill him. Without thinking, Han Chong turned around and fled. There were millions of troops behind him. As long as he fled into them and attacked together with them, the monkey would definitely not be able to defend. Ga. Monkey cackled strangely and caught up to Han Chong with a single step, The saying that the connected arm sanguine ape could seize the sun and moon and shrink 1,000 mountains was not spread casually. The reason why the connected arm sanguine ape was said to be able to seize the sun and moon was because it was extremely powerful and could even play with the sun and moon in the palm of its hands. The reason why the connected arm sanguine ape was said to be able to shrink 1,000 mountains was because its movement technique was so fast that it could cover 1,000 mountains in a single step. The moment Han Chong turned around, Monkey had already arrived behind him. Without another word, he raised his staff and smashed down. Blood light surged. Even the 2 battle corpses refined by Han Chong could not defend against Monkey's emperor weapon of combat, let alone his body of flesh and blood. With just a single staff strike, Han Chong was smashed into a pool of blood and his essence spirit was destroyed, killing him on the spot. Although the entire process sounded slow, it actually happened in an instant. Long Li was stunned on the spot and was dumbfounded. Before the peerless divine power of the penta-divine light could be condensed, a supreme perfected spirit was killed with just 3 strikes. There were no peerless divine powers or brilliant offensive skills. All he did was charge forward while swinging his staff 3 times and Han Chong was dead. Those who can become sworn brothers with Brother Su are indeed monsters. Long Li gradually calmed down and thought to herself. In midair, when the peerless king of the tomb world saw that, his expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. He glared at Su Zimo, who was walking towards him with a cold killing intent. He would head down to kill that monkey after killing this ordinary king of the human race. That monkey's physique and bloodline would definitely make a good battle corpse. Roar! The king-level battle corpse roared at Su Zimo and transformed into a streak of light, charging over at an astonishing speed. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and he did not even stop in his tracks. Just as the battle corpse was about to pounce on him, his figure flickered slightly and he vanished from the spot. The next moment, Su Zimo had already arrived before the supreme king of the tomb world. After entering the grotto heaven, the true Dragon 9 Flash's secret skill was released even more smoothly and at a faster speed, comparable to teleportation. Battle corpses of the tomb world cultivators were invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. They were also surrounded by corpse chi and possessed by corpse poison. They were fearless of death and had almost no weaknesses. The greatest weakness of the tomb world cultivators was their main bodies. In a flash, Su Zimo bypassed collision with the battle corpse and descended right in front of the supreme king of the tomb world. However, the moment he appeared, he felt his vision turn black. The supreme king of the tomb world reacted even faster and was already prepared before Su Zimo appeared. Even against an ordinary king like Su Zimo, he did not underestimate him and did not dare to be careless. They knew better than anyone else the weakness of the tomb world cultivators. The only chance for an ordinary king to win against him was to charge straight at his main body. As for the supreme king of the tomb world, he had long known that the dragon race had a secret skill that could almost achieve teleportation in battle. Therefore, he was already prepared. After Su Zimo disappeared, the supreme king of the tomb world used his spirit consciousness and summoned an ancient bronze coffin to block in front of him. Naturally, no one who could cultivate to the major grotto heaven realm was easy to deal with. The moment Su Zimo descended, he was trapped in a coffin. That was the flaw of the true Dragon 9 Flashes. Once the location of the teleportation was determined by others, they would lose the initiative. Of course, that was only if the combat strength of both parties was not much different. Ha ha! The supreme king of the tomb world burst into laughter with a smug expression. The coffins that stored the battle corpses were usually their destiny spirit treasures. While nurturing the battle corpses, the corpse chi and poison of the battle corpses would also nourish the coffins. If other living beings were devoured by this battle corpse coffin of his, even if it was a grotto heaven king, they would turn into pools of blood in less than 3 days. Xing! Before the supreme king of the tomb world could stop laughing, an incomparably ear-piercing sound was heard in front of him, as though a sharp weapon had slashed across the bronze coffin. Immediately after, he was shocked and his expression changed when he saw that the back of the ancient bronze coffin was sliced open by someone and a green sword light shone from within in an extremely sharp manner. The next moment, The green-robed cultivator broke out of the coffin and a green sword beam surged over, filling the vision of the supreme king of the tomb world. The sword beam streaked across. The body of the supreme king of the tomb world was sliced into two from the top of his head to the bottom by the sword beam. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. The main body of the tomb world cultivator had died, and without the support of his dermic Tao, the battle corpse he refined stopped on the spot as well, and its body began to twitch and rot. Before long, it would turn into a pool of blood. Su Zimo killing a supreme king of the tomb world was not enough to intimidate the millions of troops charging over from Feng City. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. In the battle between kings in midair, the tomb world had the absolute advantage. In everyone's opinion, even an additional ordinary king like Su Zimo would not affect the overall situation. On the battlefield of Feng City, even without a supreme perfected spirit, they still had thousands of perfected spirit experts swarming forward. Feng City, which only had more than 100 perfected dragons, could not defend against them at all. So what if that monkey was powerful? So what if the dragon race had a supreme perfected spirit? How could the two of them defend against the charge of an army of millions? After Su Zimo killed the supreme king of the tomb world, he hesitated and did not rush into the starry skies to help Long Feng immediately. He was still worried about the battlefield in Feng City. Just as he was hesitating if he should attack and stabilize the battlefield below, he saw that monkey had already collided with the charging perfected spirit army. Su Zimo only took a few glances before feeling relieved. He turned around and rushed into the starry skies, throwing down 3 streaks of light casually and landing in the crowd. In Feng City, monkey's 3 smashes to death of a supreme perfected spirit merely caused the perfected spirit army ahead to pause slightly and their auras to stagnate. However, the other party came prepared and arrived like a surging torrent, causing the ground to tremble and rumble. Countless divine weapons and spirit treasures tore through the air, covering the skies densely. Endless divine powers and secret skills burst forth, forming an unstoppable majestic power, as though it wanted to drown and devour all living beings in front of it. Against such a terrifying killing intent, even Longli, a supreme perfected spirit, shuddered. She indeed knew peerless divine powers. However, peerless divine powers were not invincible. There was also a limit to the power of peerless divine powers. Against such an attack, even 2 or 3 peerless divine powers would be useless, let alone one. Even so, Long Li and Long Ran hurried forward and stood beside Monkey. "Big brother Yuan, let's go together." Long Li clenched her fists with a firm gaze and a tragic gaze as she shouted. Unexpectedly, Monkey did not care at all. When he heard that, he merely waved it off without turning back. "Take good care of yourselves and don't worry about me." Before he finished speaking, Monkey leaped out once more. Monkey was fearless against such a formation and such a terrifying attack. His eyes shone with a sanguine light and he did not retreat at all. The combat intent on his body reached its peak. "Fight!" Monkey roared and strode forward. His bloodline circulated and a fiend ape phenomenon that was 10,000 feet tall appeared. Fusing with the combat soul from before, the bloodline phenomenon fused with the combat soul. At that moment, Monkey's combat strength had reached its peak and he had even broken through some kind of boundary barrier. Boom! The movement of the 10,000 feet fiend ape was identical to Monkey's. As he took a step forward, he stepped heavily on the charging crowd. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the ground shook. With that single stomp, hundreds of cultivators were trampled into meat paste and died on the spot. Monkey did not even have to look. He closed his eyes and trampled his way over, causing the army opposite to be in chaos. Rumble. Many divine powers and secret skills enveloped the 10,000 feet tall fiend ape. 1,000, 100, or even 10,000 divine powers and secret skills could not shake the figure. However, the descent of countless divine powers and secret skills did indeed cause a considerable impact on the 10,000 feet tall fiend ape phantom. It turned much dimmer and was almost transparent, as though it could dissipate at any moment. Countless divine weapons rained down like arrows. Clang, clang, clang. Monkey raised his staff and danced around, shattering countless divine weapons and spirit treasures. However, there were still countless weapons that landed on him. To the surprise of countless perfected spirits, the sound of metal colliding could even be heard when so many divine weapons landed on Monkey. It was as though the divine weapons did not slash down on flesh and blood, but a body made of metal. That was not all. Against such ferocious attacks, they could not kill Monkey. The 10,000 feet tall fiend ape phantom was still around with a frightening aura. There were only many wounds on the monkey's body that were dripping with blood. However, his foundation was not injured. He's still alive? Many perfected spirit experts were shocked. Even Long Li, who was behind him, was stunned. How could a perfected spirit battle be fought like that? Even if the dragon race's bloodline and physique were strong, they would not dare to defend against the attacks of an army of 10 million in such a manner. This time round, Long Li calmed down rapidly and released her peerless divine power, the Pentadivine Light, to assist the perfected spirit experts around Monkey. Gaga! Monkey burst into laughter. Not only did the injuries on his body not reduce his fighting spirit, they even stimulated the wildness in his body. He chanted an incantation silently and casually tore off a handful of long hair stained with blood from his wound. He placed it by his mouth and blew gently. Swoosh! The blood-colored hair floated in midair and danced in all directions. Right in front of everyone, they transformed into hundreds of monkeys that looked identical to him. Juxtaposition. Even emperor experts of the sanguine ape world had not cultivated that secret skill. This was a secret skill that Monkey cultivated after he synthesized the 4 strongest bloodlines and awakened an ancient memory in his mind. Every single hair on his body could transform into a clone thanks to that secret skill. Of course, the combat strength of the clones was far inferior to the main body. Even so, his main body had synthesized 4 supreme bloodlines after all and was already transforming towards the Chaos Fiend Monkey. Every clone could still unleash terrifying lethality. Monkey had 84,000 hairs. If Monkey was agitated and conjured 84,000 clones in one go, even Grotto Heaven Kings would have to flee. Of course, unless his life was on the line, there was no need for him to do this. Hundreds of monkey clones charged into the crowd and killed in all directions. That was already enough to make the other party's perfected spirit army tremble in fear. Some of the perfected spirits knew cloning techniques as well. However, they had never seen such a thing before where someone could conjure hundreds of clones with a single breath just by plucking a handful of hair. Furthermore, all of them were energetic and powerful. That was way too terrifying. If they angered that monkey and he plucked all the hair on his body in one go, wouldn't that cause tens of thousands of clones to appear? Monkey relied on juxtaposition to charge through the crowd in an unstoppable manner. Right then, chaos erupted behind the opposing army as well. 3 figures went on a killing spree and none of the perfected spirits could fight them head-on and retreated step by step. It was Su Zimo who had turned into his 3 clones using the 3 Pure One's Jade Manual and had joined the battlefield. Although they were 3 clones and did not have bloodline essence spirits, divine powers, or secret skills, their cultivation realms were the same as Su Zimo's. Grotto Heaven clones were almost invincible on the Feng City battlefield. The supreme pure body was enveloped in a purple Jaya wand transformed into 1,000 arms. Every arm held a divine weapon spirit treasure saber, spear, sword, halberd axe, hook, fork, bell, cauldron, pagoda, with so many divine weapons and spirit treasures surrounding the supreme pure body. It was dazzling. The supreme pure body was also known as the spirit treasure body. The Supreme Pure Jade Manual was the secret manual that he had snatched from the sect master of the Academy. The sect master of the Academy had once used it to transform into Elder 8 of the Academy. The Jade Pure Body was covered in green light and was also known as the Primeval Body. It was a supreme secret skill for body refinement. Under Su Zimo's will, the Jade Pure Body transformed into the form of a taboo dragon phoenix and charged into the crowd, unleashing the Dragon Phoenix's offensive techniques to their limits. The Grand Pure Body was covered in red light. Compared to the Supreme Pure Body and Jade Pure Body, The grand pure body did not have any spirit treasures, nor did it possess a strong physique. However, every time the grand pure body attacked, a perfected spirit expert would die. The grand pure jade manual was a spirit refinement technique. Every attack of the grand pure body was an essence spirit secret skill. The three clones did not have essence spirit, flesh and blood. Their foundation was the three pure ones jade manual in their bodies. Be it the spirit treasures and divine weapons condensed by the supreme pure body or the essence spirit attacks of the grand pure body, they were all the power released by the activation of the three pure ones jade manual. The three pure ones jade manual was the most special of all the taboo mystic classics. It was not only a cultivation technique, but also a weapon. Therefore, even if one obtained the cultivation technique of the three pure ones jade manual, if they did not obtain the three jade manuals individually, they would not be able to condense the three clones and unleash powerful combat strength. The three clones joined the battlefield and reversed the situation in Feng Sitv completely. The three clones and monkey divided the 10 million troops that charged into Feng City into 4 regions, and they could only defend independently. Most importantly, there were no perfected spirit experts in the battlefield of Feng City who could defend against monkey and the three clones. When Long Li saw that, she was invigorated. She circulated her bloodline and blew the dragon horn, gathering the perfected dragons of Feng City to counterattack. Countless dragons scattered in every corner of Feng City sensed the change in the situation as well and began to gather in Long Li's direction. In reality, the perfected spirits of the tomb world already had the intention of retreating. There was only one reason why they were still holding on. After all, they still had an absolute advantage on the battlefield of the kings. As long as the city lord of Feng City died and more than 10 kings descended, Monkey and all those supreme perfected spirits would die. The situation isn't right. We can't hold on any longer. What's there to be afraid of? After King Shi Yuan kills Long Feng, the battlefield here will quickly calm down. However, that green-robed king has already gone over to help Long Feng. That person is only an ordinary king and can't affect the overall situation. Starry Sky's battlefield. Long Feng's dragon body was already covered in injuries from the battle corpses of the other party. Especially the dragon corpse, it caused him the greatest damage. The dragon corpse was refined using a king from the horned dragon lineage. Among the 5 dragon lineages, the horned dragon lineage had the strongest physique and bloodline. After being refined by the Tomb World secret skill of King Shi Yuan, this dragon corpse became even stronger. Coupled with the corpse qi and poison on its body, Long Feng could not defend against it at all. Not only were there a few wounds on his body that could not heal, they had even begun to rot, caused by the dragon corpse. If Long Feng had not summoned his bloodline phenomenon and perfected Grotto Heaven, he would not have been able to defend against it long ago. However, under the continuous attacks of the 10-odd kings, especially the 4 peak kings, his perfected Grotto Heaven was already showing signs of collapse. He could not hold on any longer. Gore! Long Feng roared into the skies with a sorrowful expression. He was indignant. He did not understand. Why would the 10-odd kings and 10 million troops descend on Feng City silently? Why were there no clansmen to reinforce him when he had sent a message back to Illumination Dragon Star long ago? Could Illumination Dragon Star have been attacked as well? Roar! Right then, another dragon roar sounded, emitting endless might and even suppressing his voice. To be precise, it was more like the roar of a dragon. Were the reinforcements of the dragon race finally here? Long Feng was invigorated and hope reignited in his heart. Instinctively, he looked in the direction of the voice and could not help but be slightly STMMD with a puzzled look in his eyes. Immediately after, he felt immense disappointment and his eyes dimmed. The person who let out the dragon roar was the human king who had visited a few days ago. He was just an ordinary king. Although this ordinary king had just killed a peerless king of the tomb world, it was useless even if he joined the battlefield. There would just be another life lost. Sigh! Long Feng sighed deeply in his heart. This is it, then. He had just regained his hope, but it was shattered instantly. Such joy and sorrow had already completely shattered his final mental defense. Cracks appeared in the grotto heaven that was already on the verge of collapse. However, the next moment Long Feng came to a realization. Suddenly, he felt that the pressure around him seemed to have decreased greatly. The attacks of King Shi Yuan and the others seemed to be weakening. Is this an illusion before death? Long Feng smiled bitterly to himself. Right then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a king from the tomb world whose head suddenly slumped. The grotto heavens surrounding him dissipated, and he fell towards Feng City from the starry skies. Long Feng's heart skipped a beat as he focused his gaze. The king of the tomb world had a blank gaze, and a hint of fear seemed to have just appeared on his face. However, his life force was severed, and he was already dead. There were almost no wounds on the king of the tomb world. However, his essence spirit was already shattered in his consciousness. This king of the tomb world was dead? What was going on? Before Long Feng could react, figures fell from the starry skies one after another from the 10-odd kings surrounding him. Without exception, all the kings who fell were dead. Although the people who died were only ordinary kings, such a scene was shocking enough. Half of the originally 10-odd kings died immediately. Apart from Shi Yuan and the 3 other peak kings, there were only 5 supreme kings left on the starry skies battlefield. As for the 5 supreme kings, their faces were pale and blood flowed from their 7 orifices, as though they had suffered a huge impact. The grotto heavens behind them swayed continuously and could collapse at any moment. If one observed carefully, even the 4 peak kings revealed shocked expressions. The ordinary kings were all dead, and the 5 supreme kings were severely injured, unable to attack Long Feng at all. It was precisely because of this that he suddenly felt the pressure decrease. It was not an illusion just now. Could it be that there were clansmen coming to reinforce him? Long Feng looked around but could not see any sign of the dragon race. On the battlefield, there was only the green-robed man who looked a little frail striding over. The strange thing was that the remaining 5 supreme kings were also staring at the green-robed man with fear in their eyes. In fact, the attention of Shi Yuan and the other 3 peak kings had gradually shifted to this person as well. Long Feng felt that he could severely injure or even kill 2 ordinary kings as well if he released the Dragon Roar secret skill while they were unprepared. That was because he was a peak king of the dragon race after all. However, this human cultivator clearly only had a minor grotto heaven. How could he release such a terrifying sound domain secret skill? Furthermore, it was a secret skill of the dragon race. Before he could react, the situation changed again. The green-robed cultivator of the human race seemed to have released a visual technique. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white, emitting a black and white beam of light that landed in the void and formed a slowly spinning yin-yang fish's diagram. The next moment, the human cultivator summoned a jade-green horsetail whip and stirred it slightly in the yin-yang fishes before writing 12 mysterious runes rapidly in the starry skies. The 6-ding 6-jia augmentation shall disperse all spirits and ghosts. The next moment, 12 heavenly gods with powerful auras descended. With spears in their hands, 6 men and 6 women charged towards the 4 peak kings. This should be a secret skill to summon puppets. Long Feng murmured internally. However, before long, his expression changed. These 12 puppets, the 6-ding 6-jia gods, were condensed from the power of yin and yang. They did not have blood chi, essence spirits, or grotto heavens and could not release any divine powers or secret skills. However, the combat strength that the bodies of the 6-ding 6-jia gods could unleash was the same as the essence spirit realm of their master. After entering the grotto heaven realm, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit increased exponentially, and his essence spirit cultivation realm was already comparable to a perfected grotto heaven. This meant that the 6-ding 6-jia gods he released now displayed the combat strength of a peak king in melee combat. The 12 heavenly gods dispersed rapidly. Every peak king had to face the attacks of 3 heavenly gods. The 4 peak kings sensed how terrifying the 6-ding 6-jia gods were as well and had grim expressions. With a thought, they hurriedly summoned their battle corpses back to their sides. Among the 4 peak kings, 3 of them were kings of the tomb world with weak physiques and bloodlines. Without the protection of a battle corpse, They could not even defeat a single one of the 6 Jia gods in melee combat. Although the remaining king had a stronger physique than the other 3 peak kings of the 3 realms, he could not defend against the combined attacks of 3 heavenly gods as well. The situation was reversed when the 12 6 Jia gods were released. Cultivators of the tomb world possessed battle corpses that had powerful physiques and were not afraid of death. They were indeed tricky to deal with. However, in Su Zimo's opinion, the flaws of the tomb world cultivators were huge as well. In fact, Su Zimo did not even continue attacking. He merely stood in the starry skies battlefield with his hands behind his back, watching this scene calmly with an indifferent expression. The 12 heavenly gods controlled their unique offensive methods and were extremely sharp with tacit cooperation. In fact, Su Zimo did not even have to spend much effort to control the entire combat process. With just a thought, the 6 Jia gods would fight on their own and unleash their combat strength to the limits. The 3 peak kings of the tomb world thought that they could shatter the 6 Jia gods with their battle corpses. However, they still underestimated the power of the secret skill. Although it was the strongest secret skill in the primordial unity section of the Taboo Mystic Classic, the technique reserve, the 6 Jia gods had many flaws as well. However, in some aspects, the 12 heavenly gods had many innate advantages as well. For example, the essence spirit secret skills released by peak kings would not cause any damage to the 6 Jia gods. The corpse chi and poison on the battle corpses could not injure the 6 Jia gods at all. The 6 Jia gods were condensed from the power of yin and yang. The source of this power came from the 2 divine stones, illumination and nether glow. The power of yin and yang released by the 2 divine stones was pure and condensed, impervious to poison and filth. The strength of the battle corpse was that it was unafraid of death and pain. In this regard, it was the same for the 6 Jia gods as well. It could be said that the battle corpses of the 3 peak kings of the tomb world could not gain any advantage against the 6 Jia gods. This battle was more like a massacre. A heavenly god fought with the battle corpse. The remaining 2 heavenly gods surrounded the peak king of the tomb world and killed him in less than 10 breaths. With the death of the 3 peak kings of the tomb world, their battle corpses rotted and turned into pus, losing their combat strength. If the 3 peak kings of the tomb world had the protection of their perfected grotto heavens, it would be difficult for the 6 Jia gods to injure them. However, they were bent on killing Long Feng and did not recall their perfected grotto heavens as they underestimated the strength of the 6 Jia gods. When he saw that, the peak king who headed forward was scared out of his wits. How could he dare to stay here any longer? He hurriedly recalled his perfected grotto heaven and was prepared to escape. In less than 10 breaths, the situation of the battle had changed. Ordinary kings were shocked to death by Su Zimo I's shout. The 5 supreme kings were also severely injured and had yet to catch their breath. They only looked at the massacre not far away in shock. With the death of 3 peak kings of the tomb world, the pressure on Long Feng decreased. The only grotto heaven that was suppressing him was that peak king's grotto heaven. Initially, cracks had already appeared in Long Feng's perfected grotto heaven, and it was about to collapse. Now that he had a chance to catch his breath, his gaze intensified and flames burned in his eyes once more. He channeled his essence spirit to stabilize his grotto heaven and counterattacked at the same time. If it Weiseonan won battle, that peak king would not be Long Feng's match at all. Before his grotto heaven could be recalled, it was suppressed by Long Feng's perfected grotto heaven and swayed. As for the other 12 heavenly gods, they had already charged towards him. Their spears danced and their swords were sharp. In the blink of an eye, the peak king was slashed into bloody fragments by the 12 heavenly gods. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. The 12 heavenly gods did not stop and turned to kill the remaining 5 supreme kings. The 5 supreme kings had just been severely injured. Against 12 heavenly gods who possessed the combat strength of peak kings and Long Feng, they could not defend at all. They wailed at the side and were buried in the starry skies with blood spilling all over Feng City. At that moment, there was a short pause in the battlefield of Feng City that was initially filled with killing sounds. Countless gazes were shocked when they saw that. On the dragon race's side, things were still fine. Apart from being shocked, they were more motivated. As for the 10 million troops of the tomb world, their faces were ashen as though they had lost their parents. Dead. They were all dead. The moment the green-robed man of the human race ascended to the starry skies, more than 10 kings were wiped out in less than 10 breaths. What just happened? In fact, many cultivators in the Tomb World army could not believe the scene before them. How could this be? Where did that human king come from? What were the methods of the 12 terrifying and cold heavenly gods? They no longer had the chance to know the answer. On the battlefield of the kings, no matter which side won, it would affect the entire situation. The original plan of the Tomb World was to kill everyone. Now that the dragon race was victorious, not many of these cultivators could leave Feng City alive either. This was the cruelty of world wars. When he saw that the situation was settled, Su Zimo recalled the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods and returned to Feng City. That's enough. Su Zimo arrived beside Monkey and greeted. Monkey was in the midst of killing and was a little unhappy to be stopped by Su. However, he did not say anything. He put away the emperor weapon of combat and followed beside Su Zimo. Together with Long Ran, they bid farewell to Long Feng. Brother Su, thank you for your help this time round. Long Feng cupped his fists in thanks to Su Zimo. If not for you, the hundreds of thousands of dragons of Feng City would have been doomed. Even I wouldn't have been able to escape death. From now on, your MV benefactor, Su Zimo said. City Lord, you speak too highly of me. I was just doing it in passing. Su Zimo said it casually. However, Long Feng had a conflicted expression and smiled bitterly. He really could not see through Su Zimo. Earlier on, Su Zimo was indeed just doing it in passing. He merely casually roared and released a puppet secret skill. However, with just 2 moves, the 10-odd kings were completely wiped out. City Lord. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. The sudden attack of the Tomb World army is way too strange. There's still no response from Illumination Dragonstar. You should go back and take a look. There's no need. Long Feng waved it off with a firm expression. Dragon King Illumination and dozens of Dragon Kings preside over Illumination Dragonstar. There won't be any major problems. Furthermore, I have to guard Feng City and the Formation I can't leave casually. Pausing for a moment, Long Feng looked at the Tomb World army that was fleeing outside the starry skies with a cold expression. Moreover, there are still these ants that haven't been killed. Su Zimo frowned. He had a nagging feeling that the sudden arrival of the Tomb World army was not as simple as it looked now. The Tomb World belonged to the Alliance army of the Parasol Tree World. Logically speaking, the Parasol Tree World should be the main force in such a battle. Why did super-large worlds like the Parasol Tree World and Blood World not appear during this ambush of Feng City? In fact, there was not even a single cultivator. Under the circumstances that Illumination Dragonstar could send reinforcements at any moment, weren't 10-odd kings a little too few to attack Feng City? Even if they could take it down, the dragon race could take back Feng City at any time without any backup plans. What was the use of such a surprise attack? Su Zimo vaguely felt that something was amiss. However, seeing that Long Feng had already made up his mind, he was only an outsider after all and could not persuade him further. Brother Su, don't worry. As though he could tell that Su Zimo was worried, Long Feng said, these cultivators of the Tomb World should be here to test the waters this time round. I'll send a few people back to Illumination Dragonstar later and report the situation here. As long as Illumination Dragonstar is on guard, things should be fine. Longly said in a deep voice, City Lord, I'll make a trip to Illumination Dragonstar and take a look at the situation there. If there's any news, I'll send you a message at any time. That's even better. Long Feng nodded. I don't have enough manpower on my side yet. It'll save me the trouble of sending people over. The teleportation formation in Feng City needed to be repaired and they had to chase after the fleeing Tomb World army. He had to check the coiling dragon formation personally to see if there was any problem. Brother Su, are you guys leaving too? Long Li looked at Su Zimo. Initially, Su Zimo and the other 2 were already prepared to leave. However, they stayed until now because of the sudden change. The situation in Feng City was set and Su Zimo had initially planned to leave. However, when he heard that Long Li wanted to head to Illumination Dragonstar, he frowned and hesitated. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "I'll accompany you to Illumination Dragonstar. The teleportation formation is already broken and I can tear through the void to bring you there. That will save a lot of time. We can leave at any time. It doesn't matter if we wait for a moment." "All right," Long Li smiled. "If you accompany me to Illumination Dragonstar, we can meet Dragon King Illumination together. When he finds out about this, he'll definitely thank you heavily. When the time comes, don't decline." Su Zimo merely smiled indifferently and did not comment. There were some things he did not say explicitly. Long Feng sent a message to Illumination Dragonstar, but there was no response. In his opinion, there were only two possibilities. Firstly, there was a problem with the messenger talisman. Secondly, there was a problem on Illumination Dragonstar. Su Zimo was unwilling to get involved in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. However, he had known Long Li for many years and he was still worried. That was the reason why he took the initiative to send her back. If there was nothing wrong with Illumination Dragonstar, it would not be too late for them to leave. "Brother Su, thank you." Long Feng bade farewell to Su Zimo with cupped fists. Thereafter, he turned around and led the Dragon Race army to hunt down the remaining Tomb World cultivators in Feng City. Su Zimo streaked through the void casually, revealing a crack as he led Monkey, Long Ran and Long Li into the spatial tunnel. In less than 10 breaths, the four of them arrived near Illumination Dragon from the outside. There was nothing unusual about Illumination Dragonstar. The moment the four of them appeared, a Dragon King on Illumination Dragonstar sensed something and soared immediately. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the four of them. Outsiders. When the Dragon King saw Su Zimo and Monkey, his expression turned cold and a killing intent burst forth from his eyes. He wanted to kill. Dragon King Flame. When Long Li saw that the situation was bad, she couldn't care less about etiquette and berated hurriedly. "They're benefactors of the dragon race. How dare you?" "Benefactors." Dragon King Flame raised his brows and swept his spirit consciousness across Su Zimo and Monkey. Immediately after, he sneered, "How can a human and a monkey be the benefactors of the dragon race?" Long Li shouted. Feng City was ambushed by the Tomb World earlier on. If not for Brother Su and Brother Yuan, hundreds of thousands of clansmen would have been slaughtered mercilessly. Shouldn't they be considered benefactors to the dragon race? Dragon King Flame narrowed his eyes slightly and his expression changed. "How did you guys know that the Tomb World attacked Feng City?" Long Li said, "We came from Feng City." Right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not say a word. However, at that moment, he suddenly asked, "You didn't know that Feng City was attacked?" "No idea." After some hesitation, Dragon King Flame replied coldly. Su Zimo remained calm and merely looked at him deeply. Dragon King Flame was not telling the truth. If he did not know that Feng City was attacked and suddenly heard the news from Long Li, he should have asked how Feng City was and what was going on with the Tomb World's surprise attack. However, what he was most concerned about earlier on was how Long Li knew about this. That reaction proved that he already knew about this. Furthermore, when he heard Long Li say that they had just arrived from Feng City, a look of surprise flashed through Dragon King Flame's eyes. "I'm not talking to you anymore. I want to see Dragon King Illumination." Long Li harumphed before suddenly broadcasting a voice transmission to Illumination Dragonstar, shouting, "Dragon King Illumination. Lear requests an audience." Su Zimo praised internally. That was a very smart move by Long Li. She should have sensed something amiss too. At that moment, Dragon King Flame suddenly smiled. "Lear, come over." Right then, an old voice sounded from the depths of Illumination Dragonstar. When Long Li heard that voice, she heaved a sigh of relief and looked towards Su Zimo, nodding. Long Mo descended on Illumination Dragonstar with Su Zimo, Monkey and Long Ran and headed straight for Dragon King Illumination's palace. Dragon King Flame did not stop them. He merely hung behind the four of them with a mocking smile. Su Zimo frowned slightly in deep thought. "Brother Su, there should be something wrong with Dragon King Flame." Right then, Long Li sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. I suspect that City Lord Long Feng's message was intercepted by him. But why? Long Li's voice was filled with confusion. Why is Dragon King Flame doing this? Why did he betray his clansmen? Could it be that he has some difficulties? Long Li was still unwilling to believe this. Su Zimo said, "Everything will be clear when we meet Dragon King Illumination." Before long, Su Zimo and the other three arrived in front of Dragon King Illumination's palace. The moment they stepped into the main hall, they felt a heat wave surge towards them. The majestic hall was built above a volcano. Hot lava flowed beneath its feet and bubbles rose as boulders floated on it. In the middle of the hall sat a red-robed old man with scarlet hair and slightly white sideburns. The red-robed old man sat in the middle with a burning gaze and a dignified aura. Under the illumination of the lava beneath his feet, his face was flushed and he was clearly at his peak. Long Li and the other three stood on a huge boulder and floated forward slowly under the flowing lava. Dragon King Flame did not follow them in and merely stood at the entrance of the hall. "Greetings, Dragon King Illumination." Long Li went forward and bowed. As the supreme perfected spirit of the dragon race, and her mother was Dragon Queen Hornless, who was on par with Dragon King Illumination, Dragon King Illumination was naturally familiar with her. "There's no need for formalities." Dragon King Illumination nodded slightly before shifting his gaze to Su Zimo and Monkey. "Outsiders." Dragon King Illumination murmured softly with an expressionless face. "I'm Su Zimo." "Greetings, Dragon King Illumination." Su Zimo greeted calmly in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Dragon King Illumination did not reply and merely glanced at Su Zimo indifferently. Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly, not minding. Although there was a difference in status between the two of them, he was a Grotto Heaven King after all. It was understandable for him to greet Dragon King Illumination simply without any formalities. When Monkey saw that, he was displeased and chuckled, not even bothering to greet at all. Since this person was being rude, why should he bother about the latter's status? Long Ran was a member of the dragon race after all and was worried that Su Zimo and Monkey would offend Dragon King Illumination because of this. He hurriedly went forward and knelt down. Long Li went forward as well. Dragon King Illumination, 10-odd kings of the Tomb World, led an army of 10 million and just attacked Feng City. Thankfully Brother Su and the others helped so that Feng City did not fall. "Oh!" When Dragon King Illumination heard that, his expression finally changed. How can an ordinary king of the human race defend Feng City against 10-odd kings of the Tomb World? "It's absolutely true," Long Li said in a deep voice. When it happened, City Lord Long Feng sent a message back immediately. However, Illumination Dragon Star did not seem to have received any news. At that point, Long Li looked at Dragon King Illumination. That statement was as good as a question. However, Dragon King Illumination was expressionless and silent. Long Li took a deep breath of air. "I suspect that someone on Illumination Dragon Star intercepted City Lord Long Feng's message without permission and hid the information." As she said that, Long Li looked at Dragon King Flame, who was guarding the entrance of the hall, and gritted her teeth. "Dragon King Illumination, I suspect that this matter is related to Dragon King Flame. Please investigate this thoroughly, Dragon King Illumination." "Foo-foo?" When Dragon King Flame heard Long Li's accusation, he merely chuckled without panicking or even retorting. When Su Zimo saw that, he narrowed his eyes. Initially, he thought that Dragon King Flame had revealed a flaw because he was careless previously. It was only at that moment that he was truly certain that Dragon King Flame seemed even more fearless. What was his backing? Su Zimo's heart sank when he thought of a possibility. However, he remained calm and did not reveal any abnormalities. Right then, Dragon King Illumination said slowly, "Lear, after such a huge matter happened, you suspected your clansmen immediately but not the two outsiders beside you?" "Huh." Long Li was stunned for a moment and said instinctively, "Brother Su and the others are my friends. Thankfully, we had Brother Su's help this time round to protect Feng City. Why would I suspect them?" "Lear, you're still too naive. Dragon King Illumination shook his head gently. Could it be a coincidence that the Tomb World attacked Feng City the moment these two outsiders appeared? Those who are not of our race will definitely have different intentions. Over the years, how many outsiders have betrayed us? Lear, you've already led a wolf into your house without knowing it. Longley looked at Dragon King Illumination in disbelief and argued, "That's impossible. I saw the battle earlier on with my own eyes. There's no way Brother Su and the others have anything to do with the Tomb World." Dragon King Illumination? Are you suspecting me? Longley was angry and frustrated and was a little anxious. Dragon King Illumination said indifferently, "It's not that I suspect you, it's just that you're too young and inexperienced, so you're easily bewitched by outsiders. Furthermore, what you see might not be true." Longley was of the dragon race after all, and there were some things that she might not have thought of. Or rather, she might not dare to think in those directions. However, as an outsider, Su Zimo had already begun to suspect Dragon King Illumination. If Dragon King Illumination did not know that the news had been intercepted by Dragon King Flame, his behavior earlier on was way too calm. When he heard that Feng City was attacked and almost lost, it was way too abnormal for him to not care about his clansmen. If Dragon King Flame's backing was Dragon King Illumination in front of them, that would explain his earlier behavior easily. Of course, even Su Zimo could not really believe it. Less than that, he could not understand why one of the notorious 5 great Dragon Kings of the medium Kaihakasm, Dragon King Illumination, would betray the dragon race. Even an outsider like him could have such a feeling, let alone Longley. That thought was way too bold. Longley still tried her best to argue, and was even a little angry as she shouted Dragon King Illumination. "Not all outsiders have ulterior motives. If you don't believe me, summon City Lord Long Feng now. He will naturally explain it to you as well." Monkey could not take it anymore and was so angry that he was smoking. He scratched his ears and cheeks, feeling uncomfortable. Suddenly, Su Zimo raised his voice and said, "Dragon King Illumination, since you don't believe me, it would seem like we're asking for trouble if we stay here. I'll take my leave now." Thereafter, Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to Long Li with his spirit consciousness immediately. "Long Li, leave now and return to the Hornless Dragon Star to look for your mother immediately. Report everything that happened today, including everything in Dragon King Illumination's palace truthfully." Su Zimo's tone was solemn and even carried a hint of urging. Long Li's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. Right then, a calm voice sounded from the hall. "Who gave you permission to leave?" Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and glared at Dragon King Illumination in silence. Monkey's eyes were bloodshot and his aura turned berserk. Long Li and Long Rant's expressions changed when they heard that. Long Li asked in a deep voice, "Dragon King Illumination? What do you mean?" Brother Su and the others came here with the intention of leaving with Long Ran to begin with. They had no intention of getting involved in this battle. Brother Su just stood in to save hundreds of thousands of clansmen of Feng City, and you want to keep him here just because he's an outsider? Long Li's tone was already questioning. Dragon King Illumination's expression was still indifferent. "The matter of the attack on Feng City has yet to be resolved. Once I find out the truth, I'll naturally let them leave." Long Ran went forward and bowed. "Dragon King Illumination, I'm a member of the dragon race after all and can stay. However, what happened today has nothing to do with the two of them. King, please allow them to leave." "Fu-fu," Dragon King Illumination said coolly. "Do you think they can come and go as they please in my dragon world?" The threat in those words was extremely strong. Long Li and Long Rant's expressions changed. When Su Zimo heard that, he merely shook his head gently and said indifferently, "If I want to leave, no one can stop me indeed. You can try." Dragon King Illumination's tone was cold. In just a few words, the two of them were already at daggers drawn. Su Zimo was unwilling to get involved in this battle of the dragons and phoenixes. However, if anyone wanted to target him, they would have chosen the wrong person. There was definitely a huge problem with the dragon race. Right now, Illumination Dragon Star was no longer a good place and they had to leave as soon as possible. "Brother Su, don't be rash." Long Li sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness hurriedly and reminded Su Zimo, "This is Illumination Dragon Star, not Feng City. Once Dragon King Illumination attacks, you won't even be able to leave this hall, let alone Illumination Dragon Star." As one of the 5 great Dragon Kings, Dragon King Illumination's combat strength was naturally at the top of the Dragon Kings. It was far stronger than the 4 Peak Kings of the Tomb World that Su Zimo faced in the battle in Feng City. In Long Li's opinion, the most important reason why Su Zimo could unleash an extremely terrifying combat strength in the Battle of Feng City was because of his puppet secret skill that happened to counter the battle corpses of the Tomb World Kings. Furthermore, City Lord Long Feng was there to restrain them back then. Now that he was facing a Peak King like Dragon King Illumination, Su Zimo had no chance of winning even if he released that puppet secret skill again. "Let's go." Ignoring the threat of Dragon King Illumination, Su Zimo called out and left with Monkey, Long Ran and Long Li, heading out of the hall. Monkey had seen Su Zimo's methods before and spat at Dragon King Illumination with a disdainful expression before he left without hesitation. Long Ran and Long Li's faces were pale. Although Long Ran knew that Su Zimo had the martial Dao Prime body backing him, he knew nothing about the methods of the latter. In his opinion, the martial Dao Prime body was far away in the great wilderness and could not be reached. It was truly irrational for him to have a conflict with Dragon King Illumination now. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." Dragon King Illumination's gaze intensified as he suddenly attacked. Initially, he was hundreds of feet away from Su Zimo. However, when he raised his arm, in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a thick and powerful dragon arm covered in dragon scales that tore through the air. A gigantic and ferocious dragon claw descended from the skies, emitting a suffocating, terrifying might. Even with Monkey's powerful bloodline, he was suppressed and could not move against King Illumination Dragon. The difference between the two of them was too great, an entire major cultivation realm. No matter how strong Monkey's bloodline was, it was difficult to make up for it. "No!" Long Li exclaimed. Long Ran had a nervous expression. Dragon King Flame, who was guarding the door, crossed his arms and watched the scene calmly with a smile. Dragon King Illumination had no intention of holding back at all. The moment he attacked, he wanted to kill Su Zimo and Monkey on the spot. Sensing the killing intent behind him, Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly, with his back facing King Illumination Dragon. Buzz! A sword hum sounded and a green sword beam flashed. Su Zimo did not turn around and did not even look. When the gigantic dragon claw was almost about to descend, he summoned the duckweed sword and slashed back. Clang! The sword seemed to have stabbed something extremely hard, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The immense impact made Su Zimo shudder and his blood chi surged. As expected of one of the 5 great Dragon Kings, Dragon King Illumination reacted too quickly. Sensing the sharpness of the duckweed sword, King Illumination Dragon's dragon claw changed direction slightly and met the edge of the duckweed sword with its sharp claws. "What a great sword!" Dragon King Illumination praised internally. If an ordinary Grotto Heaven spirit treasure was touched by his dragon claw, it would almost shatter and turn into scrap metal. However, the sharpness of the sword was not damaged at all, and the sword beam was even stronger. Suddenly, Dragon King Illumination's expression changed. Suddenly, he sensed a huge danger. "This is bad." Dragon King Illumination's heart sank. His lifespan was draining rapidly. It was too fast. The moment he sensed it, his lifespan had already decreased by 100,000 years. Originally, he was already starting to decline from his peak. Now that he had lost 100,000 years of his lifespan, the change in him was extremely obvious. His temples were already gray, and even his scarlet hair was losing its color and vitality rapidly. When Su Zimo slashed back earlier on, he released a peerless divine power, Fleeting Moment. The Dermic Tao that synthesized the Dawn Bell and Twilight Drum could cause a huge impact and threat to kings. Of course, that was on the premise that the king was unprepared or did not release his Grotto Heaven. Boom! Dragon King Illumination established a Grotto Heaven immediately. When the Dermic Tao of his Grotto Heaven descended on him, It removed the power of fleeting moment and his lifespan stopped decreasing. As expected of Dragon King Illumination, Su Zimo did not manage to kill him despite his careful calculations. At that moment, Su Zimo had already turned around. However, his attack this time round infuriated Dragon King Illumination completely. Die! Dragon King Illumination's glabella shone, and his spirit consciousness surged wildly. In his anger, he summoned an Essence Spirit secret skill and charged towards Su Zimo. He wanted to use the Essence Spirit of a Peak King to kill Su Zimo directly. Dragon King Illumination's Essence Spirit condensed a dragon scale in midair, emitting a terrifying aura. Dragons had reverse scales, and anyone who touched them would definitely die. Su Zimo had cultivated the same dragon scale secret skill before and naturally knew how terrifying this dragon scale was. His Essence Spirit realm was on par with Dragon King Illumination. If he released the dragon scale secret skill as well, it would be difficult to determine the outcome of the Essence Spirit battle between the two of them. In fact, there might even be an internecine outcome. Instantly, Su Zimo channeled his Essence Spirit and condensed a dermic seal. "Brother Su, don't touch that dragon scale." When Longli saw that, she reminded hurriedly. As though he did not hear anything, Su Zimo continued forming his seal. His dermic seal was mysterious and complicated, filled with Buddhist dermic zen. At that moment, Su Zimo's aura changed. He lowered his head with a solemn expression, like a Buddha sitting cross-legged. This was the first time Su Zimo released this Essence Spirit secret skill. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra was known as the #1 taboo mystic classic for spirit refinement. Apart from a sutra for cultivation, there were also 3 mysterious dermic seals. Su Zimo had long comprehended the first 2 dermic seals, impermanence and no self. As for the last dermic seal, Su Zimo comprehended it after more than 200 years of seclusion on the path to heaven. The dermic seal was called Nirvana Silence. It was also the only Essence Spirit secret skill among the 3 dermic seals. Su Zimo controlled many Essence Spirit secret skills. However, at that moment, it was difficult for the other Essence Spirit secret skills to gain the upper hand against King Illumination Dragon's reverse scale. Only Nirvana Silence could suppress Dragon King Illumination's reverse scale. When the dermic seal was released, it could cause the other party's Essence Spirit to transcend and silence everything. Everything, including the life force, bloodline, would be destroyed. A golden dermic seal was released silently from Su Zimo's glabella. Wherever it passed, everything returned to silence. In the blink of an eye, the dermic seal collided with the reverse scale. Humph! When he saw that, Dragon King Illumination sneered. It was over. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would definitely die. Even if they were of the same cultivation realm and the Essence Spirit secret skill fought against his reverse scale, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. However, before long, the smile on Dragon King Illumination's face disappeared and was replaced by a look of surprise. How could this be? The collision of the 2 Essence Spirit secret skills did not make any sound. However, it was extremely dangerous and the surrounding void was shattered. After a short pause, the light of the reverse scale gradually dimmed. Cracks appeared on the reverse scale. The golden dermic seal swayed continuously and the golden light was dim. However, it was still intact. Right then, Dragon King Illumination felt his Essence Spirit suffer a huge impact and was almost shaken out of his temple. Against such an impact, the grotto heaven that King Illumination Dragon had just condensed showed signs of collapsing as well. Right then, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he had already arrived. Dragon King Illumination's Essence Spirit was way too powerful. Even if Nirvana Silence had the upper hand, Su Zimo could not kill him. Even so, Dragon King Illumination still revealed a huge flaw. He had a blank expression from the impact of the Nirvana Silence seal, and his perfected grotto heaven almost dissipated. When Su Zimo approached, the duckweed sword flashed and stabbed towards the glabella of Dragon King Illumination. A single slash was enough to kill Dragon King Illumination on the spot. However, when the sword beam of the duckweed sword pierced through Dragon King Illumination's glabella, Su Zimo thought of something and he changed his mind at the last minute, retracting the duckweed sword. Immediately, he strode forward and took advantage of the moment when Dragon King Illumination's grotto heaven collapsed to reveal an opening. He extended his palm and landed on the top of Dragon King Illumination's head, capturing his essence spirit. On the one hand, Dragon King Illumination had a high and special status in the dragon race and controlled the entire Illumination dragon domain. His betrayal was extremely harmful and influential to the dragon race. There was definitely an extremely important secret hidden in his memories. On the other hand, Su Zimo wanted to see why, as Dragon King Illumination, he had come to this point and even betrayed the dragon race. Of course, the success rate of using the soul-searching art on such a peak king was extremely low. Long Li and Long Ran were dumbfounded. Their brains could not keep up for a moment. In a flash, Dragon King Illumination was captured alive by Su Zimo and his essence spirit was imprisoned. Outsider, what are you trying to do? Dragon King Illumination's essence spirit was imprisoned in Su Zimo's palm and shouted fiercely. Soul search. Su Zimo did not say anything to Dragon King Illumination and wanted to use the soul-searching art right away. Suddenly, Su Zimo sensed something amiss and looked over with rapt attention. Another powerful and evil power burst forth from Dragon King Illumination's essence spirit. A dark green light shone on the essence spirit of Dragon King Illumination. This is a curse? When Su Zimo saw that, his heart skipped a beat and he thought of something else immediately. A similar situation had happened to the essence spirits of the two-horse monkey emperors who died in the hands of the martial Tao prime body. On Long Li's side, she noticed that as well and frowned, muttering softly, Dragon King Illumination is cursed? When did this happen? After the cursed power appeared, before Su Zimo could start soul-searching, Dragon King Illumination's essence spirit exploded and was destroyed on the spot, dead. Dragon King Illumination, one of the 5 great dragon kings, died just like that in an unknown manner. Su Zimo's expression was dark in thought. Although he did not obtain any memories from Dragon King Illumination, the appearance of the curse power earlier on could confirm some things. King Illumination Dragon's betrayal might not have been his intention, and he might have been threatened by the curse. To prevent his soul from being searched, the curse detonated Dragon King Illumination's essence spirit. That's not right. Longli shook her head repeatedly with a puzzled expression and murmured, even if Dragon King Illumination is cursed, he shouldn't have betrayed the dragon race. Not to mention him, even ordinary dragons would not do anything to harm the dragon race even if they died under coercion. Furthermore, this is Dragon King Illumination who has a firm Tao heart. Dragon King Illumination once made countless contributions to the dragon race. How could he submit to a curse? Su Zimo said in a deep voice, no matter what, King Illumination Dragon's betrayal must be related to the witch race. Only members of the witch race could release such an evil and powerful curse. Furthermore, even his grade 12 green lotus true body felt a trace of fear and was extremely resistant to the curse. Su Zimo continued, in that case, the sudden arrival of the Tomb World army in Feng City should be because Dragon King Illumination was helping them. Dragon King Illumination was in charge of the Illumination Dragon domain and was familiar with everything here. It was not difficult for him to let the Tomb World army in. Long Li nodded. The 10-odd kings of the Tomb World were fearless and dared to attack Feng City because they knew long ago that Illumination Dragon Star would not provide reinforcements. It's fortunate that you were here, Brother Su. Otherwise, Feng City would have been captured. Su Zimo thought for a moment. Apart from Dragon King Illumination, the question now is whether there are any other Dragon Kings or dragons on Illumination Dragon Star who are cursed and have already betrayed the dragon race. It's very likely that Dragon King Flame has already betrayed the dragon race as well. Long Ran said, where's Dragon King Flame? Suddenly, Monkey frowned and asked. Their attention earlier on was on Dragon King Illumination. Unknowingly, Dragon King Flame had already left. This is bad. Long Li seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed softly. Immediately after, dragon roars sounded outside Dragon King Illumination's palace, filled with anger and killing intent. Terrifying Dragon King auras burst forth from Illumination Dragon Star, and descended around Dragon King Illumination's palace in the blink of an eye, surrounding the place tightly. Dozens of Dragon Kings entered the hall with murderous auras. Dragon King Flame was among them and was looking at Su Zimo and the others mockingly. Su Zimo understood on second thought as well. When Dragon King Flame saw that Dragon King Illumination had just died, he did not go forward to take revenge. Instead, he left immediately and spread the news. Dragon King Illumination had died in the hands of an outsider. Just that sentence alone was enough to incite the anger of all the Dragon Kings. Without needing to attack, Dragon King Flame could borrow the power of the other Dragon Kings on Illumination Dragonstar to kill Su Zimo. Furthermore, it was difficult for Su Zimo to explain this clearly. Dragon King Illumination was already dead, and there was still the aura of his essence spirit in his palm. The dozens of Dragon Kings could sense it clearly. The Dragon Kings looked at Su Zimo murderously, as though they could tear him into pieces. Dragon Kings, please calm down. There's a misunderstanding. When Longli saw that, she hurried forward and stood in front of Su Zimo, shouting, "Longli, you lured a wolf into our midst and got Dragon King Illumination killed. Now, you're even trying to defend this human. Do you know of your serious sins?" Before Longli could continue, Dragon King Flame shouted and interrupted her. "You're talking nonsense." Longli berated. Dragon King Illumination was cursed and betrayed the dragon race. He was discovered by us but died because he wanted to silence us. Fufu. Dragon King Flame sneered. Longli, you're really crazy to say such things. As one of the 5 great dragon kings of the dragon race, Dragon King Illumination is the oldest and the most loyal old guard of the dragon race. He has made countless contributions. How could he betray the dragon race? Even if he's cursed and threatened, Dragon King Illumination will definitely not compromise. He would rather commit suicide than hurt the dragon race. When the dozens of Dragon Kings heard Longli's accusations, they felt that it was extremely ridiculous and sneered as well. Would Dragon King Illumination betray the dragon race? If Dragon King Illumination betrayed them, the Illumination Dragon domain would cease to exist. Longli, I didn't expect you to do such a thing and collude with outsiders to kill Dragon King Illumination. Longli, tell us, does this matter have anything to do with Dragon Queen Hornless? Humph. If not for Dragon Queen Hornless backing her up, would a perfected spirit like her have the guts? With a few words, the Dragon Kings immediately targeted Dragon Queen Hornless. Longli was still young after all. Against the accusations of dozens of Dragon Kings, her mind was in chaos and she was so anxious that she was about to cry. Why, you're framing me. This has nothing to do with Brother Su or my mother. Longli's explanation was truly weak and her voice trembled slightly with a hint of tears. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Ever since dozens of Dragon Kings entered, he had not spoken or explained. Initially, he did not want to get involved in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Even now that he was forced into it, he could not be bothered to explain himself either. He could come and go as he pleased on Illumination Dragonstar. After releasing the primordial unity Yin Yang escape, the dozens of Dragon Kings around him could not stop him at all. But now, Longli was standing in front of him, trying her best to defend him. She glared at the dozens of Dragon Kings as tears welled up in her reddened eyes. Su Zimo could not bear to see her like this. Among the dozens of Dragon Kings, a few of them hesitated when they saw Longli looking so pitiful, pursing her lips with tears in her eyes. Longli had a pitiful background and lost her father at a young age. Many of the dozens of Dragon Kings had watched Longli grow up and were unwilling to believe that Longli would betray the dragon race and plot against Dragon King Illumination. This human is only an ordinary king. How can he injure Dragon King Illumination? Peak Dragon King frowned. Another Dragon King pondered as well. Why don't we discuss this matter at length? In any case, this person won't be able to escape. Let's inform Dragon Island first. Dragon Island was the center of the dragon world and was surrounded by the 5 dragon domains. Only Dragon Kings and Dragon Emperors were qualified to ascend Dragon Island. When Dragon King Flame saw that the situation had changed, he said hurriedly, "Due to Longli, Dragon King Illumination was caught off guard and was ambushed by this human king. That's not true. Longly shouted. Dragon King Illumination attacked Brother Su first, and it was a killing move. Brother Su only counterattacked out of helplessness. Furthermore, Brother Su was not the one who killed Dragon King Illumination. He merely captured his essence spirit and wanted to search his soul. In the end, he triggered the curse power inside, causing Dragon King Illumination's essence spirit to self-destruct. Foo-foo? Dragon King Flame sneered. What a sharp-tongued girl. Dragon King Illumination is already dead and can't prove his innocence. You can say whatever you want. Dragon King Illumination is dead, but there's someone who isn't. Right then, Su Zimo, who had been silent in the hall the entire time, suddenly spoke faintly. Those words were said without rhyme or reason, and the Dragon Kings did not understand what they meant for a moment. Suddenly, right in front of everyone, Su Zimo's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Dragon King Flame instantly. He extended his arm and reached towards the top of Dragon King Flame's head. Brazen! How dare you! A series of angry shouts sounded from the hall. This time round, the dozens of Dragon Kings were truly enraged. None of them expected that this human would want to attack and injure someone right under their noses. Throughout history, when had any outsiders been so arrogant in the territory of the dragon race? Dozens of Dragon Kings attacked one after another, wanting to suppress Su Zimo on the spot. At the side, Long Ran was shocked. Right now, he was in a dilemma. He did not want Su Zimo to be accused. However, he did not want Su Zimo to become enemies with the dragon race either. Roar! Right then, Su Zimo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. The Dragon Roar secret skill was based on the Azure Dragon Roar and synthesized with many sound domain secret skills. There was even a terrifying and majestic thunderclap mixed within. Some of the dozens of Dragon Kings reacted extremely quickly and released their Dragon Roar secret skills to defend against it immediately. Some Dragon Kings were confident in their powerful physiques and bloodlines, and were fearless as they charged towards Su Zimo against the sound domain secret skill. Under normal circumstances, with the physique and bloodline of the dragon race, it was not a big deal for them to defend against a sound domain secret skill of experts of the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, in their eyes, Su Zimo was only an ordinary king of the human race. His cultivation realm was much inferior to theirs, let alone his physique and bloodline. However, the next moment, the expressions of the Dragon Kings who chose to take it head-on changed drastically. 10-odd Supreme Dragon Kings grunted and felt the blood chi in their chests surge. Their eyeballs were bloodshot, their ears buzzed, and their vision turned black. Even the Peak Dragon Kings paused slightly. The remaining Dragon King experts stopped for a moment as well when they defended against the sound domain secret skill. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo and Dragon King Flame had already exchanged blows. The dozens of Dragon Kings did not expect that Su Zimo would dare to attack him under the gazes of the dragons. By the time they reacted, Su Zimo had already closed in and extended his arm, palm hanging above Dragon King Flame's head. Dragon King Flame did not have time to think. He circulated the bloodline in his body and propped up a grotto heaven at the same time. However, the next moment, Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill erupted. The distance between the two was way too close. Dragon King Flame shuddered before his grotto heaven could condense. His blood chi was almost dissipated. At the critical moment, he could only raise his arms above his head, wanting to block Su Zimo's descending palm. As long as he could stall for a moment, the dozens of Dragon Kings around him could attack and kill Su Zimo to save him. However, the moment Dragon King Flame's arms touched Su Zimo's palm, fear appeared in his eyes. A torrential power burst forth from the palm of the seemingly fair and tender hand. It was unstoppable. Right in front of everyone, Dragon King Flame had just raised his arms above his head, when they were forcefully pressed back by Su Zimo's single palm. Piak! Su Zimo's palm landed on the top of Dragon King Flame's head and exerted strength in his palm, pulling his essence spirit out instantly. The battle happened quickly and ended even faster. By the time dozens of Dragon Kings broke free from the shock of the Dragon Roar secret skill, Dragon King Flame's essence spirit had already landed in Su Zimo's palm. The dust settled. How dare you? Dozens of Dragon Kings had ashen expressions. This human had actually suppressed Dragon King Flame alive and imprisoned his essence spirit in front of them. He had no regard for the law and did not take them seriously at all. Unforgivable. The few Dragon Kings who had some sympathy for Longli and even believed in her earlier on also looked at her coldly. There was no need to say anything else in the current situation. This human king was clearly trying to silence Dragon King Flame. Longli was shocked by Su Zimo's actions as well and was dumbfounded when she saw that. By the time she understood what had happened, Su Zimo had already captured Dragon King Flame's essence spirit. Human. Don't even think about leaving alive for being so impudent and killing people without restraint in our dragon world. A peak Dragon King said slowly with a cold expression. Let Dragon King Flame go and we can let you have an intact corpse at the very least. Another peak Dragon King said. Fufu. Su Zimo smiled gently and raised his palm slowly. He grabbed Dragon King Flame's essence spirit and placed it in front of the dozens of Dragon Kings. Black chains appeared in his palm and wrapped around Dragon King Flame's essence spirit. The next moment, Dragon King Flame's essence spirit exploded and he died. Roar. Human, die. Initially, Dragon King Flame was in Su Zimo's hands, and if the Dragon Kings wanted to protect his life, they could not attack directly for fear of harming him. That scene infuriated the dragons completely. What was that? In the territory of the dragon race, he killed a Dragon King in front of them. This was a provocation. The 10-odd Dragon Kings could not hold it in anymore and even vaguely transformed into their true forms, wanting to charge forward and tear Su Zimo into pieces. Hold on. Right then, the two peak Dragon Kings in the lead suddenly shouted and released even stronger spirit consciousness pressure, suppressing the 10-odd Dragon Kings. Dragon King Spirit? Dragon King Radiance? What are you guys doing? The Dragon Kings asked loudly with indignant expressions. Dragon King Spirit did not explain and merely narrowed his eyes, staring at Su Zimo's palm with a grim expression. The other Dragon Kings tried their best to suppress the anger and killing intent in their hearts and looked towards Su Zimo's palm as well. Apart from Dragon King Flame's essence spirit that had already died, there was still an extremely evil power left in the palm of the human. The dragons recalled. The moment Dragon King Flame's essence spirit exploded earlier on, a dark green light seemed to have flashed. Could it be? Dragon King Spirit looked at Su Zimo and asked hesitantly, earlier? Was that a curse? Oh, Su Zimo nodded. Not bad. There's still hope for the dragon race. Initially, Su Zimo wanted to leave. However, he could not bear to see Longli suffer. Right from the beginning, he did not explain himself at all. On one hand, it was out of disdain. On the other hand, this matter was indeed difficult to explain. Dragon King Illumination was already dead, and there was no evidence. However, thereafter, he thought of the various abnormalities of Dragon King Flame and came up with this idea. Although Dragon King Illumination was dead, Dragon King Flame was still alive. As long as he captured Dragon King Flame alive and did the same, the curse that was hidden in Dragon King Flame's essence spirit would appear as well. This was the most direct and simplest method. Of course, such an action might lead to another outcome. Su Zimo did not know who among the Dragon Kings before him was cursed and how many of them were cursed. If the Dragon Kings were also cursed, they would choose to ignore the curse on Dragon King Flame's essence spirit even if they saw it. Instead, his action would lead to a huge battle between him and the dragons. That was the reason why Su Zimo said that there was still hope for the dragon race when he saw the two peak Dragon Kings in the lead, Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance, stop the dragons upon sensing the curse. Dragon King Spirit, Dragon King Radiance, and the other Dragon Kings had ugly expressions. If it was any other time, they would naturally be able to recognize it immediately. That was curse power. However, the sudden sight of that was truly unbelievable and it was difficult for them to come to terms right away. Dragon King Flame was cursed? Could it be that Dragon King Illumination was in the same situation? When did this happen? What did this have to do with the witch race? Countless questions surged into the minds of Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance. With their experience and knowledge, they could not figure it out for a moment. Suddenly, a Dragon King said, "Even if Dragon King Illumination and Dragon King Flame are cursed, it can't prove that they betrayed the dragon race." "That's right," another Dragon King said in a deep voice. "Even if they're cursed and betrayed the dragon race, it's not in this outsider's place to kill them. I think this outsider has ulterior motives. He wants to sow discord between the dragon race and make our clansmen suspect each other," another Dragon King said coldly. When Su Zimo heard that, he smiled at them. When the Dragon Kings who spoke saw that smile, a chill suddenly rose in their hearts. Earlier on, this person gave the same smile and Dragon King Flame's essence spirit was destroyed immediately thereafter. Compared to those Dragon Kings, Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance, who were in the lead, were much less hostile towards Su Zimo. This matter was way too complicated, and there was a high chance that the witch race was involved. It would probably have to wait for the Dragon Emperors of Dragon Island to make a decision. Witch race? The witch race was not involved in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Why would they see the witch race's curse on their clansmen? Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance could not help but fall into reminiscence. At some point in time, Dragon King Illumination's behavior seemed to have changed completely. Longley said, "We discovered the abnormality because Feng City was suddenly attacked by the Tomb World Army. City Lord Long Feng sent a message here, but no one went to provide support." The expressions of the Dragon Kings changed when they heard that. Dragon King Spirit asked hurriedly, "Feng City has fallen? Where's Long Feng? How are the hundreds of thousands of clansmen in the city? How many of them escaped?" Longley said, "More than 10 kings from the Tomb World came, including 4 peak kings who led an army of 10 million. Initially, Feng City was indeed unable to defend. It was only because Brother Su attacked that all the enemy kings were killed." Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance looked at Su Zimo deeply. The cultivation realm of this human was not high, but he was decisive to attack and was rather capable in melee combat. There was indeed a chance that he could take others down if they were careless and unprepared. However, they did not believe that an ordinary king of the human race could fight a peak king head-on. Longley continued, "Since we did not receive support from Illumination Dragonstar, Brother Su and I were entrusted by City Lord Long Feng to come to Illumination Dragonstar and take a look at things. Later on, we encountered the scene earlier on." Longley recounted the entire process. Dragon King Spirit, Dragon King Radiance, and the other Dragon Kings had grim expressions. The impact of the news was way too great for them. Dragon King Illumination was cursed and actually betrayed the dragon race? "Let's go." Su Zimo called for Long Ran, Monkey, and Long Li, preparing to leave Illumination Dragonstar. The situation on the dragon race's side was complicated. When he realized that Dragon King Illumination was cursed and had already betrayed the dragon race, he thought even further. In the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, many worlds joined forces on the side of the Parasol Tree World. There were also greater worlds like the Tomb World, Poison World, and Whitebone World. However, the Witch World was not included. It was not until Dragon King Illumination's death today that the Witch World's involvement was revealed. What role did the Witch World play in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes? City Lord Long Feng had once said that the Tomb World Army's surprise attack on Feng City was only a test. From the looks of it, things were far from that simple. With Dragon King Illumination working with them from the inside, could the Tomb World have only sent 10-odd kings to test the waters at Feng City? They could not linger here. If he still did not leave, he would very likely get involved. Hold on. When the Dragon Kings saw that Su Zimo wanted to leave, they stood out immediately and stopped him with unfriendly expressions. A Dragon King said in a deep voice, "This matter has yet to be concluded. Even if Dragon King Illumination is cursed, he died because of you. None of you can leave before we investigate thoroughly." Su Zimo's expression turned cold. On account of Long Li and Dragon Queen Hornless, he was already very patient. However, there were still some Dragon Kings who did not know what was good for them and wanted to get entangled with him. Of course, it was difficult to tell how many of them were intentional and how many of them were cursed and manipulated by the witch race. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he looked at the Dragon Kings blocking in front of him and said slowly, "You'd better not provoke me. If I want to leave, no one here can stop me." "You?" The Dragon Kings were furious. Su Zimo's tone made them extremely uncomfortable. Which outsider dared to speak to them like that? Furthermore, this was a human. Also, he was in the territory of the dragon race. Even if this human king was capable, could he defend against dozens of dragon kings? Are you still unaware of the situation? This is Illumination Dragon Star, the dragon world. A dragon king berated. It's not a place for you to act recklessly and behave atrociously. That's enough. Dragon King Spirit shouted. He was frustrated at the thought that the situation here had gotten tense again before they could even figure out the implications of the shocking news they had just received. Dragon King Spirit looked at Su Zimo and cupped his fists slightly, saying in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, if there's nothing else, why don't you rest on Illumination Dragon Star for a few days? We can also do our part as hosts." Dragon King Spirit's tone was much gentler and his words were rather tactful. However, he still wanted Su Zimo to stay on Illumination Dragon Star. Not interested. Su Zimo rejected indifferently. With that said, he tore through the void with Long Li, Long Ran and Monkey, prepared to leave. A few Dragon Kings had furious expressions and wanted to step forward to stop him. Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. However, they still stood in and stopped the Dragon Kings. Before he left, Su Zimo paused and looked at Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance. If Dragon King Illumination betrayed the dragon race and lured the Tomb World army in, they wouldn't just attack Feng City only. If I were you, I would contact the Dragon Kings of the 10 great dragon cities now. Dragon King Spirit's heart sank. The matter of Dragon King Illumination had a huge impact on him, and he did not see the situation clearly for the time being. It was only when Su Zimo reminded him that he realized the danger. In reality, the situation that Su Zimo had foreseen was even more serious than they had imagined. He was even prepared for the worst. Once the 10 dragon cities were destroyed, it would be difficult for Illumination Dragon Star to remain standing. This meant that once the coiling dragon formation was shattered, the armies of the Parasol Tree World and many other worlds would invade en masse and start a huge battle. The 5 dragon domains might be lost completely. At that time, only Dragon Island would be left to face the armies of many worlds. There was a high chance that this battle would determine the survival of the dragon race. This situation was not something he could control. At the very least, the Green Lotus True Body could not control it yet. On the one hand, Su Zimo was in a hurry to leave because he wanted to avoid being involved in the vortex of the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes. On the other hand, he wanted to send Long Li back to the Hornless Dragon domain. He was worried that the Hornless Dragon domain would encounter a similar danger. There's no response from those dragon cities. Dragon King Radiance had just sent a message. However, it was like throwing a stone into a sea and he did not receive anything in return. Dragon King Spirit had a grim expression and said in a deep voice, "Let's wait a little longer. Right now, everything outside was unknown and they did not dare to leave Illumination Dragon Star rashly." Long Li was worried as well. Brother Su, something might have happened to Mother as well." Long Li's voice trembled slightly. "I sensed that something was amiss when Dragon King Illumination died earlier on and sent a message to Mother. However, she hasn't replied yet." Su Zimo sighed internally. The situation was evolving in the direction he had guessed. There was a problem with the Hornless Dragon domain as well. Right now, he could only hope that it would not turn into the worst-case scenario. "Let's go to the Hornless Dragon domain now," Su Zimo said in a deep voice. "This is bad." Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from outside the hall in an extremely chaotic manner. A perfected dragon did not even bother to report and charged in with a flustered expression, shouting, "The enemy attack!" The expressions of dozens of Dragon Kings changed. "Don't panic. How many people are there?" Dragon King Spirit took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. It was unknown what the perfected dragon saw, but his eyes were filled with fear as he said with a trembling voice, I don't know. There are too many of them and I can't count them all. The dozens of Dragon King's hearts skipped a beat when they heard that, and they rushed out of the hall hurriedly. Immediately after, they saw an incomparably shocking scene. Huge cracks appeared in the starry skies around Illumination Dragon Star, and many figures with powerful auras walked out one after another. Every single one of them was a Grotto Heaven King. Most of them were kings of the Tomb World. At a glance, there were more than 3,000 of them. The remaining Grotto Heaven Kings were from various other worlds, and there were more than 1,000 of them as well. More than 5,000 Grotto Heaven Kings descended around Illumination Dragon Star, emitting endless pressure. Hiss! When the dozens of Dragon Kings saw that, they could not help but gasp and shiver. Even though they were dragons, they still felt their hearts tremble when they saw such a terrifying formation. There were more than 5,000 Grotto Heaven Kings, but there were less than 50 Dragon Kings on Illumination Dragon Star. The hundreds of Peak Kings in the lead had already begun to seal the surrounding void. Once the void was sealed, none of the living beings on Illumination Dragon Star would be able to escape. Behind the Grotto Heaven Kings, gigantic spirit vessels drove out of the spatial rifts one after another. Every spirit vessel was filled with people, ranging from millions to tens of millions. There were at least 1 billion troops. They were boundless and swept over like a black cloud that blotted out the sky, surrounding Illumination Dragon Star in an impenetrable manner. The army was pressing down on the border. When many dragons looked up and saw that, their faces were pale and they were shocked. The dragons could not imagine how such a huge army could break through the coiling dragon formation and descend around Illumination Dragon Star. Activate the array formation. Quick! Quick! Dragon King Illumination was dead, and there was no leader on Illumination Dragon Star. Dragon King Spirit was the first to react. He suppressed the shock in his heart and roared. Dragon King Mystic, Dragon King Mist, guard the formation I in the northeast. Dragon King Fly, Dragon King Extreme, guard the formation I in the southwest. Dragon King Spirit made a prompt decision and instructed the Dragon Kings to rush to a few formation eyes on Illumination Dragon Star. There was a star protection formation on Illumination Dragon Star. Under such circumstances, if the dozens of Dragon Kings charged out, it would be no different from committing suicide. The difference in strength between the two sides was way too great. Only by relying on this star protection formation to defend to the death and waiting for the reinforcements of the other dragon domains and Dragon Island would they have a chance of survival. Dragon King Spirit's reaction was already the best response. In the hall, Su Zimo frowned slightly. The surrounding void had already been sealed. Although the primordial unity yin-yang escape could condense a spatial tunnel with the power of yin-yang in the shattered space, it could not break through the sealed void. In other words, the 4 of them were trapped on Illumination Dragon Star as well. He was still a step too late. Of course, even if he could not leave for the time being, Su Zimo was relatively relaxed with a calm expression. He merely looked at the dense army outside in deep thought. Although the Tomb World was only a greater world, they actually had more than 3,000 Grotto Heaven Kings. Even in super large worlds, there were only around 2,000 to 3,000 kings. It was the case for the Sword World as well. Of course, some super large worlds had even more kings. For example, in the Heavenly World, there were probably 3,000 kings in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain alone. As for the Stone World and Blood World, there were even more than 10,000 kings. The Dragon World had the least number of kings. In total, there were only a few hundred. No matter what, Su Zimo was surprised that so many Grotto Heaven Kings would appear in a greater world like the Tomb World. However, before long, his heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. When Su Zimo and Monkey arrived outside the Dragon World, there were no corpses in the endless blood sea in the starry skies. Now that he thought about it, those corpses should have been collected by the cultivators of the Tomb World. The more experts died in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, the greater the improvement to the Tomb World. In that case, the Tomb World was the greatest beneficiary of the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Everyone, There's no need to panic, Dragon King Spirit said loudly. As long as we join forces and use the formation to defend Illumination Dragonstar, the experts of the other 4 dragon domains will come to support. The dragons, who were initially panicking, felt slightly relieved when they heard that. Ha 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 ha. However, before long, a loud laugh sounded from outside Illumination Dragonstar. The Peak King of the Tomb World in the lead raised his voice. Dragon King Spirit, you're too naive. The other 4 dragon domains can't even protect themselves. How can they care about you guys? The Peak King, King Xianxia, said slowly. This time round, the expedition to the Illumination Dragon Domain is led by my Tomb World. The expedition to the Hornless Dragon Domain is led by the Blood World. The expedition to the Horned Dragon Domain is led by the Poison World. The expedition to the Winged Dragon Domain is led by the Whitebone World, and the expedition to the Blue Dragon Domain is led by the Parasol Tree World. Each of us have gathered tens of thousands of Grotto Heaven Kings and billions of troops. Today, we shall break through the 5 dragon domains at the same time. In Illumination Dragonstar, the dragons were in an uproar. Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance's hearts sank, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. All 5 dragon domains had failed to stand their ground? Or could it be that King Xianxia was bluffing? When Su Zimo heard that, he sighed internally. Earlier on, he was wondering why the Grotto Heaven Kings who descended around Illumination Dragonstar were mainly experts of the Tomb World, but there were no Grotto Heaven Kings of the Parasol Tree World, Blood World, and other worlds. From the looks of it, the 5 dragon domains were in danger. Everyone, listen to me. Dragon King Radiance clenched his fists and tried his best to remain calm, shouting, even if the 5 dragon domains are lost, Dragon Island will be our last sanctuary. As long as we defend Illumination Dragonstar, the Dragon Emperors of Dragon Island will definitely rush over to provide support. When Longli saw this, her face was pale as well. At that moment, when she heard Dragon King Radiance's words, she nodded instinctively. That's right. The Emperor experts of Dragon Island must have sensed the powerful fluctuations emitted by more than 5,000 Grotto Heaven Kings. Possibly. Su Zimo shook his head gently. The army of Parasol Tree World had created such a huge formation and attacked the 5 dragon domains at the same time. They would definitely have a backup plan to restrict the Dragon Emperors of Dragon Island. Ha 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 ha. King Xianxia laughed once more and raised his voice. Dragon King Radiance, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. The Dragon Emperors of Dragon Island can't even take care of themselves. They won't be able to save you either. What? The dragons were shocked when they heard that. Could it be? Right then, an extremely intense power fluctuation came from the direction of Dragon Island, causing the starry skies to tremble for billions of miles. In fact, even the dragons on Illumination Dragonstar could sense it clearly. Ha ha! Another Peak King of the Tomb World smiled. The Emperor battle over there has already begun. The dragons on Illumination Dragonstar can only pray and hope now. The dragons had terrified and despairing expressions. Could be said that Dragon Island was their last hope. If even the Emperor experts of Dragon Island could not provide support, how long could the dozens of Dragon Kings in formation on the star defend? Dozens of breaths? 5 minutes? Su Zimo was silent. The worst-case scenario still happened. The Tomb World Army's surprise attack on Feng City was not a test at all. It was part of the final battle between the dragons and phoenixes. Under normal circumstances, the Tomb World Army could successfully take down Feng City and march in together with the surrounding Tomb World experts. However, because of Su Zimo's interference, Feng City was preserved. Even so, the other 9 dragon cities could not defend against such a formation. In fact, Su Zimo suspected that Feng City might have fallen after they left as well. Oh yes! King Xianxia seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, the advancement of the army this time round was originally extremely smooth. However, there was a problem in Feng City. I heard that a human king interfered and killed more than 10 of our kings. However, it doesn't matter. King Xianxia smiled faintly and continued, I've already taken action personally to massacre Feng City and kill everyone inside. That Long Feng was quite unyielding. He would rather die than submit, and even damaged his own dragon body, so that it would not be refined by me. TSK. King Xianxia pouted slightly. What a waste of that superior dragon body. I had no choice but to chop off his dragon head as a greeting gift for everyone here. Before he finished his sentence, King Xianxia took out a bloody dragon head from his storage bag and threw it casually at Illumination Dragon Star. The dragon head rolled down in midair with a hint of warmth in its blood. From its slightly ferocious facial features, it was City Lord Long Feng. When Long Ran saw that, he had an indignant expression and could not control himself. Looking at Long Feng's head, the sorrowful auras of the dragons spread rapidly on Illumination Dragon Star. There was even a hint of fear on the faces of some dragons. Once their morale dissipated, it did not matter how strong the formation on Illumination Dragon Star was. Even the two Peak Kings, Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance, no longer had the fighting spirit from before. Su Zimo shook his head gently. There were internal and external problems in the dragon race, and there was probably a calamity. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not want to be involved in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, let alone alert the martial Dao Prime body. On the one hand, the battle of the dragons and phoenixes was a catastrophe caused by the dragon race's conquest everywhere. The dragon race could only blame themselves for the current situation. On the other hand, Dai Yu was injured after the battle in the Great Wilderness. The martial Dao Prime body guarded her at all times and cultivated in seclusion. While he attempted to break through with his essence martial Grotto Heaven, he could protect Dai Yu at the same time and would not leave casually. Of course, something that happened on Illumination Dragon Star gave Su Zimo some new speculations about the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. There was a high chance that the battle of the dragons and phoenixes was instigated by the witch race. Perhaps the reason why the dragon world was in such a state was related to the witch race. Of course, that was only his guess and was not enough for the martial Dao Prime body to come out. Dragon King Spirit, Dragon King Radiance. King Xianxia raised his voice once more. I think your dragon bodies are not bad. If you take the initiative to give up and submit, I can promise to leave your corpses intact. The way King Xianxia spoke was as though leaving the two dragon kings with intact corpses was an immense grace from him. King Xianxia smiled again. Furthermore, you will obtain a new life and exist in another form in the world. Many Tomb World cultivators burst into laughter when they heard that. The so-called new life was merely to be refined by King Xianxia into his battle corpse. Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance had grim expressions and remained silent. When had the dragon race ever been bullied like this? Up till this point of their cultivation, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? Even if they took the initiative to surrender, they would only be able to exchange for an intact corpse. Dragon King Spirit, in my opinion, we should still. A Dragon King stood out and said hesitantly, as though he was in a difficult position. My fellow clansmen. Before he could finish, Dragon King Spirit interrupted him and surveyed his surroundings, saying in a deep voice, I don't know the situation of the Emperor battle on Dragon Island, but I believe that the Dragon Emperors will definitely not give up and fight to the death. The dragon race is already in a critical situation. If we take a step back, our entire race will be exterminated. Everyone, remember that we're the dragon race. The dragon race would rather die in battle than submit. Dragon King Spirit's impassioned voice spread to every corner of Illumination Dragon Star and reverberated in the world, gradually awakening the fighting spirit in some of the dragons. I'd rather die in battle than submit. Under Dragon King Radiance's loud response, the dragons gradually let out resounding dragon roars, forming a gigantic sound wave aura. However, such an aura was still much inferior to the 5,000 Grotto Heaven Kings outside. Fufu, why do you have to do this? King Xianxia looked at the dragons on Illumination Dragon Star, who still wanted to resist stubbornly. He shook his head with a mocking expression. In front of absolute strength, fighting spirit and bloodthirstiness are nothing. We can just crush them. Everyone, shatter this formation for me. King Xianxia pointed forward with an icy gaze and said coldly, after breaking the formation, wash Illumination Dragon Star in blood, and leave no one alive. Boom! With a single command, more than 5,000 Grotto Heaven Kings attacked at the same time. Thousands of divine weapons transformed into divine lights that descended like rain. At the same time, the formation of Illumination Dragon Star was activated, condensing a scarlet barrier around the star. Many runes appeared on it and burned with flames. Boom! 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 Many divine weapons descended and struck the formation, letting out a series of deafening bangs. The formation began to sway and the runes on it flickered, showing signs of dissipating at any moment. Before the 5,000 Grotto Heaven Kings attacked with all their might and merely summoned their Grotto Heaven spirit treasures, the star protection formation could no longer defend and was in danger. When they saw that, King Xianxia and the others reared their heads in laughter. As for the dragons on Illumination Dragon Star, their hearts turned cold when they saw that. The fighting spirit that had just been ignited was quickly extinguished. The difference was way too great. How could they defend against it with just dozens of dragons? Suddenly, the two dragons guarding the formation shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, they could not withstand the impact of the formation and were severely injured. Crack, crack, crack. The formation guarded by the two dragons cracked and was about to shatter. A crack appeared on the star protection formation as well. It's over. When they saw that, the eyes of the dragons were filled with despair. Even the eyes of Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance dimmed gradually. There was only one thought left in their minds. Illumination Dragon Star is finished. Long Ran looked at Su Zimo with a gaze filled with guilt and sighed. Zimo, it's all because of me that you were implicated. Pausing for a moment, Long Ran sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. I can only hope that your martial Dao true body will avenge us in the future. It's fine. I'll bring you guys away. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with a calm expression. Long Ran seemed to have thought of something and hope reignited in his eyes. He asked hurriedly, Your martial Dao true body is here? Su Zimo shook his head gently. On second thought, Long Ran smiled bitterly. That's right, Desolate Marshal is in the great wilderness. Even if he moves now, it'll have to take him a day at least before he arrives. Apart from Dai Yu, no one else knew about the methods of the martial Dao Prime body, and Su Zimo did not explain either. He only called for Monkey, Long Ran and the helpless and worried Long Li to head out of Illumination Dragon Star. Where are we going? Long Li was at a loss. Don't worry about that. Let's go. Monkey called out. He could not be bothered to think about such complicated things. Anyway, it could never be wrong to follow Su Zimo. Monkey and the other two followed Su Zimo and headed out of Illumination Dragon Star. Many dragons noticed the movements of the four of them. Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance looked over instinctively as well. A dragon looked at Su Zimo, who had just passed by not far away, and could not help but ask, What are you doing? Leaving. Su Zimo replied simply. Ha! The Dragon King was stunned. When the other Dragon Kings heard that answer, they were dumbfounded as well and felt that it was extremely absurd. If not for the fact that they were at a critical juncture, they would even laugh out loud. Is this human king scared silly? Leave now? Where does he want to go with the situation outside? Even the mosquitoes on Illumination Dragon Star can't fly out, let alone a single person. Fufu, he's quite persistent. He was about to leave in the hall earlier on, and he's still thinking about it at a time like this. The Dragon King remembered clearly that the human king was extremely arrogant in the hall. He confronted dozens of Dragon Kings and even declared that no one here could stop him. You can leave this time. We won't stop you. The Dragon King sneered. Could they be from the Tomb World? A Dragon King frowned. Could Dragon King Flame be right? Did Long Li and the others really betray the dragon race? There were still Dragon Kings who had preconceived notions and suspected Su Zimo and the other three. They didn't. Dragon King Spirit shook his head gently. Xianxia said something earlier on. Feng City was only saved temporarily because a human king killed more than 10 kings of the Tomb World. How could he be on the Tomb World side? Dragon King Radiance added. Look at the way the kings outside are looking at that green-robed cultivator. They can't wait to tear him apart. It's obvious that they don't know each other. The Dragon King did not say anything else. Dragon King's spirit frowned and said in a deep voice, "However, I wonder what he wants to do. If he stays on Illumination Dragonstar and is protected by the array formation, he can at least live for a little longer. If he leaves..." It was not only the dragon race. Many kings outside Illumination Dragonstar stopped one after another and looked at the green figure that soared into the air with unfriendly expressions. "That's him." A perfected spirit who escaped from Feng City could not help but shout. "It's this person who attacked in Feng City and killed many of our kings." "A human king?" King Xianxia murmured softly with a teasing gaze. Su Zimo brought Monkey and the other three to the front of the formation. He used some methods and brought the four of them through a crack on the formation, arriving in the starry skies outside. Earlier on Illumination Dragonstar, Long Ran and the other two could not sense it clearly with the obstruction of the formation. At that moment, when they arrived in the starry skies outside Illumination Dragonstar and were surrounded by more than 5,000 Grotto Heaven Kings, the three of them felt a terrifying pressure. It surged over suffocatingly like raging waves of the sea. This was a world war. Most of the Grotto Heaven Kings in the surroundings were from the Tomb World. Apart from them, there were 100-odd from various other worlds. Only a war between worlds could gather the power of so many worlds and form such a terrifying formation. Even Monkey's bloodline could not withstand it. If not for Su Zimo blocking in front of them, the three of them would not have been able to hold on and would have collapsed on the spot. On Illumination Dragonstar, the dragons looked up and paid attention to that scene. The more than 5,000 Grotto Heaven Kings outside glared at Su Zimo coldly without saying a word, wanting to see what this human king wanted to do. "Everyone." Su Zimo cupped his fists slightly with a calm expression and said indifferently, "Please make way." The starry skies for thousands of kilometers suddenly fell silent. Be it the dragons on Illumination Dragonstar or the billions of troops in the starry skies, regardless of their cultivation realms, they looked at Su Zimo in shock. For a moment, everyone could not wrap their heads around it. No one would be surprised if the human king knelt and begged for mercy or decided to fight to the death. However, no one expected that after the human king ran out, he would merely say indifferently, "Everyone, please make way." Furthermore, from his tone, he even seemed to be quite polite. Even the three people behind Su Zimo almost bit their tongues when they heard that, let alone the 5,000 Grotto Heaven Kings in the starry skies and the dragons on Illumination Dragonstar. "Hada!" King Xianxia gradually snapped out of his daze and sneered. After looking around, he looked at Su Zimo and asked, "Are you serious?" "Very serious," Su Zimo said. "You killed the kings of the Tomb World in Feng City, right?" "Yes." "So, you still want to leave alive?" "Yes, Ito." Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo continued, "Furthermore, you guys can't stop me if I want to leave." When he heard that, King Xianxia was not the only one who laughed. Even the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. In Illumination Dragonstar, a dragon king sneered. This person was actually worried that his death wouldn't be fast enough and decided to head out and spout nonsense instead. Long Li's eyes reddened as he took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Brother Su, I know you're doing this for my own good. However, the situation now is different from Feng City. Feng City only has 10-odd kings. There are more than 5,000 here." At the mention of that number, Long Li's heart skipped a beat. "It doesn't make much of a difference to me," Su Zimo replied casually. Long Li's mind was in a mess and she did not understand the meaning of that sentence either. She merely murmured to herself, "We already have no way out. I'll never see Mother again in this life," Su Zimo said. "Since there's no way out, we'll just kill our way out." Ha 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 ha. The laughter in the crowd was louder and more ear-piercing. Almost everyone thought that Su Zimo was joking and had even lost his mind. Monkey, who knew him the best, seemed to have realized something and grinned. His eyes filled with nervousness and excitement. "The three of you can go back first. Su Zimo waved his robes and sent Monkey and the other two back to Illumination Dragon Star before turning to face the surrounding grotto heaven kings. What's wrong? A king of the tomb world sneered. Are you going to attack? Carve out a path of blood. The other kings giggled with relaxed expressions as well. They could not be blamed for that. As an army with more than 5,000 grotto heaven kings, there was no way they had to take a single human king with a minor grotto heaven seriously. How could the seemingly thin and weak human king in front of them pose a threat to them? Xianxia, when I attack, I'll capture him alive and offer him to you. You can refine him into a battle corpse while he's still alive. As the supreme king of the tomb world said that, his figure flashed and he had already charged towards Su Zimo. King Xianxia did not care and waved it off, pouting. Look at his fair and tender flesh. Even if you give me such a corpse for free, I won't care for it. Is that so? Su Zimo looked at the supreme king charging over and smiled. Although he did not reveal his bloodline, after cultivating the green lotus true body to the peak of grade 12, his jade bones were translucent and his blood was changed through marrow cleansing. It was flawless and his skin looked fair, as though it could be torn with a single blow. Such a physique was naturally not worthy of King Xianxia's attention. In the understanding of the cultivators of the tomb world, only the god race, dragon race, stone race, and so on were superior class battle corpse materials. The reason why the peerless king of the tomb world was so arrogant and did not even summon his battle corpse was because his cultivation realm surpassed Su Zimo's. In his opinion, even if his physique and bloodline were ordinary, he could capture this human king alive. It would be a pity if this human king's skin was scratched by his battle corpse. In the blink of an eye, the supreme king of the tomb world arrived before Su Zimo. Corpse chi coiled around his body as he reached out to grab the top of Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo did not move at all. In fact, there was no emotion in his eyes, as though he was rooted to the ground. Just as the palm of the supreme king of the tomb world was about to touch the top of his head, Su Zimo suddenly attacked. It was too fast. Everyone felt as though Su Zimo had raised his arm. With a bang, the supreme king of the tomb world was sent flying. The head on his neck spun a few times, his neck bone shattered and his essence spirit was destroyed. When he fell to the ground, he was already dead. A supreme king died just like that. Many kings had relaxed expressions and were chatting nonchalantly with the people around them. They did not even react in time. With a slight glance and a moment of distraction, the supreme king who rushed up was already dead. Wasn't this a little too fast? When many people saw that, they even felt that it was unreal. After entering the grotto heaven and becoming a king, everyone had all sorts of life preservation methods. Even in a battle between kings, unless there was a huge disparity in numbers or if the other party was absolutely superior in strength, it was difficult for them to die. It was fine if a supreme king died so quickly. What surprised everyone was that this human king actually dared to kill in front of more than 5,000 of them. The dragons on Illumination Dragon Star were shocked by that scene as well. Initially, some dragon kings who were dissatisfied with Su Zimo and even suspected him fell silent. Right now, they could only defend Illumination Dragon Star to the death and did not even dare to rush out, let alone kill a supreme king in public. A dragon king harumphed softly. This person does have some methods. However, his actions will only anger the other party. It's too unwise. Why is that unwise? Dragon King Spirit frowned. The other party has no intention of letting him go at all and has already rushed up to kill him. What do you expect him to do instead of fighting back? Kneel down and beg. Dragon King Spirit glanced at the Dragon King and shook his head, lamenting to himself. In fact, he could not believe that such words would come from a Dragon King. It's useless even if he fights back. It won't affect anything. The Dragon King said, he can kill a king, but can he kill 10, 100, or 1,000? Heading out right now is like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. In the starry skies, King Xianxia glanced indifferently at the king of the tomb world who had just died. His expression was calm, as though the king of the tomb world who had died had nothing to do with him. It was just the death of a grotto heaven king. It was nothing to King Xianxia, who had an army of more than 5,000 kings. In such a situation, even if 10 or 100 peak kings came, it would be useless, let alone an ordinary king. A mantis trying to stop a carriage. King Xianxia sneered and waved his hand casually. Kill him. Dozens of kings rushed out of the crowd instantly. Some were ordinary kings and some were supreme kings. Peak kings were not interested in an ordinary king like Su Zimo. There were also kings who were prepared to attack. However, when they saw so many people charging out, they did not advance. Su Zimo looked at the dozens of kings charging over with a calm expression and said indifferently, "You're not wrong. However, it's hard to say who's the mantis and who's the carriage." At that moment, of course, no one cared about that sentence. When everyone heard that, they merely scoffed in disdain. Dozens of Grotto Heaven kings swarmed forward. An ordinary king propped up his Grotto Heaven and caused quite a commotion. However, the other Grotto Heaven kings looked at him with disdain. The person blushed and retracted his Grotto Heaven instantly. With dozens of Grotto Heaven kings and more than 10 supreme kings attacking, they could trample that human king to death with a single kick. Why would they need to summon their Grotto Heavens? Against such an attack, Su Zimo did not dodge or retreat. Instead, he advanced and charged towards the dozens of kings barehanded. From the looks of it, it was like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. It was as though Su Zimo would be crushed into dust by the gigantic wheel of the carriage in the next moment. The moment the two parties were about to touch, a bedazzling green sword light burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella. Buzz! A sword hum sounded. Wielding the duckweed sword, Su Zimo followed the sword and transformed into a sword beam, charging into the crowd. Sword shadows appeared one after another and sword beams shone brightly, sweeping in all directions, devouring dozens of kings instantly. In reality, when these Grotto Heaven kings saw the green sword light, they sensed that something was amiss and wanted to prop up their Grotto Heavens. However, that sword light was too blinding and the eyes of the kings ached. The sword hum sounded suddenly and pierced their ears like a sharp sword. For a moment, the kings lost their 5 senses. With that slight delay, the green sword light swept over like a tidal wave and swallowed the kings. The next moment, blinding blood surged out and splattered in the starry skies with a torrential blood chi. In the blood mist, only a figure was left standing. His black hair danced and he held a sword. His green robes were still untainted by blood. Inside and outside Illumination Dragon Star, the dragons and billions of troops were dumbfounded and shocked when they saw that. It was too fast. The sword hum sounded. Before the lingering sound dissipated, the combat had already ended. The dozens of kings who had just charged forward died without exception. In fact, not even a complete corpse was left behind. All that was left was a blood mist that filled the sky and severed limbs on the ground. Of course, everyone knew that the death of dozens of Grotto Heaven kings was not because they were weak, but because they underestimated their enemy. Even so, Su Zimo's attack earlier on shocked countless cultivators. King Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly but still had a calm expression. His gaze landed on the duckweed sword and he nodded. "That's a decent sword." Before King Xianxia could give the order, hundreds of Grotto Heaven kings stood out immediately. Among them, there were even 3 peak kings. This time round, many Grotto Heaven kings retracted their contempt and propped up their Grotto Heavens to charge forward. "Get out of the way!" Peak King shouted. The 3 peak kings were sharp and all of them took a fancy to the duckweed sword in Su Zimo's hands, wanting to take it for themselves. The other hundreds of Grotto Heaven kings could only disperse helplessly. The 3 peak kings rushed forward. Although they did not release their perfected Grotto Heavens, they did not dare to be careless and summoned their Grotto Heaven spirit treasures. In fact, they even felt a chill from the sharpness of the green sword. Su Zimo headed towards the 3 peak kings and suddenly smiled. "Actually, my physique and bloodline are not bad as well." Boom! The moment he said that, the roar of a tsunami sounded from Su Zimo's body and a tremendous blood chi surged out, as majestic as the sea, attracting countless gazes. Even King Xianxia's expression changed as he looked over attentively. "What powerful blood chi!" King Xianxia murmured softly. "Is this an illusion? Even living beings of races like the God race and the Dragon race might not be able to cultivate such powerful blood chi. Could there be some special background to the physique and bloodline of this human? There were many Grotto Heaven kings present. However, not many people could tell what was going on with just Su Zimo's blood chi. The next moment, Su Zimo channeled his bloodline to its limits. Suddenly, a jade-green lotus flower rose from his back, almost bursting through the world and swaying with light, causing the starry skies to tremble. Su Zimo possessed the creation green lotus bloodline. When he realized the cruelty of the upper world after ascending, he tried his best to hide it as though he was walking on thin ice and did not dare to expose himself. Even so, he almost lost his life. He circled death's door and used the Emperor's tomb to be reborn. Even in the Sword World, when the 8 Peak Masters and the Iron Crown Old Man and the other 2 World Lords knew about his Green Lotus bloodline, they did not dare to announce it as they were afraid it would lead to his death. However, after the battle in the Great Wilderness and his Green Lotus true body had advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm, there was no need for him to hide his bloodline. So what if everyone in the world knew that Su Zimo possessed the Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus bloodline? He was fearless no matter how many Grotto Heaven kings of the same cultivation realm came. If there were really Emperor experts who wanted to be funny, the martial Tao Prime body could descend at any moment. At that time, who would dare to plot against the creation Green Lotus? The billions of troops looked at the jade Green Lotus swaying in the starry skies with shocked expressions. Is that the legendary creation Green Lotus? It's actually the peak of Grade 12. The creation Green Lotus has already fused with this person. His flesh is the creation Green Lotus. Exclamations sounded from the crowd. Many kings' eyes lit up. When the dragons on Illumination Dragon Star saw the jade Green Lotus that connected the heavens and the earth, their eyes widened and they were shocked. Brother Su sure hid himself well. Long Li was speechless when she saw that. Ah! She seemed to have thought of something and could not help but exclaim softly. In other words, back in the evil fiend battlefield of the blessed heaven world, Brother Su still did not use his full strength against the siege of more than 20 supreme perfected spirits. Without using his full strength, he was already the #1 perfected spirit in history. Long Li was secretly shocked. In the starry skies, the 3 Peak Kings who charged forward had just summoned their Grotto Heaven Spirit treasures and were prepared to show off their skills when they collided with the Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus. The Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus swayed gently and the 3 Peak Kings shuddered, emitting a blood mist. The surface of their bodies cracked and they were almost shattered on the spot. The 3 of them were shocked and were about to prop up their Grotto Heavens. The flickering rays of light of the creation Green Lotus landed on them and pierced through the 3 of them instantly. Right in front of countless gazes, the creation Green Lotus swayed gently and the physiques of the 3 Peak Kings were shattered into dust. Their essence spirits and bodies were destroyed without a corpse left. The physiques and bloodlines of the 3 Peak Kings were ordinary, and they could not even manage to condense a bloodline phenomenon. Even powerful races like Peak Dragon Kings and God Kings would be suppressed by the Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus in melee combat. What a powerful bloodline! In Illumination Dragon Star, Dragon King Spirit and the others exclaimed. He killed 3 Peak Kings instantly with a single bloodline phenomenon. Another Dragon King said, "The 3 Peak Kings underestimated their enemy too much. As long as they release their perfected Grotto Heavens, they'll be able to suppress this bloodline phenomenon." Dragon King Radiance said, "No matter what, fellow Taoist Su has already killed dozens of kings. Even if he dies now, it'll be worth it. Kill!" The death of 3 Peak Kings triggered a huge battle. Many Grotto Heaven kings berated and attacked one after another. Many kings of the tomb world released hundreds of thousands of battle corpses that they refined, forming a gigantic corpse tide. They roared and charged towards Su Zimo. However, once these battle corpses entered the range of the green light spreading from the Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus, it would be difficult for them to walk and they would suffer immense pressure. Furthermore, the green light caused immense damage to the battle corpses. The battle corpses were filled with corpse chi and lifeless. However, the creation Green Lotus was filled with endless vitality. Life and death would definitely cause an intense conflict when the two extreme powers collided. No matter how strong the battle corpses were, they could not defend against the power of the creation Green Lotus. According to the trend, before the battle corpses could approach and touch the corner of the human king's clothes, the group of battle corpses would turn into pus under the envelopment of the Green Lotus light and be crippled completely. When many kings of the tomb world saw that, they hurriedly controlled their battle corpses to retreat. Just by entering and exiting, the bodies of the battle corpses had already suffered immense damage and their combat strength was greatly reduced. Although the battle corpses were powerful, they were suppressed by the grade 12 creation Green Lotus and could not unleash any power. Good, good, good. When he saw that, King Xianxia was delighted instead of worried. He praised repeatedly with an excited expression and shouted, "Grade 12 creation Green Lotus. This is an opportunity bestowed by the heavens." It was no wonder that King Xianxia was so excited. The stronger the grade 12 creation Green Lotus was, the stronger the combat strength released after refining it into a battle corpse. If he could refine it successfully, even the god and dragon corpses would be inferior compared to it. Scram! King Xianxia stepped into the battlefield and shouted, "This creation Green Lotus is mine." Most Grotto Heaven kings turned a deaf ear and did not stop. Now that a huge battle had broken out, it was difficult to stop it with just a few words. Xianxia was merely a king after all. He did not have the prestige and absolute strength that emperor experts possessed. King Xianxia's expression was dark. There were so many people swarming forward and countless Grotto Heavens. There was no way the grade 12 creation Green Lotus would be able to withstand it and would shatter instantly. Even if the grade 12 creation Green Lotus body was slightly shattered, his heart would ache immensely as it would affect the power of his future battle corpse. King Xianxia's gaze was ferocious and murderous as he controlled his battle corpse to tear a king of the Burning Moon world who was blocking in front of him into two. The Burning Moon world was only a lesser world. This king followed the army of the Tomb world here and did not expect that he would be severely injured by King Xianxia. The essence spirit of the Burning Moon World King left his aperture with a furious expression. However, he did not dare to say anything to King Xianxia and turned to escape. However, before his essence spirit could escape far, a scarlet blood tongue tore through the air and swept it up instantly, pulling it back. It was the battle corpse controlled by King Xianxia. It extended its long tongue and devoured the essence spirit of the Burning Moon World King in one bite. The battle corpse charged left and right in the crowd and killed several Grotto Heaven kings, causing chaos. Many kings had just rushed forward. However, before they even propped up their Grotto Heavens to suppress forth, they saw that scene and their hearts skipped a beat. Once King Xianxia became ruthless, he would even kill people on his side. Many kings were wary and stopped in their tracks, making way for him. King Xianxia was secretly delighted when he saw that. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Suzimo. He knew that his battle corpse would be restricted by the creation Green Lotus and released a perfected Grotto Heaven directly. Boom! The phenomenons of the perfected Grotto Heaven and grade 12 creation Green Lotus collided with a loud bang. Even the perfected Grotto Heaven of King Xianxia could not suppress Suzimo's bloodline phenomenon. Both parties faced off in midair, not giving in to each other. King Xianxia's expression was unchanged, as though he was prepared for this scene. A cold glint flashed through his eyes. The best way to obtain an intact corpse was to use an essence spirit secret skill to kill the other party's essence spirit. This human king only had a minor Grotto Heaven, so his essence spirit was definitely his greatest weakness. Before King Xianxia attacked, he had already thought of a countermeasure. King Xianxia's perfected Grotto Heaven restrained Suzimo's bloodline phenomenon, and he activated his essence spirit at the same time. The spirit consciousness of a peak king condensed rapidly on his glabella and burst forth in the form of an essence spirit secret skill. A lifeless gray fog enveloped over and plundered all life force wherever it passed. Before it arrived, it transformed into a finger-sized battle corpse that pounced towards Suzimo's consciousness. The essence spirit secret skill of the Tomb World was a killing move of a top cultivation technique of the Tomb World and was somewhat similar to the reverse scale secret skill of the dragon race. The combat strength of this battle corpse essence spirit was not top-notch. However, once an opponent's essence spirit secret skill fought against it, it would cause corpse chi to surge into his consciousness and cause immense trouble for his essence spirit. Against King Xianxia's essence spirit secret skill, Su Zimo's expression was unchanged, and he did not condense an essence spirit secret skill to defend against it. He merely waved the duckweed sword and slashed towards the incoming battle corpse essence spirit. King Xianxia was overjoyed when he saw that. The only way to defend against essence spirit secret skills was using the spirit consciousness. Therefore, only essence spirit type divine weapons could defend against essence spirit secret skills. As for the sword in the hand of the human king, it was sharp and slashed through flesh. It was clearly an ordinary grotto heaven spirit treasure. Right then, the duckweed sword had already come into contact with the battle corpse essence spirit and sliced it into two without any obstruction. Not only did the corpse chi on it not manage to take the opportunity to surge into Su Zimo's consciousness, it was dispersed by the immense vitality of the duckweed sword. King Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. How was that possible? How could a weapon that could cut flesh defend against spirit consciousness attacks? Before he could figure it out, a sword beam burst forth from the duckweed sword with a shuddering aura. It arrived instantly and stabbed towards his glabella. This was an essence spirit secret skill? King Xianxia's pupils constricted and his expression changed in shock. At that moment, he even smelled the aura of death and his hair stood on end uncontrollably, causing his scalp to tingle. During the growth of the creation green lotus, many lotus seeds had evolved into the green lotus sword that could cause extreme killing against the essence spirit. The duckweed sword was only born when the creation green lotus attained grade 12 and entered its peak. The duckweed sword was evolved from the green lotus sword condensed from 108 lotus seeds. In other words, not only was the duckweed sword a top-grade divine weapon and spirit treasure, it was also an essence spirit type killing sword. Su Zimo could use the duckweed sword to attack the essence spirit at any time. King Xianxia had not expected the jade green sword to be so powerful. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the creation green lotus to grow to the peak of grade 12. Even Emperor Immortal vanquishing had only advanced it to grade 11 in his lifetime. Almost no one had seen the appearance of the duckweed sword, let alone knew how terrifying it was. In the blink of an eye, the sword beam entered the consciousness of King Xianxia. Silently, like a stone ox entering the sea, King Xianxia merely swayed slightly and his face turned even paler. However, his life force did not dissipate and he did not die. King Xianxia's essence spirit was even wearing a stone skin corpse robe. It was refined from the essence spirit of a king of the stone race and was an essence spirit type defensive spirit treasure. It was because of the stone skin corpse robe that he was able to defend against the killing technique. However, the sharpness of the duckweed sword still shattered the stone skin corpse robe and dealt a considerable blow to King Xianxia's essence spirit. King Xianxia's perfected grotto heaven swayed slightly and became extremely unstable, revealing a flaw. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and his blood chi surged. The creation green lotus swayed and multicolored light spread, crushing King Xianxia's perfected grotto heaven in one go. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he charged forward with his sword. Without the protection of a perfected grotto heaven, the battle corpse was suppressed by the bloodline phenomenon of the creation green lotus and could not get close at all. Under Su Zimo's sword, King Xianxia was like fish on a chopping block. Come and help me. Realizing the danger, King Xianxia couldn't care less and shouted hurriedly. The kings of many worlds had just been killed by him and everyone dispersed. At that moment, when they saw King Xianxia in trouble, the kings of these worlds could not help but hesitate. In fact, some kings were even gloating. So what if King Xianxia was dead? It would not affect the situation much. After all, they had thousands of grotto heaven kings and billions of troops. If not for King Xianxia stopping them, everyone would have swarmed forward and killed the human king long ago. Would he have been able to create such a ruckus until now? Although the kings of other worlds had various thoughts, the kings of the tomb world would not stand by and watch King Xianxia die here. You must be tired of living. Kill him. The three peak kings closest to King Shirshin approached without holding back. They propped up perfected grotto heavens and suppressed Su Zimo together. When he saw that, King Shirshin finally relaxed. He looked at Su Zimo, who was charging over, and sneered, "You're still a little lacking to kill me." Against the three peak kings, Su Zimo did not stop at all. He merely glared at King Shirshin with a cold gaze. King Shirshin felt goosebumps from Su Zimo's gaze and felt uneasy once more. Could it be that this human king had another trump card? No matter how strong this human was, he only had a minor grotto heaven. The power of his bloodline phenomenon was indeed extraordinary. However, it was definitely not enough to defend against the perfected grotto heavens of three peak kings. "They can't stop me from killing you." Right then, Su Zimo's voice suddenly sounded in a calm and powerful manner. "Whoever stops me will die." Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a void around Su Zimo collapsed and a minor grotto heaven appeared. Although it was only a minor grotto heaven, it was incomparably mystical. Multicolored light shone brightly, starlight shone resplendently, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a violent storm raged. Countless dermic runes transformed various phenomenons in the grotto heaven. Fufu! King Shirshin was slightly stunned. However, he quickly laughed and said instinctively, "It's just a minor grotto heaven." Bang! 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 Before he could finish, he was interrupted by 4 rumbling sounds. Apart from the minor grotto heaven at the beginning, the void beside Su Zimo collapsed one after another, and a gigantic stream of grotto heaven power surged out. This time round, it was not just limited to King Shirshin and the three peak kings who charged forward. The surrounding billions of troops, more than 5,000 grotto heaven kings, and the hundreds of thousands of dragons on Illumination Dragon Star widened their eyes in shock when they saw that. All the living beings within thousands of miles of the starry skies were shocked when they saw that. At that moment, the world seemed to have fallen silent. Many experts felt disbelief. The scene before them completely overturned their understanding of cultivation. FF5 Grotto Heavens? Dragon King Spirit's voice trembled slightly. Such a shocking scene had never appeared even in ancient legends, let alone personally witnessing it. This battle was different from when he fought the horse monkey kings on the path to heaven. At that time, Su Zimo had just entered the grotto heaven realm and was unsure of the might of the 5 minor grotto heavens he condensed. Therefore, he released them one by one back then so that he could sense how much strength and improvement each minor grotto heaven gave him. But today was different. Su Zimo did not need to feel anything or hold back. Only thunderous methods could turn the situation around. Therefore, the moment Su Zimo attacked, 5 grotto heavens appeared at the same time, causing the starry skies and the world to tremble. Many living beings cried out at the same time with shocked expressions. Even Emperor experts would feel their scalps tingle and gasp when they saw that, let alone the kings present. King Shirshin and the 3 peak kings who charged over were also shocked. "Don't panic." King Shirshin was the first to react and shouted, "It's just 5 minor grotto heavens. No matter how strong they are, they can't defeat your perfected grotto heavens." Boom! The 3 perfected grotto heavens collided with the 5 minor grotto heavens with a deafening bang. King Shirshin's voice was drowned out by the sound of the explosion once more. Every single one of the 5 minor grotto heavens had a taboo mystic classic as their foundation. Against 3 perfected grotto heavens, Su Zimo's 5 minor grotto heavens could still gain the upper hand. However, it was not easy to suppress the 3 perfected grotto heavens completely in a short period of time. If there was a single moment of delay, the surrounding grotto heaven kings would react and swarm forward. Notwithstanding 5,000, Su Zimo's 5 minor grotto heavens would not be able to hold on and would collapse on the spot if there were even 500 grotto heavens of various sizes. Kill! After releasing the 5 minor grotto heavens, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and unleashed the power of the grotto heavens to their limits. Instantly, countless dermic runes spewed out from the 5 grotto heavens. There were tens of thousands of rays of light, thunder, and torrential rain as Buddhas appeared. Dragons and elephants sang together, Sanskrit sounded. A group of demons roared, sword tombs stood tall, and the sun and moon followed. All sorts of Dermic Tao runes transformed into phenomenons that blotted out the skies. Coupled with the bloodline phenomenon that had just been released, instantly the power released by Su Zimo reached its peak. The creation green lotus swayed and shone. Coupled with the 5 minor grotto heavens, they defeated the 3 perfected grotto heavens instantly. The runes surged like an ocean and engulfed the figures of King Xianxia and the other 3. Although the entire process sounded slow, it happened in an instant. The kings were shocked when 5 minor grotto heavens appeared at the same time. By the time they reacted, King Xianxia and the other 3 peak kings were already dead and killed by Su Zimo on the spot. Wah! On Illumination Dragon Star, dozens of dragon kings looked at each other in shock. Ever since this human king left Illumination Dragon Star, dozens of grotto heaven kings had already died in his hands. Earlier on, even King Xianxia and 3 other peak kings were killed by him on the spot. However, this human king was only at the minor grotto heaven realm. A dragon king murmured softly, "It's truly unimaginable what would happen after this person grows. Such potential might even instill fear in people." Long Ran and Long Li were energized and emotional when they saw that. Dragon kings, Long Ran suggested. Now that Zimo has killed grotto heaven kings of the other party in succession, his aura is at its peak. Let's take the opportunity to kill our way out and defeat the other party in one go. The dragon kings were secretly shocked by the terrifying combat strength Su Zimo had just displayed. However, when they heard Long Ran's suggestion, the dragon kings calmed down quickly. A dragon king shook his head gently. His 5 minor grotto heavens are indeed shocking. However, they're only minor grotto heavens after all. There's an upper limit to their combined strength. That's right. Another dragon king echoed. Even though Xianxia's group is dead, it didn't affect them much. As of now, the number of grotto heaven kings has almost not decreased. Up till this point of the battle, less than 100 grotto heaven kings had died in the starry skies. It was indeed negligible compared to a gigantic army with 5,000 kings. The Dragon King continued. As long as the remaining grotto heaven kings join forces and attack together, even if Su Zimo condenses 10 or 100 minor grotto heavens, it'll be useless, let alone 5 minor grotto heavens. Although Long Ran was displeased, he could not say anything and could only snort softly. He was only a perfected spirit and charging out would only cause trouble. Just as the Dragon King had said earlier on, the death of King Xianxia did not cause any chaos in the Tomb World army on the Starry Skies battlefield outside Illumination Dragonstar. It merely caused a slight stir in the crowd that subsided quickly. This time round, no one gave the order. Many Grotto Heaven Kings had a tacit understanding and attacked at the same time, charging towards Su Zimo. Thousands of Grotto Heaven spirit treasures tore through the air and streaked in midair, interweaving into an airtight net that enveloped down. Countless dermic Tao and secret skills seemed to form a gigantic tsunami in the starry skies, overturning countless stars and surging over. Not only that, thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes descended as well. That scene was way too spectacular. More than 5,000 kings attacked at the same time. What kind of scene was that? The surrounding starry skies were almost shattered. The 5 minor grotto heavens appeared dim under such an attack. Su Zimo was surrounded by 5 minor grotto heavens. Before he could truly collide with the surrounding power, the 5 minor grotto heavens could no longer hold on. The dermic Tao runes dimmed and the phenomenons dissipated. Su Zimo stood in midair and swayed, like a small boat in a raging sea that could be destroyed or killed at any moment. That Dragon King was right. Although the 5 minor grotto heavens were world-shaking and unprecedented, they were only minor grotto heavens after all and had an upper limit to their strength. Once the thousands of grotto heaven kings joined forces, the 5 minor grotto heavens would not be able to defend at all. What a pity! When he saw that, Dragon King Spirit sighed gently. Dozens of Dragon Kings could clearly see that Su Zimo's death was a foregone conclusion against such an attack. More than 5,000 kings attacked at the same time. Divine weapons, Dermic Dao secret skills and grotto heavens of various sizes sealed off all escape routes and severed all life. The Dragon Kings could not imagine how this human king could escape against such an attack. As though he had thought of something, a trace of hope flashed through Long Li's beautiful eyes as she murmured, "Perhaps there's still a chance." "What?" Dragon King Spirit asked. Long Li said, "Back in the evil fiend battlefield, when Brother Su released his peerless divine powers at the same time, he released a secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries, no self. No dermic art could affect him, and he avoided all attacks as he hid in the void." Dozens of Dragon Kings shook their heads when they heard that. Dragon King Spirit sighed as well. No self is a secret skill that tapped on the profundity of space and was at the grotto heaven level. That was why he could hide in the void using no self to avoid the attacks of all the perfected spirits. However, he's facing grotto heaven kings now. The void he's in has already been shattered by thousands of grotto heaven kings. Even if he releases no self, no space can accommodate him. This is an unsolvable dead end. Rumble. Right in front of countless gazes. Many divine weapons, dermic Dao and secret skills descended. Thousands of grotto heavens of various sizes suppressed down and collided with the 5 minor grotto heavens with an earth-shaking bang. Without any obstruction, the 5 minor grotto heavens dissipated as though they were ashes. Su Zimo's figure was devoured by such a terrifying and ferocious attack as well. By the time everyone stopped, the starry skies had already been shattered. There were no traces of Su Zimo, not even blood. "That's too ruthless," Dragon King Radiance sighed. "This is the meaning of annihilation. He was wiped off the face of the world forcefully. Is there truly no miracle in the end?" Long Li looked at the starry skies battlefield in a daze, as though she was searching for something. The starry skies were shattered, leaving behind nothingness. Monkey and Long Ran believed that Su Zimo would not die just like that. However, at that moment, their expressions were grim and they were still uneasy. You can sense your own heart and mind. Your heart and mind have nothing to hold on to. Your life and death have nothing to do with your heart and mind. Your body and mind shall be extinguished as illusions. The dermic emptiness is everywhere and the no-self is embodied. Right then, a mysterious and ancient Sanskrit sounded from the shattered starry skies. Every single word seemed to contain endless mysteries. The Sanskrit reverberated through the starry skies, and its voice became louder and more shocking. "What's that sound? Who's playing tricks?" The thousands of kings in the starry skies looked around in surprise and spread out their spirit consciousnesses. But they did not discover anyone suspicious. The source of the Sanskrit was in the starry skies where Su Zimo had died earlier on. However, there was nothing there except emptiness. An illumination dragon star. When Long Li heard the Sanskrit, she was energized and smiled through her tears, saying excitedly, "It's Brother Su. Brother Su isn't dead." "Huh!" The dozens of Dragon Kings were shocked. "It can't be, right?" Dragon King Spirit could not believe it and asked hesitantly, "Fellow Taoists who managed to survive that onslaught earlier?" "It's no self," Long Li said. "Back in the evil fiend battlefield, Brother Su released it once." "That's impossible." Dragon King Radiance frowned. The starry skies there were shattered. Even if he released no self, there was nowhere for him to hide. How could he avoid the siege of thousands of grotto heaven kings? It seems to be the voice of that human king? A king of the tomb world frowned in disbelief. "Don't talk nonsense." Another peak-level king interrupted him immediately and frowned. "How is that possible? Under that attack earlier on, even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to survive." Right then, a figure gradually appeared in the originally shattered starry skies. He had green robes and black hair. His eyes were black and white and he stood on the yin-yang fishes. There was a heavenly piercing green lotus on his back and he had lowered his eyes. With a sword in one hand and a Buddhist seal in the other, his dharma characteristic was solemn as he chanted sutras. "Hiss!" Everyone gasped when they saw that. That human king was actually not dead. Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance were shocked as well. Actually, Dragon King Spirit and the others were right. Originally, No Self was indeed only a Grotto Heaven level secret skill, and there was no way it could avoid the siege of thousands of Grotto Heaven kings. The surrounding starry skies shattered and turned to dust without a place for Su Zimo to stand. However, now that Su Zimo had entered the Grotto Heaven realm and condensed 5 minor Grotto Heavens, his understanding of space had risen to an extremely high level and had already surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. As for the secret skill of the Taboo Mystic Classic, the Primordial Unity Yin Yang Escape, it involved the Dermic Tao of space as well. The 2 spatial secret skills came from Taboo Mystic Classics. When Su Zimo relied on his comprehension of space to release the 2 secret skills at the same time and synthesize them, a new secret skill was born. With the augmentation of the power of that secret skill, Su Zimo's figure almost transformed into a special state. Su Zimo called it the Void. In his Void state, the reason why he could avoid the killing of thousands of Grotto Heaven kings was because the secret skill had already come into contact with another level of power. A taboo technique. To be precise, given Su Zimo's current cultivation realm and his control over Void, this secret skill could only be considered a quasi-taboo technique. Due to the restriction of his cultivation realm, it was impossible for him to release a true taboo technique. Even this quasi-taboo technique alone took a huge toll on the essence spirit, and it was not something that ordinary peak kings could withstand. He could withstand it because he had the augmentation of the creation lotus platform and his essence spirit was nourished endlessly. There was no way to release this quasi-taboo technique just by relying on the essence spirit alone. Su Zimo even had to rely on the immense power released by the shattering of the 5 minor Grotto Heavens to help him escape into the Void and avoid all the attacks of the thousands of Grotto Heaven kings in one go. Of course, the quasi-taboo technique did not increase Su Zimo's strength significantly. That was because the secret skill was purely a defensive and dodging method and did not increase his strength at all. However, in such a situation, this Void secret skill was extremely useful. Not only did Su Zimo dodge all the attacks, he even used the Void secret skill to preserve his bloodline phenomenon. His counterattack had just begun. On the other side, after a momentary shock, thousands of Grotto Heaven kings gradually accepted this fact. They did not know what had happened earlier on. Only peak kings like Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance could vaguely guess that Su Zimo's secret skill earlier on might have come into contact with a higher level of power. So what if he was lucky enough to escape? A peak king of the Tomb World sneered. That secret skill must have definitely consumed a lot of his energy, and he won't be able to release it again in a short period of time. You just kill him again after he comes out. That's right. Many Grotto Heaven kings agreed one after another. Even if this human king could dodge once, could he do it a second or third time? Everyone stared fixedly at Su Zimo, ready to attack at any moment as long as Su Zimo was free from that special state. Right then, Su Zimo released his divine power in the starry skies and another 3 heads grew on his shoulders. 6 arms appeared on both sides of his body. Peerless divine power, 4 heads, 8 arms. He held the duckweed sword in one hand, the Trinity Auspicious Jade in another, and the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip in another. His other palms were in the shapes of fists or conjured dermic seals. 4 heads, 8 arms? So what? When many Grotto Heaven kings saw that, they scoffed disapprovingly. 4 heads, 8 arms could only unleash extremely powerful combat strength in one-on-one or melee combat. Under such circumstances, it was useless even if he had 40 heads or 800 arms. Splash! Right then, the Grotto Heaven kings suddenly heard the sound of river water flowing. Right in the shattered starry skies, a mysterious river appeared strangely. It came from somewhere and flowed towards an unknown place in a dreamy manner. When everyone's gazes landed on the mysterious river, they felt as though a lifetime had passed. At that moment, Su Zimo had already left his void state and returned to normal. He stepped on the mysterious river and a phenomenon of a turtle and snake appeared beneath his feet, carrying him along with the waves. Boom! Before everyone could react, a loud bang sounded from Su Zimo's body and a phantom that was 100,000 feet tall rose from the ground. With 4 heads, 8 arms, It pierced through the skies and stood side by side with the bloodline phenomenon of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus, gradually synthesizing. When the combat soul synthesized with the bloodline phenomenon, the starry skies trembled and the weather changed. Su Zimo's aura increased as well. When the dermic Tao of combating past and present was released, Su Zimo's physique and power of blood increased once more to a terrifying 16 times. Just a bloodline phenomenon of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus was enough to fight against a perfected grotto heaven. With the synthesis of the combat soul, the power of the phenomenon increased greatly. Now that he was augmented by combating past and present, his strength increased by 16 times on that foundation. This meant that no grotto heaven could defend against Su Zimo's attack. The secret skill of combating past and present used the long river of time to wash one's body and increase the essence spirit and blood chi at the cost of expending one's lifespan. There were some flaws to this secret skill. For example, the consumption on lifespan was too great and it cost 10,000 years in a single breath. Even grotto heaven kings could only last for less than 100 breaths after releasing combating past and present. This secret skill could not increase the power of grotto heavens either. If a grotto heaven wanted to transform, it needed the accumulation of heaven and earth essence chi and dermic Tao comprehension. Even so, the combating past and present was still terrifying and could be said to be a supreme secret skill for increasing combat strength. In a flash, Su Zimo charged into the crowd and slashed forward with the duckweed sword. The perfected grotto heavens of the three peak kings shattered instantly and could not defend at all. Their bodies were sliced into two by the duckweed sword as well, and their essence spirits were killed on the spot by the sword chi. Even peak kings could not defend against a single strike from Su Zimo. As Su Zimo made use of the state of 4 heads 8 arms to slash out the duckweed sword, at the same time, he raised the Trinity Auspicious Jade and smashed anyone he saw. He controlled the primordial Unity Horsetail Whip and whipped everyone he saw. Bang! 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 The grotto heavens of various sizes in the surroundings could not defend against Su Zimo's charge at all. Even though the Trinity Auspicious Jade and Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip did not have the sharpness of the duckweed sword, Su Zimo's combat strength increased exponentially with the secret skill of combating past and present. He could defeat peak grotto heavens with a single move. His 8 arms swung and released all sorts of killing methods. Fist, palm, finger, elbow, knee. Every part of his body was a sharp weapon for killing. The many peak kings wanted to gather as many people as possible to kill Su Zimo together. As long as thousands of grotto heaven kings joined forces, they would definitely have a chance of severely injuring him. However, in the chaos, before they could organize themselves, Su Zimo had already charged over and scattered the crowd. Before the crowd that surrounded Su Zimo from the back could touch the corner of his clothes, he had already killed his way elsewhere. That way, the thousands of grotto heaven kings could not form an effective encirclement. No one managed to stop Su Zimo's killing move. In fact, they could not even stall for a moment. With the combat soul and the augmentation of the bloodline phenomenon behind him, Su Zimo in his 4 heads 8 arms state charged through the crowd in an unstoppable manner like a human-shaped killing weapon. Everywhere he went, people fell and blood spewed. Grotto heavens shattered and wails sounded. If anyone stood in his way, he would kill them. Battle corpses, perfected grotto heavens, divine weapons and spirit treasures were blocked by Su Zimo's 8 arms together with the duckweed sword, Trinity Auspicious Jade, Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip and the 9 heavens living soil. Its great emperor combats taboo mystic classic back then, the combat totem. A peak king recognized the origin of the secret skill and shouted. The combat totem had been lost for many years. In this generation, even among the grotto heaven kings present, some of them had heard of the taboo mystic classic but did not know how powerful it was. It was only at that moment that everyone truly felt how terrifying the combat totem was. In Illumination Dragon Star. When the dragons saw that, they were dumbfounded and could not recover for a long time. So, it's the combat totem. That explains everything. Dragon King Spirit had a rueful expression. Legend has it that during the combat era, Great Emperor Combat relied on this secret skill to be domineering and invincible among his peers. Now that I've seen it, it's true. However, I heard that there's an irreversible price to pay for using the secret skill of the combat totem. Dragon King Radiance had a worried expression. Dragon King Spirit nodded. It's impossible for such a powerful secret skill to be released casually. It's said that every breath loses 10,000 years of lifespan. Dragon King Radiance said. In that case, after 100 breaths, Su Zimo would exhaust his lifespan and die before anyone else even attacks him. Dragon King Spirit sighed softly and nodded. At the same time, on the Starry Skies battlefield, some Peak Kings learned of this and reminded loudly, "Fellow Taoists, there's no need to panic. Avoid him first. This secret skill reduces one's lifespan by 10,000 years per breath. As long as we can last for 100 breaths, this person will definitely die." Originally, the battlefield was in a state of chaos and the thousands of grotto heavens were in disarray. However, when they heard that, the kings were energized and their hopes and fighting spirit were reignited. 100 breaths would pass in an instant. Could they not hold on? Even if they could not take him on, couldn't they just hide? At that thought, the kings turned around and fled, dodging everywhere. However, the surrounding starry skies had already been sealed. In the battle, space shattered. Not only could everyone not tear through the void and leave, they could not summon any spatial teleportation talismans and could only escape in all directions with their movement techniques. However, their movement techniques and speed could not compare to Su Zimo at all. Su Zimo released ethereal wings, Zephyr Thunder wings, boundless golden light, great Pung wings and many other movement techniques and secret skills. Coupled with his terrifying blood chi, he floated in the long river of time and traveled thousands of kilometers with a single step. Under the starry skies, no one could escape Su Zimo's killing intent. Not only that, Su Zimo's attacks became even more violent and ferocious. His eyes turned black and white as he wrote 12 strange runes in the void with his horsetail whip, rapidly condensing 12 terrifying heavenly gods. Su Zimo stood on a turtle and snake, his black hair dancing wildly and his gaze like lightning. He had 4 heads, 8 arms, and was surrounded by the 12 heavenly gods. His aura was torrential and invincible. Wherever he passed, only corpses and paths of blood were left on the ground. The dragons on Illumination Dragon Star looked at the starry skies battlefield outside in shock as 7 words suddenly flashed through their minds. A mantis trying to stop a carriage. It was as though a gigantic carriage had run through the starry skies, leaving behind blood-colored ruts. Thousands of Grotto Heaven kings were merely mantises waving their arms in front of the wheels. They were so tiny and weak. It was only at that moment that everyone truly understood the meaning of Su Zimo's previous words. The battle broke out and dozens of breaths passed in the blink of an eye. The starry skies battlefield was already filled with corpses and rivers of blood. In dozens of breaths, the number of Grotto Heaven kings who died had already reached hundreds. This meant that an average of about 10 Grotto Heaven kings died in Su Zimo's hands in a single breath. In his 4 heads 8 arms state, Su Zimo unleashed his killing technique to its limits. Coupled with the 12 Six Ding Six Jia gods, he charged into the crowd and was invincible. With the enhancement of combating past and present, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit increased exponentially as well. This meant that the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods had already surpassed Peak Kings in melee combat. Following behind Su Zimo, the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods swarmed forward as Su Zimo broke through the grotto heavens around the group of Peak Kings. Waving their spears and swords, they killed the kings who had lost the protection of their grotto heavens as though they were chopping vegetables. Initially, when many grotto heaven kings gathered, Su Zimo waved his 4 heads 8 arms and together with the 12 6 Ding 6 Jia gods, he could even kill dozens of kings in a single breath. However, later on, because the kings fled in all directions and dispersed, the number decreased drastically. "Let's go!" Dragon King Spirit seemed to have made a decision and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, follow me and kill our way out. We should take this opportunity to turn the tables." A few of the dozens of Dragon Kings immediately stood out to respond. "Hold on!" A Dragon King stood out and stopped everyone. Frowning, "Everyone, don't be anxious. It's probably useless to rush out now. Everyone think about it. Su Zimo is indeed invincible in his current state. However, he can only last for 100 breaths at most. Right now, dozens of breaths have passed. Based on this speed, he can only kill 1,000-odd Grotto Heaven Kings in 100 breaths. Everyone, don't forget that there are a total of 5,000 kings outside. He can't kill them all. When the dozens of Dragon Kings heard that, their hearts skipped a beat. The Dragon Kings who were eager to give it a try earlier gradually calmed down. That was indeed the case. Even if that human king killed 1,000 Grotto Heaven Kings, there were still 4,000 left. Compared to the dozens of Dragon Kings on Illumination Dragon Star, there was still a huge difference in numbers and strength. Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance exchanged glances and hesitated as well. Starry Sky's battlefield. Although 100 breaths sounded slow, it was actually extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, 100 breaths were about to pass and the number of Grotto Heaven Kings who died reached a terrifying 1,000. Prior to this, who would have thought that a fifth of this army of more than 5 kings would be killed by a human king? Even if they could successfully take down Illumination Dragon Star, the losses were way too great. Fortunately, the human king was about to exhaust his lifespan and die. Some Grotto Heaven Kings who escaped heaved a sigh of relief. The shadow of death that had just enveloped their hearts gradually dissipated at that moment. Many Grotto Heaven Kings stopped and looked back. Something doesn't seem right? That human king still looks murderous. There's no sign of aging at all. Earlier on, everyone was only focused on escaping and did not dare to turn back. At that moment, when they stopped in their tracks to look at Su Zimo, they realized to their surprise that the human king still had a rosy complexion with his black hair and green robes. His aura was strong and his vitality was exuberant. The group of Grotto Heaven Kings had just stopped and looked when Su Zimo had already closed in. Together with the 12 Six-Ding Six-Jia gods, he killed the group of Grotto Heaven Kings. When the kings saw that, they gasped in shock. There were no signs of this person's lifespan being exhausted at all. He was clearly still at his peak. The Peak King who had previously shouted for everyone to calm down and avoid him first was puzzled as well. However, there were still more than 4,000 kings left after all. There was no way they could retreat just like that. Everyone, listen to me. The lifespan of this person is indeed decreasing rapidly. I reckon that he's just an arrow at the end of its flight. The Peak King raised his voice. We still have more than 4,000 kings. As long as we stall him and drag things out slowly, he definitely won't be able to hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light surged, right in front of everyone. Su Zimo descended with 12 cold and heartless heavenly gods and surrounded the Peak King in an instant, killing him. Although the king died, his words were still of some use. Many Grotto Heaven Kings did not make up their minds to escape. They still wanted to stall for time and continue watching. At this point of the battle, there was naturally no way Su Zimo could stop. If he stopped, he would be the one to die. Apart from the Tomb World, Su Zimo could no longer remember which worlds the other kings came from: the Rui World, Ancient World, Golden World, Flying Star World, Blazing Feather World, Empty World, etc. Actually, the Dragon King was right. There was no way he could kill 5,000-odd Grotto Heaven Kings. However, right from the beginning of the battle, Su Zimo's targets had always been the Peak Kings. He had long noticed that among the 5,000-odd Grotto Heaven Kings, there were only about 400 Peak Kings. As long as he could kill the 400-odd Peak Kings within the duration of combating past and present, there was nothing to fear. Furthermore, he could release combating past and present for far more than 100 breaths. Ordinary Grotto Heaven Kings had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. When Su Zimo became a king and condensed 5 minor Grotto Heavens, he could already sense that his lifespan had increased exponentially as well, reaching an astonishing 5,000,000 years. That was his greatest reliance for releasing combating past and present. If not for the fact that he had 5,000,000 years of lifespan as his foundation, he would have long retreated from his combating past and present state and would not have been able to fight until now. After 100 breaths, his lifespan was reduced by 1,000,000 years. However, to Su Zimo, who had a lifespan of 5,000,000 years, he was still at the peak of his age. That was the reason why he did not show any signs of aging. The battle was still ongoing. To be precise, it was a one-sided massacre. No Grotto Heaven King could defend against Su Zimo's killing intent. Another 50 breaths passed. Actually, the time was very short. However, for the kings who could die at any moment, every breath felt incomparably long. Initially, they could still hold on. However, they thought that after 100 breaths, Su Zimo's lifespan would be exhausted and they would naturally win without fighting. However, 100 breaths later, Su Zimo's combat strength was still the same. They were still waiting with the greatest hope. However, after another 50 breaths, Su Zimo still did not show any signs of aging and his combat strength was still at its peak. What was even more serious was that some kings had already sensed that nearly 300 of the 1,000 Grotto Heaven Kings who died were peak kings. If the remaining peak kings died, even without combating past and present, who could stop this person? Gradually, many Grotto Heaven Kings could not hold on and wanted to retreat. There were still more than 100 peak kings left. Some of them did not give up and plotted for the final gamble. After all, they still had more than 3,000 Grotto Heaven Kings left. There were enough of them. Returning with their faces covered in dust was one thing, but more importantly, they were indignant. The conquest of the Illumination Dragon domain this time round should not have met with any issues with the Tomb World in the lead and King Illumination Dragon helping from the inside. However, who would have thought that a human king would appear out of thin air and release such shocking combat strength? Up till this point of the battle, more than 1,000 kings had died in less than 100 breaths. He was only a single person. The remaining peak kings had this thought circling in their minds. The peak kings sent voice transmissions to each other with their spirit consciousnesses and quickly decided to join forces to fight. If they failed, everyone would escape immediately and not stay any longer. Suddenly, an extremely intense spirit consciousness fluctuation appeared in the starry skies. Dozens of peak kings joined forces once more and channeled their essence spirit secret skills at the same time, launching spirit consciousness attacks at Su Zimo. They had naturally witnessed the scene of Su Zimo controlling the duckweed sword and severely injuring King Shirshin. However, no matter how strong the duckweed sword was, it could not defend against their joint attack. Furthermore, up till this point of the battle, Su Zimo had maintained his powerful combat strength the entire time when he used such a terrifying secret skill. The power of his essence spirit would definitely be greatly expended. This person was invincible in melee combat in his forehead's 8-arm state. Targeting his essence spirit might be their only chance to turn the tides. If they saw that the situation was bad, they could retreat at any time. Dozens of essence spirit secret skills of peak kings tore through the air silently. Wherever they passed, the starry skies trembled and rippled like a lake. Su Zimo touched his glabella gently with his fingertip and condensed a secret skill, channeling his essence spirit. A dragon scale appeared and blocked in front of him. Reverse scale. When they saw that secret skill, the dragons recognized it immediately and exclaimed with strange expressions. Dozens of essence spirit secret skills collided against the reverse scale silently. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. Dozens of peak kings shuddered and grunted with pained expressions. As they had expected, Su Zimo's essence spirit power was indeed exhausted greatly. Otherwise, just this reverse scale was enough to kill them. The essence spirits of dozens of peak kings were impacted and their consciousnesses went blank for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Zimo descended from the skies with the 12 heavenly gods and killed in all directions like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. This scene was like the last straw in everyone's hearts. The remaining 3,000 Grotto Heaven Kings were trembling in fear and their minds completely collapsed. All thoughts of resisting and counterattacking vanished instantly and they fled into the distance in a frenzy. Su Zimo stood in the starry skies and did not continue chasing. He dispersed his combat soul and heaved a sigh of relief. If these Grotto Heaven Kings were all unafraid of death, it would be difficult for him to defend. However, no one wanted to die for nothing after cultivating to the Grotto Heaven realm. There were more than 100 worlds gathered. All these kings wanted to come to the dragon world to plunder and take advantage. No one wanted to die. A part of the starry skies not far from Illumination Dragon Star suddenly split open. Dragon Queen Hornless walked out and staggered. Her face was pale and her body emitted a blood stench. It was obvious that she was severely injured. However, her gaze was cold. She merely took a deep breath of air and ignored the injuries in her body, speeding towards Illumination Dragon Star with all her might. The hornless dragon domain had already fallen. Although she sensed danger in advance and retreated towards Dragon Island with many clansmen, she was still hunted down by the armies of the Blood World and more than 100 worlds. The dragon race suffered heavy losses. Only half of the clansmen arrived at Dragon Island alive. Thereafter, she received a message from Longli. The moment Dragon Queen Hornless saw that, she understood what had happened. She tore through the void anxiously, wanting to descend on Illumination Dragon Star. However, the space around Illumination Dragon Star had already been sealed. She could only arrive at the starry skies nearby before rushing over. With that delay, Dragon Queen Hornless already had a bad feeling. In the Hornless Dragon Domain, just the betrayal of a few dragons caused the Hornless Dragon Domain to fall and suffer heavy losses. If Dragon King Illumination betrayed the dragon race, the clansmen of the Illumination Dragon Domain would probably be massacred, and it would be difficult for Longli and the others to leave alive. The dragon race is finished. Recalling everything that happened today, Dragon Queen Hornless suddenly felt a sense of sorrow. How did the dragon race get to this point? Before she arrived at Illumination Dragon Star, Dragon Queen Hornless smelled a strong stench of blood. Although she had expected this, her heart still sank. If Lear met with misfortune as well, Dragon Queen Hornless clenched her fists tightly and could not suppress the grief and indignation in her heart. She could not help but rear her head and roar into the skies, letting out a shrill and hoarse dragon roar. Gore! Before long, a dragon roar echoed from the direction of Illumination Dragon Star as well. It was Long Li's voice. Dragon Queen Hornless was stunned for a moment before a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. She quickened her pace and rushed towards Illumination Dragon Star. Lear was still alive. Before long, Dragon Queen Hornless arrived near Illumination Dragon Star. Mother! On Illumination Dragon Star, Long Li waved her arms and shouted. When Dragon Queen Hornless saw that Long Li was fine, she was finally relieved. At that moment, she finally noticed the tragic and bloody battlefield around her. The corpses of many Grotto Heaven kings floated in the starry skies. Their blood was still warm and countless storage bags and Grotto Heaven fragments scattered. At a single glance, the blood of kings filled the starry skies and it was extremely shocking. On this tragic battlefield, there was only one living person walking about. A person who looked a little weak and even did not match the atmosphere of the battlefield. He had green robes, black hair, and refined features. He had a calm expression and even carried a hint of scholarly aura. The green-robed man was cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the storage bags and Grotto Heaven fragments that were left behind. Of course, Dragon Queen Hornless knew Suzimo. However, she did not know what had happened here earlier on. The clansmen of Illumination Dragon Star were safe and sound. As for those who died in the starry skies, there were no dragons. They were all kings of the other races like the Tomb World. Yes, a dragon emperor must have arrived in time and killed more than 1,000 kings to protect Illumination Dragon Star. However, on second thought, Dragon Queen Hornless was puzzled. Why was Suzimo the one cleaning up the battlefield after the Dragon Emperor destroyed the foreign kings? Why were the other Dragon Kings watching and no one went forward? Furthermore, the Dragon Kings were looking at Suzimo with a strange gaze. There was actually a hint of fear. Mother, are you injured? Long Li went forward and asked with concern. I'm fine. Dragon Queen Hornless shook her head and asked, which Dragon Emperor saved you guys? I have to thank him in person. Dragon Emperor? Long Li was stunned for a moment before saying with a smile, there's no Dragon Emperor. It was Brother Su who saved Illumination Dragon Star and the tens of thousands of clansmen here. Brother Su. Dragon Queen Hornless frowned slightly and could not react in time. She asked, which Brother Su? Suzimo? Brother Suju. Long Li looking at Suzimo on the starry skies battlefield. Dragon Queen Hornless followed Long Li's gaze, and Su Zimo happened to turn over as well. The scholarly human cultivator nodded slightly at her and smiled gently. Dragon Queen Hornless? You mean that fellow Taoist Su helped kill a few Grotto Heaven Kings, right? 6 Dragon Queen Hornless turned to look at Long Li and asked again. No, Long Li said seriously. The 1,000-odd Grotto Heaven Kings outside were all killed by Brother Su in less than 100 breaths. The remaining 3,000 Grotto Heaven Kings and billions of troops were scared away as well. At that moment, Dragon Queen Hornless was stunned. Her dragon eyes blinked in confusion. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who could imagine that more than 1,000 Grotto Heaven Kings would die in the hands of an ordinary king of the human race? Dragon Queen Hornless shifted her gaze and looked at Dragon King Spirit, Dragon King Radiance, and the others with a questioning expression. Dragon King Spirit coughed gently. Lear is right. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Su attacked and killed everyone in the battle earlier on, allowing Illumination Dragon Star to be preserved. 11 The other Dragon Kings did not say anything either, and were in silent agreement. Although Dragon Queen Hornless could not believe it, she still took a deep breath and tried her best to digest this matter. A moment later, Dragon Queen Hornless gradually calmed down. As though she had thought of something, she looked at Dragon King Spirit and the others and asked with a frown. You guys merely stood here watching earlier on? Nobody stood out to help. When Dragon King Spirit, Dragon King Radiance, and the other Dragon Kings heard that, their faces flushed with shame. I'm ashamed. Dragon King Spirit sighed. It's not our fault. A Dragon King raised his brow slightly. This battle ended too quickly and only took 100-odd breaths. We wanted to help, but we couldn't react in time. Effed. Monkey could not stand it anymore and sneered at the side, scolding, You dragons are cowards and afraid of death. After discussing it for a long time, no one dared to go out and help. You were just watching from the side. Why are you pretending now? Monkey, who are you scolding? Outsider, who are you calling cowards? It's not in the place of someone like you to gossip about our dragon race. The Dragon Kings who had been submissive and timid in the face of the Tomb World army earlier on were furious and stood out. Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance looked at the Dragon Kings and felt ashamed. Shut up, all of you. Dragon King Spirit berated. Dragon King Spirit, what's the meaning of this? The few Dragon Kings refused to give up and wanted to carry on arguing. Right then, Su Zimo was done with tidying the battlefield and descended on Illumination Dragon Star once more, walking over. The Dragon Kings immediately fell silent. What were you arguing about just now? Su Zimo asked indifferently. His gaze shifted to the Dragon Kings. The Dragon Kings were silent and lowered their heads instinctively, avoiding eye contact. You only dare to brandish your fangs and claws against the weak, against the strong. You become cowardly and submissive. When he saw that, Monkey spat with a disdainful expression. When the dragons heard that, they felt extremely uncomfortable but could not say anything for a moment. The dragon race was originally not like this. Dragon Queen Hornless bowed deeply to Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist Su, the dragon race will definitely remember your kindness this time round. There's no need for that. Su Zimo waved his robe sleeve and supported Dragon Queen Hornless gently. Back outside the blessed heaven world, Dragon Queen Hornless had also helped him. He remembered all of that. Su Zimo cupped his fists. We were forced into this battle today because we had no choice. Since we know that you're fine, we'll take our leave now, fellow Taoist. Although he helped the Illumination Dragon Domain resolve the danger, Su Zimo was still unwilling to get involved in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. He was already extremely disappointed by the dragons who watched the battle from Illumination Dragon Star as he fought outside earlier on. Now that he saw that Long Li and Dragon Queen Hornless were fine, he did not intend to stay here any longer. The survival of the dragon race in the future had nothing to do with him. Right then, 2 gigantic mites descended and enveloped the skies above Illumination Dragon Star. Immediately after, the void split open and 2 figures emitting a terrifying aura, a man and a woman, appeared. They looked down at the battlefield below. Emperor realm experts. Furthermore, these were two dragon emperors. Greetings, Dragon Emperor Burning Sun and Dragon Empress Frost. When they saw the two dragon emperors, the hearts of the dozens of dragon kings skipped a beat. They turned around hurriedly and bowed, shouting. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun had scarlet hair and was clearly of the Illumination dragon lineage. His gaze was like a torch and his entire body was burning as he descended slowly. Dragon Empress Frost was an old woman with grayish-white hair. She had a cold expression and held a crystalline frost scepter in her hand as she descended on Illumination Dragon Star as well. Master! Dragon Queen Hornless welcomed them and bowed, asking, "How's the Emperor battle on Dragon Island?" Dragon Empress Frost hesitated. "We've won for the time being." Dragon Queen Hornless could tell that the Dragon Empress Frost's tone was still heavy and guessed that the situation on Dragon Island was not optimistic. The reason why the Emperor experts of the Dragon World could temporarily force the Emperors of the Parasol Tree World, Blood World, and many other worlds to retreat in this Emperor battle was entirely because of the Dragon Soul power buried on Dragon Island for countless years. Throughout history, all Dragon Emperors would be buried on Dragon Island after their deaths. Although they were dead, there would be a remnant of their dragon souls. Despite having no sentience, they were eternal and would guard this final resting place of the dragon race. Although the side of the Parasol Tree World retreated for the time being in this Emperor battle, they consumed a lot of dragon souls. By the time Parasol Tree World recuperated and adjusted, Dragon Island would probably not be able to defend against another Emperor battle. What about the other dragon domains? Dragon Queen Hornless asked again. Dragon Empress Frost's expression darkened. The other 4 dragon domains have been lost. This time round, the Parasol Tree World and hundreds of other worlds attacked on a large scale. It was evident that they had planned for a long time. Dragon Empress Frost looked around in surprise. It's quite unexpected that Illumination Dragon Star was defended. Dragon Queen Hornless said hurriedly. It's all because of fellow Taoist Su that Illumination Dragon Star and the tens of thousands of clansmen here were saved. Oh! It was only at that moment that Dragon Emperor Burning Sun and Dragon Empress Frost's gazes landed on Su Zimo. From the beginning to the end, the two emperors did not even look at their group. Dragon Queen Hornless, stop bragging about this outsider. When the Dragon King who was silent earlier on saw the Dragon Emperors descend, he regained his confidence and said, "The reason why Illumination Dragon Star and the tens of thousands of dragons were able to survive was entirely because the Dragon Emperors fought against the Emperors of the Parasol Tree World on Dragon Island. If not for the Dragon Emperors fighting a bloody battle, how useful could this outsider king be?" Monkey's eyes widened and his lungs were about to explode. Longley could not stand it anymore and could not help but say, "What nonsense is that? Are you trying to erase Brother Su's contributions with those words?" "I'm telling the truth," the Dragon King sneered. Dragon King Spirit, Dragon King Radiance, and the others were silent. Actually, they knew what was going on. However, it was not appropriate for them to stand out and refute when the Dragon King pushed the credit to the Dragon Emperors. Dragon King Shine. The Dragon Emperors have naturally contributed greatly with their bloody battle on Dragon Island, Dragon Queen Hornless said in a deep voice. However, without fellow Taoist Su on Illumination Dragon Star, we wouldn't have been able to hold out until the Dragon Emperors came to support us. There's no conflict between the two matters to begin with. Compared to Longley, Dragon Queen Hornless' response was clearly much more experienced and watertight, leaving nothing for Dragon King Shine to refute with. Actually, there had been frequent internal strife among the dragon race over the years. Everyone always had implied meanings behind their words. If somebody was not careful, others might make use of their words to accuse them of heinous sins, leading to extremely tragic outcomes. If Longley had handled it wrongly earlier on and fallen into Dragon King Shine's trap, she might have been charged with disrespect and colluding with the enemy and betraying the race. In the past, such a thing was unimaginable and ridiculous among the dragon race. However, it happened repeatedly over the years and everyone in the dragon race was in danger. Dragon Queen Hornless had seen many such scenes and naturally knew how powerful they were. Su Zimo did not care about taking credit or whatnot and was not bothered to argue with the other party. Everyone, I'll take my leave. Su Zimo could not be bothered to exchange pleasantries and was unwilling to stay any longer. He merely cupped his fists slightly and turned to leave with Long Ran and Monkey. Once he took Long Ran away with him, he would have already achieved his goal. A bunch of ingrates. Monkey's anger had yet to dissipate as he harumphed coldly. What did you say? Immediately, a few Dragon Kings stood out and berated loudly. Forget it, it's just words. Let him be. Dragon King Spirit stood out hurriedly to smooth things over, worried that something else would happen. Dragon Queen Hornless did not mention anything about credit. Given the current environment of the dragon race, it might not be a bad thing for Su Zimo and the others to leave earlier. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun stared at Su Zimo's departing figure and narrowed his eyes with a cold glint. You can't leave. Just as Su Zimo was about to tear through the void and leave the Illumination Dragon domain, Dragon King Shine suddenly stood out and stood in front of the three of them with an unfriendly expression. Dragon King Shine, what are you doing? Dragon Queen Hornless could not stand it anymore and berated. What am I doing? Dragon King Shine was extremely calm and merely sneered. Why don't you ask your precious daughter what she did on Illumination Dragon Star after joining forces with this outsider? If there's anything, just say it directly. Dragon Empress Frost frowned. Dragon King Shine said in a deep voice, Long Li brought this outsider to visit Dragon King Illumination. Not long after, Dragon King Illumination died in the hands of this outsider king. Dragon Queen Hornless' heart sank and she looked at Long Li instinctively. You're talking nonsense. Long Li explained hurriedly. It was because we discovered that Dragon King Illumination was cursed and betrayed the dragon race. After Brother Su suppressed him, he wanted to perform the soul-searching art, causing the curse in Dragon King Illumination's essence spirit to erupt, and he died. Fufu. Dragon King Shine sneered. As the lord of a domain, Dragon King Illumination has worked hard and contributed greatly. Nothing happened all these years while he was in the dragon world. However, the moment you visited him, you discovered that he was cursed. After killing Dragon King Illumination, the Tomb World army arrived immediately. What a coincidence. Of course, these two incidents had nothing to do with each other. However, Dragon King Shine deliberately linked the two incidents together, so it was naturally easy for others to associate them. Long Li shouted, That's the truth. Dragon Queen Hornless pondered for a moment and said, Indeed, there were also dragons in the Hornless Dragon domain who had ulterior motives. They destroyed the Coiling Dragon formation and lured the Blood World into our territory. Dragon King Spirit stood out as well. We weren't present when Dragon King Illumination died. However, we saw with our own eyes that Dragon King Flame was cursed. Actually, Dragon Queen Hornless and Dragon King Spirit were speaking up for Su Zimo. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo watched coldly without saying a word or even trying to defend himself. There was no need to explain such things. If not for him, Illumination Dragon Star would have been destroyed. It was impossible for him to be related to the Tomb World army. Any normal person could understand the reason. If he had to prove his innocence for such a matter, the dragon race must definitely be rotten to the core. Unfortunately, there were two dragon emperors present. Otherwise, he might have even tried to suppress Dragon King Shine and imprison his essence spirit to take a look. The dragon race will naturally investigate whether or not Dragon King Illumination was cursed. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun spoke slowly with a dignified voice and changed the topic. However, even if was cursed and betrayed the dragon race shall be the one to judge and punish him, not an outsider. None of you can leave without explaining yourselves for this. Dragon Queen Hornless' heart sank and she said hurriedly, Lord Burning Sun, although Dragon King Illumination died because of him, fellow Taoist Su has contributed greatly to protecting Illumination Dragon Star after all. I naturally know that. Before Dragon Queen Hornless could finish, Dragon Emperor Burning Sun interrupted her and said coldly, If that wasn't the case, do you think he would still be standing alive right now? At that point, Dragon Queen Hornless did not dare to say anything else and could only look at Dragon Empress Frost for help. Dragon Empress Frost sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. This matter is not easy to handle. After all, this is one of the 5 great Dragon Kings who died, and it was done by an outsider to boot. Dragon Queen Hornless was a little anxious as well. Dragon King Illumination was cursed and betrayed the dragon race. He should be killed. What does it matter if the person who killed him was from our race or an outsider? Dragon Empress Frost sighed gently. This would indeed be nothing in the past. In fact, the dragon race would even thank him. However, in the past few thousand years, Dragon Empress Frost did not continue. For thousands of years, the living environment of the dragon race deteriorated rapidly and the truth was distorted. It was not uncommon for them to be unable to distinguish right from wrong, and she was already a little numb. Even within their race, people would fight one another, let alone against outsiders. Dragon King Shine said in a deep voice, "It's unknown if Dragon King Illumination is cursed. However, this outsider killed Dragon King Illumination and caused Illumination Dragon Star to be leaderless. Because of that, we were almost taken advantage of by a powerful enemy like the Tomb World. He deserves to die." When Dragon Queen Hornless and the others heard that, their expressions changed starkly. Dragon King Shine wanted Su Zimo's life. Monkey clenched his fists tightly and shouted in anger, "How can there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? My brother has just saved you guys and you guys want to have him killed. No one's trying to get him killed." Dragon Emperor Burning Sun said coldly, "A life for a life. That's the simplest logic. Human, what else do you have to say?" Dragon Emperor Burning Sun looked down at Su Zimo from above, as though he was about to attack the next moment. Long Li was so anxious that she was crying. She truly did not expect that Su Zimo would be killed by a dragon emperor instead of dying in the encirclement of thousands of Grotto Heaven kings in the Tomb World after arriving in the Dragon World. "I have nothing to say." Suddenly, Su Zimo smiled. "I'm not leaving anymore." From the beginning to the end, he did not want to be involved in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. After finding Long Ran, he only wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, he had no choice but to attack outside Feng City and Illumination Dragon Star consecutively, fighting 2 battles. Even so, he did not want any credit. He only wanted to leave. It was only at this moment when the dragon race was so overbearing that he truly made up his mind. He wanted to see just how rotten the dragon race was and who was instigating everything behind the scenes. They wanted to fight him? Give it a try then. Since the Green Lotus is in trouble, head over and take a look. Dayu said, "If it's really the witch race stirring up trouble behind the scenes and the psychosis curse has reappeared, the dragon race can't be blamed for falling into such a state. I've been to the dragon world once. Although the dragon race is arrogant, they're not bad by nature and will definitely repay kindness. If we can help the dragon race survive this calamity this time round, earning their favor might not be a bad thing." The Martial Dao Prime Body nodded. Initially, he indeed did not want to interfere in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. However, if the source of the battle of the dragons and phoenixes was the witch race, the dragon race could indeed be considered the greatest victim. The blood debt of countless living beings who died in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes all these years had to be borne by the witch race. The Martial Dao Prime Body had a vague feeling that things were not as simple as he had imagined. "Your injuries." The Martial Dao Prime Body was still a little hesitant about Dai Yu. A smile appeared in Dai Yu's beautiful eyes as she asked, "Why? Are you planning to abandon me and head to the dragon world alone?" The Martial Dao Prime Body reacted as well and stood up holding Dai Yu's palm. He laughed loudly. "All right, let's go together." Nothing could be hidden from the 2 of them. During this period of time, rumors spread everywhere in the outside world. Some said that the 2 of them were Dao companions, while others said that Desolate Marshal was only a capable general by Dai Yu's side. After all, the 2 of them had only appeared publicly once in the Battle of the Great Wilderness. Therefore, there was another meaning behind Dai Yu's decision to travel with the Martial Dao Prime Body. This time round she was announcing their relationship to the outside world. Dai Yu said indifferently, It's been a while since I last went to the dragon world. I can take the opportunity to see if the dragon emperors have improved. The martial Dao prime body raised his brow when he heard that. From what Dai Yu said, not only had she been to the dragon world before, she had even fought against a few dragon emperors and won. Miss Dai, you're so impressive. The martial Dao prime body teased. Dai Yu smiled as well. I'm just following you around and traveling this time round. You're the one who has to fight over there. The dragon emperors steered the dragon boats at an extremely fast speed. Before long, they brought everyone to the vicinity of Dragon Island. Although it was known as Dragon Island, from afar, this island was not inferior to the mainland of the heavenly world. It lay horizontally in the starry skies with winding terrain, as though dozens of gigantic dragon bodies were coiled together. The vicinity of Dragon Island was filled with a blood mist with a torrential stench. It was obvious how tragic the previous Emperor battle was. From Dragon Empress Frost, they learned that although the dragon race relied on the dragon souls of Dragon Island to temporarily repel the Emperor experts of the Parasol Tree World and many other worlds in this Emperor battle, they had also suffered heavy losses. In fact, 2 dragon emperors died. Currently, the situation in the dragon world was critical. Including the dragon world lord, there were only 9 dragon emperors left. Among them, 4 were injured and their worlds were shattered and could not be repaired in a short period of time. If the Emperor experts of the Parasol Tree World and many other worlds made a comeback the next time, the dragon race would almost not be able to defend and there was only the possibility of extermination. Dragon Island. In the utmost dragon hall. Dressed in blood-stained armor, the dragon world lord sat in the middle. The 8 dragon emperors under him were all present, including Dragon Emperor Burning Sun and Dragon Empress Frost. The remaining hundreds of dragon kings of the dragon race were present in the hall. The loss of the 4 dragon domains was way too great for the dragon race. Apart from the dozens of dragon kings from the Illumination dragon domain who survived, not many dragon kings from the other 4 dragon domains survived. When Su Zimo and the others arrived at the utmost dragon hall and looked at their surroundings, they lamented. The super-large world that used to stand at the peak of the medium kiliocosm was actually dragged down to this extent by the world war now. Looking at the remaining hundreds of dragon kings in the hall, it truly looked a little sad. Of course, Long Rant's group was more uneasy than anything else. Su Zimo was the only one with a calm expression. The moment he entered the hall, he began to observe the expressions of the dragons. The dragons did not look abnormal. Even from the appearance of the few dragons he suspected the most, there were no signs of them being cursed. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun roughly recounted what happened on Illumination Dragon Star. When they heard that Su Zimo defeated more than 5,000 Grotto Heaven Kings alone, many dragon kings looked at him in surprise. Some dragon kings frowned with a hint of doubt. Some dragon kings revealed grateful expressions when they heard that. However, when they heard that Dragon King Illumination was killed by Su Zimo, there was an uproar in the hall. Immediately a dragon stood out. No matter what contribution he made, he has to pay with his life for killing Dragon King Illumination. Dragon King Illumination was cursed and betrayed the dragon race. He tried to silence fellow Taoist Su, and fellow Taoist Su had no choice but to counterattack. Dragon Queen Hornless tried her best to explain. Dragon King Illumination is already dead and there's no evidence. You can say whatever you want. I only know one thing: this outsider killed a Dragon King. Dragon Queen Hornless, as a dragon. Why are you always speaking up for that outsider? Don't tell me you've already betrayed the dragon race. Those who are not of our race will definitely have ulterior motives. On the surface, he's helping Illumination Dragon Star. But who knows what he's plotting in secret? Instantly, the hall fell into an intense argument. To be precise, it was a one-sided suppression. Even with Dragon Queen Hornless status in the dragon race, she could not defend against the condemnation of many dragon kings. Despite the fact that the accusations were so ridiculous and retarded, many dragons echoed them. In the understanding of the dragon race, there was no longer any right or wrong, and they did not care about the truth. They only had a single thought left: those who were not of their race would definitely have ulterior motives. Regardless of whether they were righteous or evil, good or bad, kind or vile. As long as they were outsiders, they had to be targeted. Of course, many Dragon Kings were silent. The Dragon Kings looked at Su Zimo apologetically and guiltily. Perhaps they understood that Su Zimo was innocent. However, in such an environment, they did not dare to stand out and speak. Whoever stood out to speak up for Su Zimo would be surrounded. The dragons who were targeting Dragon Queen Hornless had extremely excited expressions, and their eyes even revealed a pathological fanaticism. Su Zimo frowned and felt a sense of déjà vu. He seemed to have seen that gaze somewhere before. However, the hall was extremely chaotic and noisy. He could not recall anything for the time being. Su Zimo remained silent the entire time. He could not say anything. To be precise, no matter how the Dragon Kings quarreled, there would be no outcome. The key was still the attitude of the Dragon Emperors and the Dragon World Lord. That's enough. Right then, the Dragon World Lord finally spoke. The Dragon World Lord was expressionless as he looked at Su Zimo and said slowly, "Human, I'm sure you've seen the attitudes of many clansmen of the Dragon World regarding this matter. According to the rules of the Dragon race, we will destroy anyone within 10 degrees of separation to your family for killing Dragon King Illumination. On account of the fact that you once saved Illumination Dragonstar, no matter what your motive was, I can make the decision to prevent them from being implicated." When Su Zimo heard that, he merely laughed. So, the dragon race was already rotten to this extent. Dragon Queen Hornless and the others had worried expressions. In other words, the Dragon World Lord clearly wanted to convict Su Zimo still. "Outsider. Why are you not kneeling down to express your thanks?" Dragon King Shine berated. "If not for the Dragon World Lord's benevolence, anyone with a 10 degrees of separation to you would have died." Dragon Queen Hornless took a deep breath of air and stood out once more, saying in a deep voice, "World Lord, Su Zimo has another identity. He's the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world. If we convict and kill him because of that, we will definitely anger the sword world." The moment she said that, the argument in the hall subsided. However, there was still a Dragon King who snorted disdainfully. "What's so great about the sword world? As long as he killed one of ours, he has to pay with his life." Why, Dragon Empress Frost pondered as well. "If fellow Taoist Su is willing to help pull the strings, we might be able to join forces with the sword world to resolve the crisis of the dragon race this time round." As she said that, Dragon Empress Frost looked at Su Zimo with a glint in her eyes, indicating for him to agree and survive this tribulation first. Su Zimo smiled casually and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I've long resigned as the peak master of the sword world and have nothing to do with them now." Have you gone silly?" Dragon Queen Hornless sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness and said anxiously, "Agree first and we'll talk about it in the future. No one knows about this. You're quite frank." The Dragon World Lord smiled indifferently. "However, it doesn't matter if you're the peak master of Sword World or not. You have to pay with your life for the Dragon King's death." "That's right. A life for a life. Let him pay with his blood." He even slandered Dragon King Illumination for being cursed and betraying the dragon race with sinister intentions. Immediately, countless dragons in the crowd stood out and echoed the Dragon World Lord. Among the remaining 8 Dragon Emperors, 3 to 4 of them looked at the high and mighty Dragon World Lord with a blank gaze and a sense of unfamiliarity. In fact, an extremely bold thought even appeared in their hearts. However, before long, the Dragon Emperors gradually lowered their heads. Some of their worlds were shattered and some of their cultivation realms were insufficient. They could not stand up against the Dragon World Lord at all. Those subtle actions did not escape Su Zimo's eyes. He did not care about the wild emotions in the surroundings. However, Long Li could no longer hold it in and stepped forward. She looked at Dragon King Spirit, Dragon King Radiance, and the other dragons of Illumination Dragonstar and shouted, "Aren't you guys going to stand up for him at a time like this? Everyone on Illumination Dragonstar owes him their lives. Isn't our dragon race supposed to repay kindness always? Are you still worthy of the dragon race's bloodline and conscience?" Those words made the Dragon Kings of Illumination Dragon Star feel ashamed. Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance exchanged glances and mustered their courage to stand out as well. Right then, the Dragon World Lord pressed down with both hands and released an extremely immense pressure, suppressing all voices. The moment Dragon King Spirit and Dragon King Radiance stood out, they had terrified expressions before they could even say a word. There's no need to argue about this. The Dragon World Lord waved his hand. We're facing a strong enemy right now. We should not be wasting our energy contemplating about what to do with this outsider. Just take him outside and behead him for the public. Immediately, a few Dragon Kings dashed out and pounced towards Su Zimo with a murderous aura. Hold on. Right then, Long Ran suddenly shouted and stood out. This voice was too loud and aggressive. The dragons were stunned. Thereafter, when they saw that it was only a perfected dragon, many dragons sneered in disdain. Let's see who dares to come forth. Long Ran was not at a disadvantage against many dragon kings and even a few dragon emperors. He shouted, Desolate Marshal and I have known each other for many years and we're old friends. If you guys push your luck and insist on killing us, Desolate Marshal will definitely descend on the dragon world. In Long Ran's mind, he only wanted to stall as long as possible. Desolate Marshal would take a day to arrive and only 4 hours had passed. When he saw that Su Zimo was about to encounter a calamity, he could not think of a countermeasure immediately. He could only brace himself and bring Desolate Marshal's name out first. If he could intimidate this group of dragons, there might be a turn of events even if he delayed for a few more hours. Initially, Long Li was filled with grief and indignation and was berating the Dragon Kings of Illumination Dragon Star. When she heard Long Ran's words, she almost fainted on the spot. It was fine for Long Ran to brag to her. She would merely smile it off and not take him for real. To think that Long Ran would spout nonsense that he had known Desolate Marshal for many years in public. Who would believe him? That would only backfire and attract countless ridicule. When Dragon Queen Hornless heard that, she sighed softly as well and felt helpless. Dragon Empress Frost shook her head gently. A drowning man would clutch at a straw. He was willing to say anything at this critical juncture. When they heard the words Desolate Marshal, the hall indeed fell silent instantly. There was complete silence. Many dragons, hundreds of dragon kings, including the 9 dragon emperors, seemed to be stunned by that Dao title. However, before long, the dragons burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What did this little perfected dragon say earlier on? He knows Desolate Marshal? You know Desolate Marshal, kid? I've even drank wine with him before. Hey, little perfected dragon. Back when Desolate Marshal was cultivating, you were probably just born, playing with dolls and rolling in mud. Initially, the Dragon Kings wanted to go forward and suppress Su Zimo. When they suddenly heard that, they could not help but burst into laughter. Against the mockery and ridicule of the dragons, Long Ran's face flushed red. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes burned with fire as he shouted, I know Desolate Marshal. For real. I even saved him and imparted to him Dermic Das. Ha 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 ha. Those words caused even more unrestrained laughter. Even the dragon emperors chuckled when they heard that. This perfected dragon was rather interesting. He actually wanted to use Desolate Marshal's Dao title to resolve the danger. When she saw Long Ran being mocked and ridiculed by countless clansmen, Long Li felt guilty as well. It's all my fault. Long Li blamed herself. If I hadn't mentioned Desolate Marshal to him, he wouldn't have said that he knew Desolate Marshal and received so much ridicule right now. Is it funny? Right then, an extremely unfamiliar voice sounded from the hall. The voice was neither light nor heavy, but it spread to every corner of the utmost dragon hall and entered the ears of every dragon. It even suppressed all laughter. The laughter gradually subsided. The dragon emperors frowned. They only heard that voice but did not see anyone. Even their spirit consciousnesses could not detect it. The next moment, the void in the hall split open and 2 figures descended hand in hand. A man and a woman stood in midair and looked at the dragons in the hall. The man had black hair and a purple robe. He wore a silver mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea. The woman was dressed in a blood-colored robe and her black hair was like a waterfall. Just by standing there casually, she exuded an arrogant aura that looked down on the world. Suddenly, the hall fell into a dead silence. All the dragons widened their eyes with terrified expressions, as though their throats were being strangled by an incomparably invisible hand. It was extremely difficult for them to even breathe, let alone laugh. The dragon emperors had grim expressions. The dragon world lord stood up slowly from his seat and looked at the two of them in midair with shock and disbelief in his eyes. None of the dragon emperors had seen the martial Tao prime body before. However, they had all seen Daiyu before. Back then, the blood-robed woman was like the sun in the midday sky, dominating the medium kiliocosm and challenging the strongest living beings of the 10,000 races. No one could defend against her. Even emperor experts of some super-large worlds and powerful living beings were defeated by her one after another. She had also been to the dragon world before and defeated several emperor experts in this hall before leaving Cooley. Who was the man who could stand side by side with Daiyu and hand in hand? There was probably only one person in the medium kiliocosm who was qualified. Emperor Desolate Marshal. Legend has it that Emperor Desolate Marshal had always been wearing a silver mask that covered his face, identical to the one in midair. Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, the Dragon World Lord said slowly. When they heard that name, a commotion sounded in the hall. In this generation, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was too infamous. Even if some dragons had never seen Daiyu before, they had heard of her name. The Dragon World Lord shifted his gaze to the martial Tao prime body and asked in a deep voice, "And you are?" Actually, the Dragon World Lord and the Dragon Emperors guessed the identity of the martial Tao prime body right away. However, they were still unsure and could not believe it. Why did Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly suddenly come here? Could it really be because of that perfected dragon? That was simply ridiculous. The Dragon World Lord and the Dragon Emperors wanted a definite answer. "I'm Desolate Marshal," the martial Tao prime body said indifferently. Whoosh! The moment those words were said, there was an uproar in the hall. The dragons were intimidated by Desolate Marshal's Tao title and even took a few steps back instinctively. Their footsteps were chaotic and the crowd surged. In the blink of an eye, a large empty area appeared around the martial Tao prime body and Daiyu. The Dragon Emperor's heart skipped a beat as well. To think that this person would really come. Dragon Queen Hornless was stunned on the spot as well. Longli blinked her reddened eyes and covered her lips with her palm, trying her best not to make a sound. She looked at Desolate Marshal and Daiyu in midair before looking at Long Ran, who was not far away, completely stunned the entire time. Was Emperor Desolate Marshal really summoned here by Long Ran? Countless questions flashed through Long Li's mind. That's right, that must be the case. It's because I mentioned it to Brother Long Ran once in Feng City. Perhaps only Emperor Desolate Marshal has the ability to pacify the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. At that time, Brother Long Ran must have found a way to tell Emperor Desolate Marshal. Otherwise, Emperor Desolate Marshal would not have descended at this moment. Long Li looked at Long Ran with gratitude. I was wrong about Brother Long Ran. I even mocked him. However, he did not care and was not even angry because of that. He even secretly informed Emperor Desolate Marshal, wanting to help me and our dragon race. Not far away, Long Ran felt a chill run down his spine under Long Li's warm gaze. He was shocked as well when the martial Tao prime body descended. His original intention was to scare the other party and stall for time as much as possible. To think that Desolate Marshal would really appear and even come hand in hand with Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. This appearance, this lineup, even the Dragon Kings who had mocked him earlier on had bewildered expressions and looked at him differently. Zerno must have informed his martial Tao prime body in secret. That's why he was able to rush over at this very moment. At that thought, Long Ran looked at Su Zimo beside him. Su Zimo had a faint smile on his face as he nodded gently and blinked. The moment Long Ran saw that, he understood Su Zimo's intentions. Initially, it would have been difficult for the secret of the two true bodies to remain hidden with the descent of the martial Tao prime body. However, because Long Ran suddenly stood out, it made the descent of the martial Tao prime body seem logical, and there was an even more sufficient reason. There was no need for the relationship between the two true bodies to be exposed at this moment as well. Long Ran was secretly delighted. This time round, he benefited greatly because Su Zimo hid himself. Ever since he ascended to the dragon race, he had been living a little depressed. Although he had Long Li's help later on, he was not really highly regarded in the dragon race the entire time. Until this moment, apart from Desolate Marshal and Dai Yu who were in midair, he had already become the center of attention. Fellow Taoists Desolate Marshal and Blood Butterfly, may I know why you have suddenly come to visit? The Dragon World Lord composed himself and asked in a deep voice. Damn it, are you deaf? Before the martial Tao prime body could speak, Long Ran stood out and berated. Didn't you hear what I just said? If you guys push your luck and kill us, Desolate Marshal will descend. Did you bloody think I was joking? The Dragon World Lord could not differentiate right from wrong and reversed the truth. He even wanted to kill them earlier on. Long Ran had the backing of the martial Tao prime body and was filled with confidence. Right now, he was completely hostile and cursed. That scene stunned the dragons. A perfected dragon was pointing and cursing to the head of the Dragon World Lord. As for the Dragon World Lord, although his expression was dark and he clenched his fists, he did not take another step forward, clearly wary. The martial Tao prime body ignored the Dragon World Lord and surveyed his surroundings, saying indifferently, Not only are we old friends, he's also my savior. Were you guys mocking him earlier on? The hearts of the dragons skipped a beat and no one dared to meet his gaze. All of them lowered their heads in silence. Although the tone of the martial Tao prime body was calm, the dragons felt a bone-chilling chill. It was only when the martial Tao prime body said it personally that the dragons were certain this troublesome problem was really summoned by Long Ran. The few people who laughed the loudest earlier on were already trembling in fear. Lil one desolate. Long Ran waved it off. Let's not talk about saviors and whatnot. That's all in the past. There's no need to mention it. We can just regard one another as peers. The way Long Li looked at Long Ran gradually changed. At that moment, it was indeed as though Long Ran had a spotlight on him. Brother Long Ran is way too humble. Even though he clearly knows a big shot like Emperor Desolate Marshal, he has never mentioned it to anyone in the dragon race. Even when he was wronged in the past, he merely smiled and did not think of asking Emperor Desolate Marshal to stand up for him. I once mocked him, but he didn't even bother to argue with me. Right then, Dragon Queen Hornless suddenly sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Daughter, you were quite close to Long Ran previously, right? Yes, what's wrong? Long Li nodded. It's fine, Dragon Queen Hornless said. This Long Ran's endowment and character are not bad. He's humble, low-key, and heroic. You should get to know him better in the future and keep in touch. Initially, Dragon Queen Hornless did not have much of an impression of Long Ran. Now, the more she looked at him, the more pleasing he was to the eye. Brother Long Ran is indeed worthy of respect. Long Li said, Back then, Brother Su asked me to take care of Brother Long Ran. Today, Emperor Desolate Marshal is also willing to cross billions of miles to descend into the dragon world for Brother Long Ran. This says a lot about Brother Long Ran's character. Back in the lower worlds, Brother Long Ran must have been a big shot who was extremely heroic. Otherwise, how could he have gotten to know experts like Brother Su and Emperor Desolate Marshal to obtain their respect? I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding. The Dragon World Lord said in a deep voice, I only gave the order to kill that human king earlier on and did not intend to hurt Long Ran. You can't kill Zimo either. Long Ran sneered and looked at the Dragon World Lord as though he was looking at an idiot. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun stood out and cupped his fists. Since fellow Taoists Desolate Marshal and Blood Butterfly have appeared today, let's forget about this matter for the time being. It's best if our harmonious relationship isn't disrupted. Long Ran said, You're afraid of disrupting the harmony now? You wanted to kill us earlier on. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun had an ugly expression. They had already put down their pride and backed off, but Long Ran was still so overbearing. Right then, Dai looked at the Dragon World Lord and said indifferently, "Dao Hai, the last time I came to the Dragon World, you avoided fighting me. However, you sure have gotten bolder all these years. You conquered everywhere and took the initiative to start a war." Those words caused quite a commotion in the hall. Apart from the Dragon Emperors, even the Dragon Kings present did not know about this. In some super worlds, such as the Dragon World and the Light World, there were indeed top Emperor experts who had the strength to fight Dai. However, once the two sides fought, the outcome was unpredictable. Furthermore, Dai came to visit without any ill intentions and only wanted to challenge the experts of the various races. There was no deep hatred between the two parties, so the top Emperor experts of the super large worlds did not attack. Peak Emperors who cultivated to the perfected Emperor realm only had a single goal in mind. It was to take the final step and become a great Emperor. If their worlds shattered because they fought Dai, they might miss the opportunity to become a great Emperor. Therefore, top Emperor experts like Dragon Emperor Dao Hai would avoid fighting Dai when she came knocking. Even so, the fact that Dai dared to roam around the worlds in the medium kiliocosm freely had indeed caused quite a huge commotion. The notoriety of Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was also earned due to the battles in that period of time. "Do you know about the psychosis curse?" Dai changed the topic and suddenly asked. "No idea," the Dragon World Lord said expressionlessly. Among the dragons in the hall, the expressions of several dragons changed slightly. Dai said, "Those who are affected by the psychosis curse will be controlled and lose their sense of self. Although this person's appearance is no different from before, his every move, word and action will be influenced and controlled by the curse caster." When they heard that, someone among the 9 Dragon Emperors revealed a look of realization. Someone had a wary expression and shifted his gaze. He even looked at the high and mighty Dragon World Lord. "What are you trying to say?" the Dragon World Lord asked coldly. Dai said, "It's not a coincidence that your dragon race ended up in this state. You were controlled by the witch race and entered the abyss step by step, sinking into a quagmire." "Bullshit," Dragon Emperor Burning Sun berated. "Given our cultivation realms, how could we be infected by the psychosis curse?" Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, if you intend to lie to everyone with those demonic words, I can only ask you to leave. That's right. Another Dragon Emperor stood out and said in a deep voice, "The dragon race doesn't welcome you guys." In the hall, the eyes of some of dragons who were initially silent and afraid surged with fervor once more as they echoed loudly, "The dragon race doesn't welcome you guys." Humph! The martial Dao Prime body snorted softly. That sound boomed like thunder the moment it echoed in the hall. The yells of the dragons stopped abruptly. Countless dragons widened their eyes and felt their minds buzz. Their vision turned black as that single snort almost caused them to vomit blood. Suddenly, Dragon Empress Frost asked, "Emperor Desolate Marshal, may I ask how we should determine if one is infected by the psychosis curse?" "Indeed, there is no way to tell from physical appearance alone," the Martial Dao Prime Body said. "Once the essence spirit is revealed, everything shall be known." "What a joke," Dragon Emperor Burning Sun sneered. "As Emperor experts, we have to offer our essence spirits just because of your baseless speculations? How can we allow our dignities to be trampled as such? You have no dignity in front of me." The gaze of the Martial Dao Prime Body shifted to Dragon Emperor Burning Sun, and he said slowly, "If you don't hand it over, I can take it myself." Before his sentence was finished, the Martial Dao Prime Body released Dai's palm. In a flash, he arrived before Dragon Emperor Burning Sun instantly. It was way too fast. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun seemed to be prepared as well. He channeled his bloodline immediately and his body expanded, prepared to revert to his true form. A bloodline phenomenon appeared faintly. A perfected world condensed behind him as well. Beside Dragon Emperor Burning Sun, there were 2 Emperor experts who were also prepared to help. Roar! Suddenly, the Martial Dao Prime Body roared, causing the 3 Dragon Emperors to shudder and vomit blood. The worlds behind them could not condense immediately either. The next moment, the martial Tao Prime Body raised his arm and punched Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's chest. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's dragon body was shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao Prime Body, and a blood mist filled the air. The martial Tao Prime Body reached out and grabbed, trapping Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's essence spirit in his palm through the blood mist. It was over. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Emperor Burning Sun suffered a crushing defeat and his essence spirit was trapped. By the time the dragons reacted, the martial Tao Prime Body had already grabbed Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's essence spirit and returned to Dai Yu's side. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun could not even last a single breath before he was suppressed. "What are you doing?" The Dragon World Lord was enraged and widened his eyes with a murderous aura as he hollered. The martial Tao Prime Body ignored him and merely condensed a drop of water on his fingertip that dripped onto the essence spirit of Dragon Emperor Burning Sun in his palm. Shing! The moment the seemingly ordinary water droplet touched the essence spirit of Dragon Emperor Burning Sun, green smoke billowed instantly. Ah! Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's essence spirit let out tragic cries. Right in front of everyone, dark green threads appeared on the surface of his essence spirit and filled it densely, almost covering his entire essence spirit. Wah! When Dragon Empress Frost and the others saw that, their pupils constricted and their hearts skipped a beat. It was curse power. Indeed, Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's essence spirit was cursed. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Dragon Emperor Burning Sun had been cursed for a long time and his essence spirit was already covered by the curse completely. At that moment, the dark green threads on Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's essence spirit were gradually melting under the envelopment of the drop of water. The drop of water released by the martial Tao Prime Body earlier on was actually from the Hell Boundless Springs. The greatest use of the Hell Boundless Springs was that it could cleanse curse power. Back then, the Green Lotus True Body was tainted by 2 curses. It was all thanks to the Hell Boundless Springs that he could recover to his original state. After the martial Tao Prime Body condensed the 10 gates of Hell, it was equivalent to the martial universe being connected to the entirety of Hell. He could connect to the 9 springs of Hell at any time. The Hell Boundless Springs could indeed resolve the curse. However, Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's essence spirit had almost fused completely with the psychosis curse. In this state, while the Hell Boundless Springs resolved the curse, it was also dispersing the essence spirit of Dragon Emperor Burning Sunday. When the curse on Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's essence spirit was resolved, the life force of the essence spirit would dissipate as well. The gratifying thing was that after the initial pain, Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's essence spirit gradually calmed down. He seemed to have gradually regained his rationality and found himself understanding what was happening to him. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun looked at the martial Tao Prime Body with a hint of gratitude. He could finally be freed from the psychosis curse and regain his freedom, although it was all too late. "Thank you." Dragon Emperor Burning Sun's essence spirit looked at the martial Tao Prime Body and sent a thought. Thereafter, his essence spirit surveyed his surroundings and looked at the dragons in the hall with a sorrowful and guilty expression. "I'm sorry." Dragon Emperor Burning Sun sent out his final thought, and his essence spirit melted under the Hell Boundless Springs with the psychosis curse, dying. Most of the dragons were still stunned on the spot before they could react to the series of events. Dragon Emperor Burning Sun was dead. Furthermore, he was really cursed. Although Dragon Emperor Burning Sun died because of Desolate Marshal, it seemed more as though Desolate Marshal was liberating him. In fact, Dragon Emperor Burning Sun even thanked Desolate Marshal before dying. Could it be that the reason why the dragon world had come to this point was really because the witch world was hiding behind the scenes and manipulating them? Some dragons seemed flustered, as though they were afraid of something. To think that Brother Burning Sun was cursed and lost his mind. The Dragon World Lord lamented bitterly and sighed. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. You freed Brother Burning Sun from the entanglement of the curse and pulled out such a malignant tumor for our dragon race." Dragon Empress Frost suddenly said, "Dragon Emperor Burning Sun alone does not have the power to turn the dragon world as such." "Yeah." The Dragon World Lord nodded. "There might be other dragons cursed as well. I'll get to the bottom of this matter. Don't worry, clansman. The Martial Dao Prime Body looked at the Dragon World Lord and said indifferently, only one person has the ability to lead the entire dragon race into the abyss step by step. The Dragon Emperors, including Dragon Empress Frost, and some Dragon Kings could tell what the Martial Dao Prime Body meant and looked at the Dragon World Lord. Over the years, under the lead of the Dragon World Lord, the dragon race had become more and more radical. They provoked wars repeatedly and conquered everywhere. The thrill of fighting and killing indeed made many dragons extremely satisfied. When others raised objections, they would be suppressed by an even louder voice. Actually, there had long been people who suspected the Dragon World Lord. However, in the Dragon World Lord was peerless and had the strongest combat strength and power. Who dared to question him at all? Apart from Desolate Marshal, that is. Desolate Marshal? What do you mean? The Dragon World Lord's expression darkened as he said coldly, "Are you suspecting me?" Dragon Empress Frost asked in a deep voice. "How do we determine who's infected with the psychosis curse? Does everyone have to offer their essence spirits?" The risk of handing over their essence spirits to be inspected by an outsider was way too great. Anyone would feel conflicted. There's no need. The Martial Dao Prime Body waved his robe and a dense group of wine cups appeared in front of him. They were filled with spring water and floated in midair. This contains the water of the boundless springs and can dispel the curse if one hasn't been tainted by the curse for long. They can be saved by consuming the boundless springs water. If one isn't tainted by the curse at all, there wouldn't be any abnormality even if they drank a cup. Dragon Empress Frost said in a deep voice. In other words, if you're cursed, the curse power will appear immediately as long as you drink a mouthful of boundless springs water. That's right. The Martial Dao Prime Body nodded. Another Dragon Emperor frowned with a resistant expression and said coldly, "Who knows what's in your wine cup? We've never heard of boundless springs water. Who knows what's hidden inside? I'll give you two choices." The Martial Dao Prime Body said indifferently. 1. I'll capture your essence spirits personally and sprinkle them with boundless springs water. 2. You can drink a cup yourselves. Desolate Marshal. The Dragon World Lord was enraged and berated. Aren't you being too overbearing? I'll go first. Dragon Empress Frost stood out. I believe in fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal given his status. There's no need for him to go through so much trouble to kill us. What he's doing now is giving our dragon race one last chance. With that said, Dragon Empress Frost stepped forward, closed her eyes, picked a random wine cup, and downed it in one gulp. The moment the boundless springs water entered her throat, there was a hint of coldness. There was indeed a strange power hidden in it, but it did not affect Dragon Empress Frost much. Many dragons were watching Dragon Empress Frost's reaction. A moment later, Dragon Empress Frost opened her eyes. There's no problem with this water. Everyone, you can drink it without worry. Immediately, a second Dragon Emperor stood out and drank a cup of boundless springs water. A moment later, the Dragon Emperor nodded as well. There's indeed nothing wrong with this water. Everyone, if you're not tainted by the curse, please come forward and drink a cup. Ridiculous. The Dragon World Lord sneered. Our dragon race will definitely not be manipulated by others. As the Dragon World Lord, I won't drink that boundless springs water either. It's fine if you won't drink it yourself. The Martial Dao Prime Body picked up a cup casually and walked towards the Dragon World Lord. I'll toast you. Before he finished his sentence, the Martial Dao Prime Body had already arrived in front of the Dragon World Lord. Kill! The Dragon World Lord was already prepared. With a loud shout, he released his perfected Grotto Heaven in advance. The two Dragon Emperors who wanted to help Dragon Emperor Burning Sun earlier on attacked once more and propped up their perfected Grotto Heavens to suppress the Martial Dao Prime Body. The three Dragon Emperors attacked at the same time. Apart from the Dragon World Lord who was a peak emperor, one of the other two was an ordinary emperor and the other was a supreme emperor. The Martial Dao Prime Body flicked his finger gently without even turning back. 6 A drop of boundless springs water tore through the air, and the immense power instantly shattered the world of the ordinary emperor. The dragons were shocked. Desolate Marshall's combat strength was actually so terrifying. In fact, he did not even have to touch the Dragon Emperor directly. He shattered the latter's world just by flicking a drop of water with his finger. The world shattered and the boundless spring's water flowed in, splashing onto the Emperor. Xing! Green smoke rose from the Emperor's head. A few dark green threads appeared in his eyes as well. It was strange and terrifying. However, compared to the situation of Dragon Emperor Burning Sun, this Dragon Emperor was not deeply tainted. After the boundless spring's water resolved the psychosis curse in his essence spirit, his essence spirit was injured to a certain extent, but his life was not in danger. The martial Tao prime body flicked his finger gently. Thereafter, he waved his robe and swung it back, slapping heavily into the world of the peerless Dragon Emperor. Boom! There was a deafening bang. The world of the peerless Dragon Emperor collapsed as well. The sleeves of the martial Tao prime body carried a large amount of boundless springs water mist that scattered on the body of the peerless Dragon Emperor. Ah! The peerless Dragon Emperor let out a tragic cry and a dark green glint appeared in his eyes with a pained expression. The boundless springs water was working its magic on him. 3 Dragon Emperors attacked at the same time, but in the blink of an eye, the Dragon World Lord was all alone. The Dragon World Lord could not avoid it and propped up a perfected world. At the same time, he released his bloodline phenomenon and his aura increased exponentially, reaching his peak as he reared his head and roared. A dragon's roar resounded into the clouds and pierced through gold and rocks. Back then, the Dragon World Lord was the only top expert who could fight Daiyu. His strength naturally could not be underestimated. If the martial Tao prime body wanted to suppress him, he only needed to summon the martial universe. However, once the martial universe was released, the commotion would be too great. Furthermore, the power released would be extremely terrifying and would approach the great Emperor realm. The Fiend Lord had once reminded him not to cause a commotion like the battle in the Great Wilderness. The martial Tao prime body had no intention of releasing the martial universe against the Dragon World Lord. Boom! The martial Tao prime body raised his hand and punched, condensing endless dermic das and martial intent that struck the world of the Dragon World Lord with a loud bang. The world of the Dragon World Lord swayed continuously. However, coupled with his bloodline phenomenon, he managed to withstand a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. If the essence martial grotto heaven advanced further and formed a world, the physique and bloodline power of the martial Tao prime body would increase exponentially as well. He could defeat the perfected world of the Dragon World Lord with his bare hands. Now, he was still a little lacking. Desolate Martial, that's all there is to you. The Dragon World Lord burst into laughter and was invigorated. Against this world, the martial Tao prime body could shatter it with a few punches in one go. However, when he heard the Dragon World Lord's words, the martial Tao prime body could not be bothered to argue with him. He summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod and swung it at his head. The 4 sacred souls revolved and dragon roars and Sanskrit interweaved. Boom! The world quaked and the surrounding utmost dragon hall swayed as dust fell. Immediately after, cracking sounds sounded from the world, condensed by the Dragon World Lord. Cracks appeared beneath the Hell Suppression Tripod and spread rapidly like a spiderweb. It shattered. In just a moment, a perfected world collapsed on the spot. Even the bloodline phenomenon of the Dragon World Lord was shattered. In the Battle of the Great Wilderness, the Hell Suppression Tripod absorbed the bloodlines of the 4 sacred beasts and was reconstructed. In the hands of the martial Tao prime body, the power released was definitely not inferior to the Great Emperor weapon it was back then. The Dragon World Lord's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, the martial Tao prime body tilted the Hell Suppression Tripod and poured down an entire tripod of boundless springs water. Initially, the martial Tao prime body only wanted to toast him with a cup of spring water. Since the Dragon World Lord refused to submit, he could only give him a tripod full of water. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon World Lord was completely drenched with the boundless springs water. The next moment, green smoke rose from the top of his head. Dark green threads appeared in his eyes as well. It was a sign that he was tainted by the psychosis curse. The Dragon World Lord was slightly less tainted by the psychosis curse than Dragon Emperor Burning Sunday. However, it was much more severe than the other two Dragon Emperors. Even if he could survive the boundless springs water for the time being, his essence spirit would probably be severely injured and he would not have much time left. The Dragon World Lord was in immense pain after being splashed with the boundless springs water. Although he was still resisting with all his might earlier on, at that moment, he seemed to have realized something and did not say a word. He merely gritted his teeth and endured the pain silently, his body trembling. When they saw that, the dragons had conflicted expressions and felt a sense of sorrow. Even the dignified Dragon World Lord was cursed and controlled by someone. He lost his mind and led the dragon race step by step towards the abyss until today, putting them in an irreversible situation. Under the command of Dragon Empress Frost and the remaining Dragon Emperors, the dragons in the hall drank the boundless springs water one after another. Among them, some dragons who were tainted by the psychosis curse were exposed. However, compared to the number of dragons in the hall, there were not many cursed dragons. Many dragons looked at the Dragon World Lord and some of their clansmen who were washing away the curse and enduring pain in a daze. They seemed a little lost, helpless, and even disappointed. These clansmen were cursed and lost their minds. They were controlled by others and did many things to harm the dragon race. However, unlike their clansmen, they were not cursed. Yet, they followed the Dragon World Lord and those cursed dragons to commit countless sins over the years. In the end, they failed to maintain their consciences and released the evil in their hearts, descending into madness. Although they were not infected by the psychosis curse, they still lost themselves. Su Zimo could not help but feel shocked when he sensed everything. The most terrifying thing was not the psychosis curse. The most terrifying thing was that the psychosis curse bewitched others and turned all those initially kind and righteous people into fiends. The curse could be resolved by the boundless springs water. However, what could resolve the mental curse in the hearts of people? Even if the dragon race survived this tribulation, their foundation would be severely injured and they would no longer be the same as before. As time passed, the psychosis curse on the dragons gradually dissipated. Some dragons had been infected by the psychosis curse for too long and had similar endings as Dragon Emperor Burning Sunday. Before long, they died. However, most of the cursed dragons survived. Although for them it was a fate worse than death. The injuries to their essence spirits were secondary. When they recovered their minds and selves, everything they had done over the years naturally appeared in their minds. Every memory was stained with the blood of their clansmen and innocent living beings, tormenting their hearts. Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, I'm sorry. The Dragon World Lord's face was pale and his aura was weak. He stood up and bowed deeply in the direction of the Martial Tao Prime Body. You don't have to apologize to me. The Martial Tao Prime Body shook his head gently. As of now, the dragon race had yet to truly hurt them. It was the dragon world and the dragon race that received the most hurt from the Dragon World Lord and the cursed dragons. The Dragon World Lord looked around at the dejected clansmen around him and could not help but feel sorrowful with tears streaming down his face. The dragon race, which was originally powerful for a period of time, was only left with these clansmen who ended up in such a tragic state. He had almost destroyed the entire dragon race. The impact of this tribulation of the dragon race this time round was not only in terms of their strength. It was also a trauma for their hearts, essence, and foundations. It was unknown how many years it would take for such damage to recover. Would the dragon race still have such a chance? Suddenly, Dayu asked, according to what I know, the casting conditions for the psychosis curse are rather harsh. As long as you're prepared, you won't be controlled by others. Sigh. At the mention of that, the Dragon World Lord sighed deeply. Back then, the Witch World Lord came to visit and said that he had discovered the ruins of an ancient great emperor and invited me to go with him. I was a little tempted and agreed. I've always been on guard against the Witch World Lord and did not dare to be careless. However, there were layers of restrictions in that ruin. In a moment of carelessness, we were tainted by a long-lost ancient poison. Given our cultivations, we could suppress the ancient poison for the time being. However, without resolving it, It would always remain as a hidden ailment in our bodies. Dayu smiled indifferently. I believe that the Witch World Lord must have already known the antidote to it. The Dragon World Lord nodded and smiled self-deprecatingly. Now that I think about it, he must have tainted himself with the poison as well so that he could gain my trust. A few years later, when he came to the Dragon World again, the ancient poison in his body had already been neutralized. When I asked him about the method, he said that there was a secret skill of the witch race that could neutralize this poison. I'm the Dragon World Lord, and we were in the Dragon World as well. I didn't think that he would have dared to have any ulterior motives. The dragon race will never be forced by others. Since he dared to use the opportunity to do something to me, I'll kill him even if I have to die. When they heard that, everyone could guess what happened next. The Dragon World Lord said, I've never heard of the psychosis curse and didn't know that there was such a terrifying curse in the world. I also didn't know that such a curse could make one lose their mind and self. Furthermore, after he cast his skill, the ancient poison in my body was indeed neutralized. I didn't sense any signs of being cursed, and so I let him leave. Dao hi Dao hell. How could you have been so greedy? So careless. Dragon Empress Frost lamented and sighed. After the Dragon World Lord was controlled, it was much easier to create opportunities to curse the other dragons. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, What poison were you tainted with? This question was a little abrupt and came from the human king who had been silent the entire time. The Dragon World Lord glanced at Su Zimo and hesitated for a moment before saying, The Nether Calamity Poison. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard that it was the Nether Calamity Poison. When he heard the Dragon World Lord describe this matter earlier on and mentioned that there was an ancient poison that even emperors could not resolve, he recalled what had happened in the flower world immediately. Indeed, the poison that the Dragon World Lord was tainted with was the Nether Calamity poison that had once spread in the flower world. In the past era, the poison world relied on this poison to be ranked as one of the super large worlds, and other worlds were unwilling to provoke them. Back when they headed to the land of day and night, they were ambushed by cultivators of the Tomb World, Blood World, and Poison World. On the way, Su Zimo saw traces of witch race cultivators. Similarly, this time round, it was the witch race that was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. The Tomb World, Blood World, and Poison World were also part of the worlds that joined forces with the Parasol Tree World to attack the Dragon World. Could these be just coincidences? If they were not coincidences, what was the relationship between those major worlds and the Witch World? Or could it be that the Blood World, Tomb World, and Poison World had already been controlled by the Witch World using the psychosis curse? It was hard to say for the other worlds. However, the Dragon World Lord was infected with the Nether Calamity poison, and later on, the Witch World Lord used the antidote to plant the psychosis curse. Clearly, it was done by the Witch World and Poison World combined. Be it the Nether Calamity poison or the psychosis curse, they could be considered the greatest killing weapons of the Witch World and Poison World. The only way a scheme against the Dragon World Lord could succeed was if the world lords of those two worlds joined forces. Of course, there were still some doubts. Logically speaking, the Nether Calamity poison and psychosis curse had long been lost. Why could they reappear in this generation? Furthermore, Su Zimo did not believe that there were any witch race secret skills that could resolve the Nether Calamity poison. If so, what did the Witch World Lord use to resolve the Nether Calamity poison in his and the Dragon World Lord's bodies? There was such a huge problem with the dragon race. The flower world was probably not spared with the spread of the Nether Calamity poison as well. In that case, were there no problems with the Parasol Tree World that had fought against the dragon race for so many years? The battle of the dragons and phoenixes that swept through hundreds of worlds lasted for many years. At the same time, a world war broke out between the Kuan and Peng super-large worlds as well. These two battlefields alone involved nearly half of the worlds of the medium Kiliacosm, and countless living beings died because of it. The witch race was behind the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Was the witch race involved in the battle of the Kuns and Pengs as well? Back outside the land of day and night, in order to save Carefree, he had once fought an expert of the Kuan race. At that time, there was a king of the witch race together with the king of the Kuan race. Furthermore, based on Carefree's description, things were not normal with the Kuan race either. Under normal circumstances, the most important thing to do when one discovered a Kuan Peng bloodline like Carefree and showed signs of atavism was to protect it and nurture it with all their resources. However, a king of the Kuan race wanted to kill Carefree even though the success rate of a blood transfusion and assimilation secret skill was very low. Su Zimo could vaguely sense that there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands weaving a gigantic net in the dark that enveloped countless worlds. All the worlds and living beings on the gigantic net were only prey for the hands. The internal worries of the dragon race had been resolved. However, there was an even greater danger for the dragon race. The armies of the Parasol Tree world and hundreds of other worlds had already occupied more than half of the dragon world and could start another battle at any moment. At that time, the dragon race might even be exterminated. There were only 8 emperor experts of the dragon race left. Among them, 4 were severely injured in the previous emperor battle and their worlds were shattered. Among the remaining 4, 3 dragon emperors, including the dragon world lord, had just escaped the psychosis curse and their essence spirits were severely injured, causing their combat strength to decrease greatly. Once an emperor battle broke out, the dragon race would not be able to hold on for long even with the dragon souls of Dragon Island. Emperor Desolate Marshal. The dragon world lord arrived in front of the Marshal Dao prime body with a grim expression. He gritted his teeth and knelt down right away. World Lord. That scene attracted the exclamations of countless dragons. Although Desolate Marshal was invincible, he was only an emperor expert after all. As for the Dragon World Lord, he was also an emperor and a world lord at that. His actions were indeed unexpected and shocking. I'm no longer worthy of being the Dragon World Lord. As for my dignity, I've been manipulated by the Witch World Lord for so long. What dignity do I have? Dragon Emperor Dao Hai laughed bitterly. Emperor Desolate Marshal, I no longer have the face to survive in this world. I'll guard Dragon Island in battle until I die. However, these clansmen of the dragon race are innocent. Emperor Desolate Marshal, I hope that you can help us bring my clansmen away and leave some hope for the dragon race. Senior Desolate Marshal, please help. Long Li ran over with reddened eyes as well, kneeling down as she said that. There's no need for that. The Marshal Dao prime body waved his robes and helped the 2 of them up. As though Long Li was aware that she was a nobody and was not well acquainted with Desolate Marshal, she looked at Long Ran, who was not far away, instinctively. Long Li's expression was dark and pitiful as a pleading look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Long Ran could not take it anymore and coughed gently. He went forward and said, Lil One Desolate, say, could you? Of course, it's understandable if it's indeed difficult. It's nothing much. The Marshal Dao prime body waved it off. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Rest well on Dragon Island. I'll settle this matter personally. Ha! Dragon Emperor Dao Hai, Long Li and many other dragons were stunned, not understanding what the Marshal Dao prime body meant. Too many living beings died in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. It's time for it to end. The Marshal Dao prime body said indifferently. Although those words were said in an ordinary manner, everyone felt an unquestionable power when they heard them. Long Li could not believe her ears. Even Dragon Emperor Dao Hai did not dare to hope that the Marshal Dao prime body would appear and settle this battle that had lasted for many years. Initially, he only hoped that the Marshal Dao prime body could save some clansmen so that he could die without regrets. He could not believe that anyone had the ability to completely resolve the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, please allow me to say something else. Dragon Emperor Dao Hai pondered for a moment. There are hundreds of worlds of various sizes, including the Parasol Tree World, Blood World, Tomb World, and so on. There are more than 100 Emperor experts in total. Furthermore, they're menacing and have a large army. I'm afraid they won't stop fighting easily. Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, there are only 2 of you here. Against an army of hundreds of worlds and countless living beings, I'm afraid. Dragon Emperor Dao Hai could tell that Dai Yu was injured. Although Desolate Marshal had a glorious battle record, There were even more Emperor experts on the other side this time round, and the formation was even greater. It was probably only great emperors who could suppress the power of hundreds of worlds single-handedly. We're enough. The martial Tao prime body glanced at Dai Yu before saying, "Furthermore, it's not up to them to decide whether we fight or make peace." The dragons were shocked when they heard that. "What battle of the dragons and phoenixes?" The martial Tao prime body said meaningfully. "This is more like the tribulation of the dragons and phoenixes." The reason why the martial Tao prime body decided to appear was because he did not want more worlds and innocent living beings to be involved in this world war and die for no reason. The battle of the dragons and phoenixes lasted for many years and countless living beings died. Be it the dragon world or the parasol tree world, there was no winner. In fact, there might even be a huge problem in parasol tree world. They might have been influenced subtly by the psychosis curse. Coupled with the help of the witch race, that might be the reason why this battle escalated continuously until it was irreversible today. This battle was a huge disaster for the dragon world and parasol tree world. That was why he mentioned that it was the tribulation of the dragons and phoenixes instead. Night. As a huge battle had just broken out not long ago, the color of the night around Dragon Island was enveloped in a layer of blood. The martial Tao prime body and Dai Yu stood side by side under the moon freely in midair. Too many people died in this battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Dai Yu looked at the blood around her. The witch world lord has to take responsibility for this blood debt. The martial Tao prime body asked, "What's the witch world lord's motive for doing this?" If the witch world lord could already influence the dragon race through the psychosis curse and even control the entire dragon world and parasol tree world, why did he let the two superworlds collide and cause such a tragic world war? What benefits could the witch world and poison world obtain from this? This is indeed a little strange. Dai Yu said in a deep voice, "If there's anyone to benefit from the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, it should be the tomb world." Su Zimo nodded. Originally, the tomb world was only a greater world. However, through the battle outside Illumination Dragon Star, one could see that the strength and foundation of the tomb world were unfathomable and far exceeded that of a greater world. This battle lasted for thousands of years, meaning that the tomb world could obtain an endless supply of corpses. The more experts died, the stronger the tomb world would become. Apart from the tomb world, the blood world should be one of them as well. The martial Tao prime body pointed at the surrounding blood color. The blood color here is lighter than when we descended previously. This meant that the blood vine race was using the blood of the experts in the battle to cultivate. It still doesn't make sense. Dai Yu said, "The witch world and poison world instigated the battle of the dragons and phoenixes just to strengthen the blood world and tomb world? Why do they trust each other so much to this extent? It's indeed strange." The martial Tao prime body was deep in thought. A moment later, Dai Yu said, "Although you're extremely famous in the battle of the Great Wilderness, it's probably not easy to force the experts of hundreds of worlds to retreat. Furthermore, who knows how many of these Emperor experts have been controlled by the psychosis curse and lost their minds. Under such circumstances, these Emperor experts were not afraid of the ferocious reputation of the martial Tao prime body at all. In fact, they might even fight to the death. If the martial Tao prime body attacked with all his might without holding back, Dai Yu would not be worried. However, the martial Tao prime body was wary of the heavenly court and would not use the martial universe. Under such circumstances, if he were to go against 100-odd Emperor experts, it was hard to say who would win. Furthermore, Dai Yu knew in her heart that the martial Tao prime body was not truly afraid of the heavenly court. He was only worried that he would threaten her safety after attracting the attention of the heavenly court. After all, she had yet to recover from her injuries and could not unleash much combat strength. "Why don't we call 9 tails and the others over?" Dai Yu asked. The martial Tao prime body smiled and patted Dai Yu's palm gently. "Don't worry. In a few days, no one in this medium kiliacosm will be able to hurt me." 10 days later, Zhongyu City was originally a dragon city in one of the 5 dragon domains, the Horned Dragon Domain. At that moment, it was already occupied by the army of the Parasol Tree World. On this day, The Parasol Tree World Lord was in a hall discussing with 10-odd Emperor experts under him when to launch the final battle and take down Dragon Island in one go. Suddenly, a void fluctuation sounded from outside the hall. The 10-odd emperors of the Parasol Tree World looked over and saw the space at the entrance of the hall split open. Two figures arrived together, a man and a woman. The man had black hair and a purple robe. He wore a silver mask and had a burning gaze. The woman wore a blood-colored robe and had an indifferent expression, looking beautiful and flawless. The two of them exuded the aura of sovereigns. They walked side by side, hand in hand, giving off the feeling that they could roam this vast world anywhere they wanted and nobody could stand in their path. Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. When the Parasol Tree World Lord saw Daiyu, he stood up with a grim expression. Back then, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly had once gone to the Parasol Tree World and fought against Emperor experts of the Divine Huang and Divine Feng races before leaving in victory. Although he did not appear that day, he had a deep impression of this matter. Of course, what truly made his expression change was not what happened back then. Instead, it was the battle in the Great Wilderness not long ago. In that battle, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly displayed extremely powerful combat strength. Even against more than 100 Emperor experts, she could still kill several of them. What was even more terrifying was the rumor that Demon Empress Blood Butterfly had someone called Emperor Desolate Marshal by her side. He killed more than 100 Emperor experts single-handedly and left them in disarray. It was rumored that Emperor Desolate Marshal was Demon Empress Blood Butterfly's Dao companion. Now that they saw Demon Empress Blood Butterfly coming hand in hand with a man, the 10-odd Emperor experts in the hall guessed the identity of the Martial Dao Prime Body immediately. Ha ha! Before long, the Parasol Tree World Lord calmed down and burst into laughter. He cupped his fists and said, "I believe this must be the legendary Emperor Desolate Marshal. Congratulations on becoming Dao companions." Daiyu did not say anything and merely nodded coldly as a form of greeting. If not for his congratulations, Daiyu might not have bothered with him. "So it's Emperor Desolate Marshal. It's an honor to meet you. Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, how have you been?" The surrounding Emperor experts of the Parasol Tree World stood up one after another. These two were no ordinary people. In the current medium Kiliacosm, no Emperor expert dared to be negligent and disrespectful when they saw the two of them. The Martial Dao Prime Body nodded slightly and went straight to the point without exchanging pleasantries. "Gather the Emperors on your side. We have something to discuss." The smile on the Parasol Tree World Lord's face froze. Desolate Marshal made it sound nice, saying that they had something to discuss. However, his tone did not have the slightest intention that he was going to negotiate with anyone. On the contrary, his tone sounded more like an order. As a world lord of a super-large world, someone actually spoke to him like that. The other Emperor experts of the Parasol Tree World frowned as well and exchanged glances in silence. The Parasol Tree World Lord smiled. "I wonder what's the matter that's worthy of your visit? We'll talk after you gather everyone," the Martial Dao Prime Body said indifferently, ignoring the Parasol Tree World Lord's question. A cold glint flashed through the Parasol Tree World Lord's eyes. After a long silence, he took a deep breath and nodded and said, "All right, I want to hear what's so important that it's worth mobilizing so many people." The Parasol Tree World Lord took out a messenger talisman and tore it casually, turning into a few streaks of light that entered the void and disappeared. The Martial Dao Prime Body and Daiyu arrived at the side of the hall and found two seats before sitting down. They had calm expressions, as though they were in their own cave abodes. Not long after, more than 100 Emperor experts received the news and arrived at Zhongyu City. It would have been fine if it was anyone else. With Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly here together, even world lords of super-large worlds would not dare to underestimate them. Furthermore, most Emperor experts had never seen Desolate Marshal before. They could take this opportunity to get to know him this time round. It's rumored that Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly became Dao companions. From the looks of it, it should be true. This is the first time the two of them appeared publicly in the medium Kiliacosm. Furthermore, They rushed over at the time of the final battle between the dragons and phoenixes. I wonder what their intentions are. How many people did they bring? It's said that there's only the two of them and no army following them. In that case, there shouldn't be anything major. It's possible they're just here to befriend us. The moment the emperors arrived at Zhongyu City, they started conversing in secret. Among them, some emperor experts had calm expressions, as though they were not surprised by the appearance of Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. In the hall, more than 100 emperor experts arrived one after another. The hall was grand and tall and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. However, at that moment only emperor experts were qualified to enter. When many Grotto Heaven Kings heard that the legendary Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly had arrived, they discussed it excitedly. They were already experts of the upper world and had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. In any world, they were enough to dominate a region and become kings. However, here they could only stand guard outside the hall obediently. Many kings looked at the hall with envy and reverence. That was a gathering of emperor experts. Everyone in the hall was at the peak of the upper world. Some of them could cause a huge commotion in the medium kiliocosm with a single stomp of their feet. In the hall, every emperor expert who arrived greeted the Martial Dao Prime Body and Dai Yu. The Martial Dao Prime Body and Dai Yu did not stand up and merely nodded indifferently. That scene naturally attracted the dissatisfaction of many emperor experts. Although the emperors did not say anything, they cursed in their hearts. Actually, the Martial Dao Prime Body and Dai Yu were not pretending to be arrogant because of their status. It was because they could not tell which of the emperors was controlled by the psychosis curse and had lost their minds. If they could not come to an agreement later, they would definitely fight. There was no need to get too close to them now. Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, fellow Taoist Blood Butterfly, you too sure are ostentatious. The Parasol Tree World Lord smiled and said sarcastically. The Blood World Lord was also from a super large world like the Parasol Tree World Lord. However, he did not show any dissatisfaction and remained expressionless the entire time. As for emperors of greater and middle worlds, they were even less qualified to speak. Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, so, what did you mobilize everyone here for? The Parasol Tree World Lord asked in a deep voice. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not waste his breath and said bluntly, "This battle of the dragons and phoenixes can stop now." Suddenly, the hall fell into a short silence. With that single sentence, the atmosphere in the hall turned solemn. Many emperor experts exchanged glances and could not believe their ears. On the other hand, people like the Blood World Lord and Poison World Lord were rather calm. Foo-foo? A moment later, the Parasol Tree World Lord chuckled with a cold expression. So, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, you're here to stand up for the dragon race. However, I want to ask, the battle of the dragons and phoenixes has lasted for thousands of years and swept through hundreds of worlds, causing countless living beings to die. Do you think it can be stopped just like that? That's right. The Martial Dao Prime Body nodded. If I say it has to stop, it has to stop. On what grounds? The Parasol Tree World Lord stood up and his aura intensified. He glared at the Martial Dao Prime Body and shouted, "On the grounds that I'm Desolate Marshal." The Martial Dao Prime Body's words were calm, but there was an unquestionable power. The aura of the Parasol Tree World Lord was suppressed by a single sentence from the Martial Dao Prime Body and reversed instantly. You? The Parasol Tree World Lord clenched his fists. His heart was filled with anger and indignation, but he was speechless. World Lord, calm down. Right then, an emperor of the Parasol Tree World stood out and said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, there's no harm in stopping the war. World Lord, it's just as you said. Over the years, countless living beings have died in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Although the dragon race is steadily retreating and are now stuck on an island, our worlds have suffered losses as well." The Parasol Tree World Lord's expression changed. He had not expected the Emperor of the Parasol Tree World to agree to Emperor Desolate Marshal's ridiculous and domineering armistice proposal. "Fengxiang, what did you say?" The Parasol Tree World Lord berated with a cold expression. World Lord. Another peak emperor of the Parasol Tree World stood out. His beard and hair were white and he looked old. It seemed as though he had a high seniority in the Parasol Tree World. Uncle Huang Yu, do speak instead, the Parasol Tree World Lord said. The old man of the Parasol Tree World said slowly, "What Feng Xiang said makes sense." The Parasol Tree World Lord was stunned. At the beginning of the conflict between the Dragon World and the Parasol Tree World, this old man of the Parasol Tree World had always been in the pro-war faction. He advocated an eye for an eye and blood for blood. He was the oldest, but his bloodthirstiness had yet to subside. Why did Uncle Huang Yu suddenly change so much and agree to an armistice? Emperor Huang Yu said in a deep voice, "The dragon race is trapped on an island and their foundation is severely injured. They're no longer the same as before. There's no harm in letting them live. Given the current state of the dragon race, who knows how many years it will take for them to rise again. There's no need for us to kill them all. More importantly, after the armistice, the most important thing is to let our clansmen recuperate and deal with the huge changes that might happen next in the world." Emperor Huang Yu's words were reasonable. However, it sounded extremely ridiculous to the Parasol Tree World Lord. Up until now, Emperor experts of the Parasol Tree World had even died in the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes. There was no room for negotiation between the two sides. Emperor Huang Yu had actually changed his usual state and suggested leaving the dragon race a way out. Emperor Desolate Marshal was indeed powerful and could even be said to be terrifying. However, could the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes be stopped just because of a single sentence from Emperor Desolate Marshal? Wasn't that way too childish? Was Emperor Huang Yu truly so afraid of Emperor Desolate Marshal even as a peak emperor? The Parasol Tree World Lord asked in disbelief. "Uncle Huang Yu, let me ask you, if the Parasol Tree World ends up in such a state, will the dragon race let us live?" World Lord, I agree with Uncle Huang Yu. Before Emperor Huang Yu could say anything, another emperor of the Parasol Tree World stood out. I don't agree. There were also other emperors of the Parasol Tree World who stood out to object. The Martial Dao Prime Body had merely said a few sentences. However, before he even had any conflicts with the Parasol Tree World, the side of the Parasol Tree World started quarreling on their own and refused to give in to each other. The Martial Dao Prime Body raised his brow slightly in surprise. However, with a thought, he understood the reason and sneered secretly. The Parasol Tree World Lord looked at the many Emperor experts arguing under him with a livid expression. He could not hold it in anymore and berated, "That's enough! This person merely said a few sentences, but their entire faction was already in such a ruckus. Furthermore, it was right in front of him." The Parasol Tree World Lord said in a deep voice, "The Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes is not only related to our Parasol Tree World. This time round, hundreds of worlds came here, and there are more than 100 emperors in this hall. This war can't be stopped just because we want to. We have to take into account the opinions of all the other fellow Taoists." As he said that, the Parasol Tree World Lord looked at the Blood World Lord. Apart from the Parasol Tree World, the Blood World was also a super large world. Furthermore, it had always been a pro-war faction and their opinions were extremely important. Under everyone's gaze, the Blood World Lord stood up slowly and said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, there's no harm in stopping the war." The Blood World Lord's reaction was beyond the expectations of many Emperor experts. The Parasol Tree World Lord looked at him in disbelief as well. The reasons for the armistice have pretty much been said by the Emperors of the Parasol Tree World. The Blood World Lord looked at the Martial Dao Prime Body again and nodded slightly. Furthermore, since Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly are here together, the Blood World is willing to take a step back on account of the two of you. As another super large world, the Blood World agreed to a truce. This had an undeniable impact on the direction of the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes. I agree too, the Poison World Lord said in a dark manner before closing his mouth. I agree to an armistice, the Tomb World Lord said in a deep voice. Previously in the Illumination Dragon domain, the Grotto Heaven Kings of our Tomb World suffered heavy losses. We can take this opportunity to recuperate. World Lords of the Whitebone World, Black Crow World, Heavenly Scorpion World, Lifeless World and other worlds stood out one after another and agreed to an armistice. The Emperor experts who originally wanted to continue with the war fell silent when they saw that. Even these absolute main forces of the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes have decided to back off. It was useless for them to persist. Only a few people mustered their courage and stood out to object. The Parasol Tree World Lord's expression was ugly. He had not expected this situation to happen when Emperor Desolate Marshal mentioned the armistice. Emperor Desolate Marshal was indeed powerful. However, was his Dao title alone so powerful that he could make all the Emperor experts present cower? The Parasol Tree World Lord was extremely disappointed. When the conflict between the Dragon World and Parasol Tree World first broke out, he urged for the two sides to communicate as much as possible or resolve the conflict in other forms and not escalate. However, many pro-war factions appeared in their world and their voices became louder and louder. As such, he could only compromise. In the end, it inevitably led to this battle of the dragons and phoenixes that swept through hundreds of worlds. Up till this point of the battle, too many clansmen of the Parasol Tree World had died. For the sake of taking revenge for his fallen clansmen, he did not wish for it to stop. However, these clansmen around him wanted to stop fighting right at this very moment. The Parasol Tree World Lord knew that if these worlds retreated one after another, and only the Parasol Tree World was left, they might not be able to take down Dragon Island. A cornered beast might not die instantly. Furthermore, Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly were clearly on the side of the dragon race. The Parasol Tree World Lord laughed and his voice became louder and louder, filled with anger and indignation that echoed in the hall. Sure, we can stop the war. However, I only have a single question for everyone. The Parasol Tree World Lord looked around and said loudly, "For thousands of years, hundreds of worlds, countless clansmen and heroic spirits died in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Who will pay for this blood debt?" In the hall, the 100-odd Emperor experts were silent, as though they were stumped by the Parasol Tree World Lord's question. The Parasol Tree World Lord turned to look at the Martial Dao Prime Body again, and completely threw away his fear of Emperor Desolate Marshal, shouting, "It's fine if you want an armistice. However, can you be accountable for this?" Many people broke out in cold sweat for the Parasol Tree World Lord when they saw him speak to the Martial Dao Prime Body like that. To everyone's surprise, the Martial Dao Prime Body was not angry. Instead, he nodded and said calmly, "Indeed, someone has to pay for this blood debt." "Who?" the Parasol Tree World Lord asked coldly. "The Witch World Lord," the Martial Dao Prime Body said. "The Witch World Lord?" The Parasol Tree World Lord frowned. What did this have to do with the Witch World Lord? The Witch World did not participate in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes at all. In the hall, some Emperor experts had calm expressions. Some were like the Parasol Tree World Lord, puzzled and confused. All these years, the reason why the Dragon World has been fighting everywhere and killing other races wantonly is because the Dragon World Lord was tainted by the psychosis curse and lost his mind. He was being manipulated by someone. The Martial Dao Prime Body recounted briefly what happened on Dragon Island. Many emperors found it unbelievable when they heard that. There was a commotion in the hall. Of course, there were also many emperors who were suspicious. "Those are just your side of the story," the Parasol Tree World Lord said in a deep voice. "Who knows if this is a reason you fabricated to help the dragon race avoid their sins? Even if what you said is true, the dragon race was manipulated by others because they were careless and underestimated their enemy. They still have an undeniable responsibility towards the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Do you think that the battle of the dragons and phoenixes was started by the dragon race alone?" the Martial Dao Prime Body asked. "What do you mean?" The Parasol Tree World Lord frowned, vaguely understanding that the Martial Dao Prime Body seemed to be implying something. "I believe in fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal." Suddenly, the Blood World Lord said, "Given his reputation and prestige, there's no need for him to spout nonsense." Immediately after, many Emperor experts stood out one after another, expressing their trust in the Martial Dao Prime Body. Even on the side of the Parasol Tree world, a few Emperor experts expressed their trust in the Martial Tao Prime body. Based on what fellow Taoist Desolate Martial said, there's even less reason for this battle to continue. The Blood World Lord said in a deep voice, "The Blood World shall be the first to withdraw. I'll withdraw my clansmen now and will return to the Blood World." As he said that, the Blood World Lord stood up and cupped his fists slightly in the surroundings. He nodded at the Martial Tao Prime body. "Everyone, farewell. My Poison World will withdraw as well." The Poison World Lord followed closely behind. In the hall, a portion of Emperor experts stood up one after another and prepared to leave. When he saw that, the Parasol Tree World Lord felt that it was extremely absurd. More than 100 Emperor experts gathered here, and the armies of hundreds of worlds were now in a state of disunity with just a few words from Emperor Desolate Martial. To think that this would be the ending of the battle of the dragons and phoenixes that lasted for thousands of years. The Parasol Tree World Lord slowly sat back down and leaned against his seat. He looked at the emperors who stood up to bid farewell and felt helpless and dispirited. "Who gave you permission to leave?" Right then, an indifferent voice sounded in the hall. All the clamor and noise vanished instantly. Many Emperor experts looked in the direction of the voice with bewildered expressions, starting at the Martial Tao Prime body who was sitting there. The Parasol Tree World Lord suddenly straightened his body and his heart skipped a beat. What was Emperor Desolate Martial trying to do? He had already achieved his goal. Was there a need to complicate matters? "Fellow Taoist Desolate Martial, what's the matter?" the Blood World Lord asked with a frown. "I'd like to treat everyone to a cup of tea." The Martial Tao Prime body waved his robe, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 teacups appeared in midair, filled with steaming fragrant tea. He said indifferently, "The tea leaves are ordinary, but the spring water used to brew the tea is extremely rare. It's difficult to find even in the medium kiliocosm." Many Emperor experts were filled with incredulity. So what if the spring water was rare and precious? Everyone present was an Emperor expert. What amazing tea have they not tasted before? "There's no need for that." An Emperor expert smiled. "I've never fancied tea in my life. Thank you for the goodwill, fellow Taoist Desolate Martial." With that said, the Emperor expert was about to walk out of the hall. Dong! Suddenly, the finger of the Martial Tao Prime body knocked on the table beside him with a sharp and ear-piercing sound. The Emperor expert shuddered, and the pain in his chest was unbearable. He could only stop in his tracks. "It's fine if you want to leave, but drink this cup of tea first," the Martial Tao Prime body said indifferently. "Emperor Desolate Martial, what's the meaning of this?" Emperor Huang Yu of the Parasol Tree World hollered. Another Emperor of the Parasol Tree World said in a deep voice, "Desolate Martial, aren't you being way too overbearing?" The Parasol Tree World Lord was initially enraged at the domineering attitude of Desolate Martial. However, just as he was about to stand up, Emperor Huang Yu and another emperor beside him stood out. The Parasol Tree World Lord frowned but did not say anything. It was a little strange. Emperor Huang Yu and the others agreed to Desolate Martial's armistice proposal immediately. If that was because they were afraid of Desolate Martial's combat strength, why were they all standing out to confront him right now with unfriendly tones? The difference in the behaviors of Emperor Huang Yu and the others was way too great. Coupled with what Desolate Martial had just said about the psychosis curse, he could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that clansmen of the Parasol Tree World were also cursed? Even the Parasol Tree World Lord was shocked when this thought flashed through his mind. However, as he recalled the cause, development and process of the battle of the dragons and phoenixes for thousands of years, it truly seemed as though there was an invisible force adding fuel to the fire. The Parasol Tree World Lord decided to wait and see. "Desolate Martial." Suddenly, the Poison World Lord laughed strangely. "Don't blame us for not drinking your tea. Who knows what you did to it?" Dai Yu, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly said, "You're the only one capable of using despicable methods such as poisoning. He disdains it. You were the one who created the Nether Calamity poison, right?" The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and he looked at the Poison World Lord not far away, asking slowly. The Poison World Lord's expression changed slightly. The martial Tao prime body continued. The Nether Calamity poison played a significant role in the curse that tainted the Dragon World Lord and the other dragons as well. The Nether Calamity poison in the Flower World should be your doing as well. For everyone else in the hall, as long as they drink this cup of tea, they are free to leave. As for you, you won't be leaving today. The Poison World Lord's expression was dark as he glared at the martial Tao prime body. He placed his palm on his storage bag and remained silent. The Parasol Tree World Lord asked in a deep voice, Emperor Desolate Marshal, may I ask what's the deal with this tea? This cup of tea has only one use to wash away the curse in one's body. The martial Tao prime body said, if you're not cursed, there won't be any reaction after drinking this cup of tea. As emperors, we will definitely not listen to your orders. Another emperor expert stood out and shouted, if word of us having to drink it just because you wanted us to spread, how shall we maintain our dignity? I'm treating you guys to tea. If you refuse to drink it, I'm sorry then. The martial Tao prime body stood up slowly. When they heard that, the expressions of the emperor experts changed. As the martial Tao prime body stood up, the emperor experts in the hall suddenly felt a tremendous pressure that was suffocating. Everyone was clearly standing in the hall. However, as the martial Tao prime body stood up, everyone had an illusion. It was as though Desolate Marshal was standing above everyone and looking down at them from above. What was Emperor Desolate Marshal trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to fight the 100-odd emperor experts present in the hall? Everyone, what are you waiting for? Suddenly, the Poison World Lord shouted. As emperor experts, how can we allow him to humiliate us like this? Before he could finish his sentence, the Poison World Lord propped up a world that was filled with poisonous gas that was about to spew out. Before the martial Tao prime body could react, the moment the world appeared, the expressions of the emperor experts at the side changed drastically and they dodged one after another. They propped up their worlds to protect themselves, afraid that they would be infected by the poison inside. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body narrowed and he could see everything clearly. The world of the Poison World Lord contained more than 10,000 types of poison. One of them clearly suppressed the other poisonous gases. It was the Nether Calamity poison. It was really you. The martial Tao prime body channeled his essence spirit and his spirit consciousness moved. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shaking bang, gigantic ancient gates descended from the skies around the hall with endless might. A gate was surrounded by fiend chi. A gate was burning with flames. A gate was filled with ghostly phantoms. A gate emitted a bone-chilling coldness. The 10 gates descended and sealed all the exits of the hall. The 10 gates of hell. At the same time, a universe enveloped down and fused with the hall. However, there were no flames in that universe. Worried that it would cause too much commotion, the martial Tao prime body only released half of his martial universe. Coupled with the 10 gates of hell, he trapped the 100-odd emperor experts here. Everyone, follow me and kill our way out. The Blood World Lord raised his arm and shouted. Desolate Marshal wants to kill all of us. What's there to be afraid of? Are you guys going to wait for death? The Tomb World Lord encouraged loudly as well. When they heard that, many emperor experts no longer hesitated and propped up their worlds one after another, prepared to rush out of this universe. Right then, the sound of a river surging suddenly sounded from one of the 10 gates. Before everyone could react, a torrent surged out of the gate and filled the world, pouring into the universe. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was drowned by the torrent and mist filled the air. The 100-odd emperor experts propped up their worlds to defend against the impact of the torrent. Many emperor experts sensed the power emitted by the torrent and revealed looks of fear and panic. This gate was the boundless hell gate. The torrent that surged overcame directly from the hell boundless springs. Since these emperor experts were unwilling to drink tea, he could only bring the hell boundless springs into the hall and let them drown in it. The hell boundless springs could cleanse the curse. Although the Emperor experts who were cursed had their worlds protecting them and could not be attacked by the hell-boundless springs for the time being, they would still feel deep fear. Once their worlds shattered, they would be completely exposed to the hell-boundless springs. Outside the palace of Zhongyu City, many Grotto Heaven kings discussed with interest. Something's wrong inside. They seem to be arguing. From the looks of it, it seems like Emperor Desolate Marshal won't let the Blood World Lord and the others leave. Before everyone could react, a universe split into 2 and 10 gigantic gates appeared, sealing the hall in front of them completely. The aura emitted by the 10 gates was way too terrifying. For one of the gates, a single glance was enough for their bloodlines and essence spirits to burn in pain. For one of the gates, it emitted a gigantic suction force, as though it wanted to devour them. Retreat! Many Grotto Heaven kings could not defend against it even after summoning their Grotto Heavens. Their expressions changed starkly as they retreated one after another and fled into the distance, looking at the hall with lingering fear. In the hall, the hell-boundless springs surged over and drowned everyone in the hall. The Emperor experts could only rely on their worlds to temporarily defend against the impact of the hell-boundless springs. The Martial Dao Prime Body and Dai Yu walked side by side. Wherever they passed, the hell-boundless springs avoided them and opened up a path. Arriving beside Emperor Huangyu, the Martial Dao Prime Body channeled his blood chi and punched casually. Boom! That punch struck Emperor Huangyu's perfected world with a loud bang. The immense power even repelled the surrounding hell-boundless springs. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, Emperor Huangyu heard a terrifying sound. Cracks appeared in the world. He condensed and expanded rapidly, covering the entire world. Wah! Emperor Huangyu's eyes widened and his face turned pale from fear. When the other Emperor experts saw that, their hearts skipped a beat and their scalps tingled. Emperor Desolate Marshal punched casually and shattered the perfected world of a peak emperor with just the combat strength of his physique and bloodline. Only Dai Yu knew that the current Martial Dao Prime Body was even stronger than when he fought in the Great Wilderness. The two true bodies met in the Dragon World and exchanged a few things. The Martial Dao Prime Body handed the Soul Lantern and Jade Pendant of Empress Evil to the Green Lotus True Body. To the Martial Dao Prime Body, the Soul Lantern was no longer of any use to him. The flame of the Soul Lantern had already fused into his martial spirit and became a part of it. As for the Jade Pendant, the Martial Dao Prime Body had yet to discover its use. It seemed to be able to help him defend against illusions. However, with his current cultivation realm, there were no illusions that could affect him. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, the Martial Dao Prime Body handed the Jade Pendant to the Green Lotus True Body. As for the Martial Dao Prime Body, he devoured the Immortal Dao Fire, Fiend Dao Fire, Buddhist Dao Fire and Vermilion Bird Heavenly Fire from the Green Lotus True Body and fused them into the universe. The Vermilion Bird Heavenly Fire fused with the Dragon Phoenix Flame and transformed into the Vermilion Bird Sacred Fire completely. In other words, in the current martial universe, there were the Nether Ghost Fire, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Tribulation Fire, Vermilion Bird Sacred Fire, Hellfire, Immortal Dao Fire, Fiend Dao Fire, Buddhist Dao Fire and Martial Spirit Fire, a total of 9 great flames. With the augmentation of the 9 great flames, the essence Martial Grotto Heaven devoured and refined the world fragments obtained in the Battle of the Great Wilderness crazily. Now, it had already transformed into a world. The Dao body of the Martial Dao Prime Body was the essence Martial Grotto Heaven. The transformation of the essence Martial Grotto Heaven also meant that the physique and bloodline of the Martial Dao Prime Body had been reborn and his combat strength had increased exponentially. Emperor Huangyu's world shattered and collapsed as the hell-boundless springs surged over, engulfing him instantly. Ah! Emperor Huangyu let out a tragic cry and trembled. Green smoke rose from the top of his head, and his eyes had completely transformed into a strange dark green. Curse power! When he saw that, the Parasol Tree World Lord's gaze froze as he exclaimed. Emperor Huangyu was deeply cursed and his situation was even worse than Emperor Burning Sun of the Dragon Race. Under the washing of the hell-boundless springs, he let out a tragic cry and died. Boom! 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 The Martial Dao Prime Body stepped on the waves and punched casually, shattering the surrounding worlds of the emperors and allowing the hell-boundless springs to pour in. Among these emperor experts, some of them were like Emperor Huangyu, and the power of the psychosis curse was revealed. Some were not injured despite the washing of the hell-boundless springs. Some emperor experts understood as well. Emperor Desolate Martial's goal was mainly to target those who were afflicted with the psychosis curse. If anyone who was not cursed was drowned by the surrounding spring water, they would not be injured. The martial Dao prime body walked past everyone without even looking at them. After figuring this out, some emperor experts with clear consciences decided to withdraw their worlds and let the hell-boundless springs wash over them. It was better for them to take the initiative than have their worlds shattered by a single punch from Emperor Desolate Martial. When he saw the martial Dao prime body walking over, the Parasol Tree World Lord was shocked. He hurriedly retracted his world and allowed the hell-boundless springs to wash over him. Apart from being drenched, he did not feel any discomfort. Just as the martial Dao prime body had thought previously, most of the emperors who agreed to the armistice immediately were tainted by the psychosis curse. On the contrary, someone like the Parasol Tree World Lord who seemed reckless and dared to confront him was not controlled by the Witch World Lord. To the surprise of the martial Dao prime body, the few people he focused his attention on, such as the Blood World Lord, Poison World Lord, Tomb World Lord, Whitebone World Lord, and the others, were not cursed. The Poison World Lord took the initiative to retract his world and let the hell-boundless springs wash over him to express his innocence. When he saw that, the martial Dao prime body smiled indifferently. "I've already told you that you won't be able to leave today. Even if you're not cursed, you'll have to pay for the blood debt of the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes." As he said that, the martial Dao prime body had already walked towards the Poison World Lord. Die! When the Poison World Lord saw that, he no longer held any high hopes. With a cold gaze, he condensed the Nether Calamity World once more and suppressed the martial Dao prime body. Boom! The martial Dao prime body still raised his hand and punched, shattering this world with ease. "Desolate Martial, you have to die if you want to kill me." When the Poison World Lord saw that, he was delighted instead of shocked and laughed sinisterly. His Nether Calamity World was filled with poison, and every single world fragment was enough to poison an emperor to death. Now that the Nether Calamity World was shattered, all the poison poured down and enveloped the martial Dao prime body. The Poison World Lord knew in his heart, given Desolate Martial's combat strength, it was difficult for other poisons to pose any threat to him. However, even emperor experts could not defend against the Nether Calamity poison. To refine the Nether Calamity poison, one needed a medicinal ingredient that did not exist in the medium chiliocosm, and only one person in the world could refine it. As long as Desolate Martial was infected by the Nether Calamity poison, his combat strength would decrease greatly. At that time, the remaining emperor experts in the hall would have a chance to kill him if they joined forces. Humph! The martial Dao prime body sneered. Even the Nether Calamity poison could not approach him with his terrifying blood chi. Even if the Nether Calamity poison entered his body, any poison in the world could be incinerated by the 9 strongest flames. The blood chi of the martial Dao prime body was dense, and he broke through the layers of poisonous miasma. He grabbed the Poison World Lord's neck and threw him against the Serene Hell Gate. Layers of mist spewed out of the Serene Hell Gate and enveloped the Poison World Lord. Ah! The Poison World Lord let out a tragic cry, and his body began to rot under the contamination of the Hell Serene Springs. Dissolving bit by bit, the Poison World Lord's physique and bloodline contained poison. His entire body was a combination of poisons. The process of the Hell Serene Springs washing away the poison was equivalent to decomposing and corroding the Poison World Lord bit by bit. Right in front of countless gazes, the Poison World Lord was devoured by the Serene Hell Gate and vanished. Under the attacks of the martial Dao prime body and the cleansing of the hell-boundless springs, the psychosis curse puppets in the hall were exposed one after another. Desolate Martial! Right then, in the hall, more than 30 emperor experts suddenly looked at the martial Dao prime body at the same time with dark and green eyes filled with hatred. "I've backed off time and again, but you had better not go too far." The 30-odd emperor experts spoke at the same time, and their tone changed into an extremely unfamiliar voice. In reality, the moment many puppets on the side of the dragon world were lost, the Witch World Lord had already sensed it. However, he did not expect the martial Tao Prime body to have no intention of stopping. When he controlled the psychosis curse puppets and arrived in this hall, he vaguely realized that something was amiss. Therefore, after the martial Tao Prime body suggested an armistice, the puppet emperors who had lost their minds agreed immediately to avoid conflict with the martial Tao Prime body. However, the decisiveness of the martial Tao Prime body to kill had exceeded the Witch World Lord's expectations. The martial Tao Prime body had no intention of letting the psychosis curse puppets leave. When they saw that, the remaining Emperor experts were shocked. Among the 100-odd Emperor experts, 30% were infected with the psychosis curse and controlled by the Witch World Lord, completely losing their minds. On the side of the Parasol Tree World alone, 6 Emperor experts were cursed. It was only at that moment that the Parasol Tree World Lord understood why Emperor Desolate Marshal wanted to pin the blood debt of the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes on the Witch race. Be it the Dragon World, Parasol Tree World, or even the many worlds that were forced into it, the living beings of the 10,000 races were victims. The lives of hundreds of worlds and countless living beings died for no reason under the manipulation of the Witch World Lord and Poison World Lord. Against the threat of the Witch World Lord, the martial Tao Prime body acted as though he did not hear anything and did not stop in his tracks, shattering the worlds of the psychosis curse puppets. For the 30-odd emperors, as long as they had not been cursed for a long period of time, they could at least survive after being washed by the hell-boundless springs. Many Grotto Heaven kings gathered in Zhongyu City and looked at the palace in the city from afar, discussing softly. What exactly is Emperor Desolate Marshal trying to do? Could it be that he still wants to suppress the 100-odd Emperor experts inside? Emperor Desolate Marshal has yet to become a great emperor after all. He shouldn't have such methods. Before long, the 10 terrifying gates that emitted endless might gradually faded and everything in the hall of the palace was revealed to everyone again. The hall was in a mess and chaotic. It was unknown what the Emperor Realm experts inside had experienced. Although they had just changed their clothes, their faces were pale and they had lingering fear on their faces. Some emperors seemed to have been greatly shocked. After leaving the hall, they tore through the void and left in a panic without saying a word. Among the emperors in the hall, only Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly seemed calm. The many kings were at a loss. Naturally, they did not know that just now, this group of Emperor experts had just experienced a close brush with death in the hall. As Emperor experts, they were already standing at the peak of the upper world. However, in that hall, their lives depended on a single thought from that person. There seemed to be fewer emperors. Some kings had already realized that something was wrong. Where's the Poison World Lord? Emperor Huang Yu has disappeared as well? There seems to be around 10-odd emperors less than before. Could it be? Right then, an emperor expert walked over and called a few kings under him over, saying in a low voice, "Stop talking. The Poison World Lord and the others are already dead." Ah! Who killed them? Who else could it be? Emperor Desolate Marshal. The moment those words were heard, they dispersed in the crowd and caused an uproar. The Grotto Heaven kings were secretly shocked. To kill 10-odd emperors in front of more than 100 emperor experts, including the Poison World Lord, Emperor Desolate Marshal was way too domineering. From the looks of it, many emperor experts suffered a huge loss in the hands of Emperor Desolate Marshal. So, we'll let this matter rest just like that. What else can we do? The Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes is now in an armistice. Inform everyone to evacuate as soon as possible. Armistice? Why? Dragon Island is about to be destroyed and the final battle is right in front of us. Who ordered this armistice? Another commotion sounded from the crowd. Emperor Desolate Marshal. All the complaints and noise disappeared instantly. It was as though those words exuded an invisible deterrence that was suffocating. The war between worlds that lasted for thousands of years and involved hundreds of worlds was announced to stop in less than an hour after Emperor Desolate Marshal intervened. What was even more terrifying was that hundreds of worlds of all sizes, including super-large worlds like the Parasol Tree World and the Blood World, had no objections. Emperor Desolate Marshal, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. We don't know how to repay you. From no one, if you have any orders, we'll definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. A few Emperor experts of the Parasol Tree World who were cursed but survived bowed deeply to the Martial Dao Prime Body. If not for the Martial Dao Prime Body, they would have continued doing evil for an unknown period of time and harmed countless clansmen. Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, aye. The Parasol Tree World Lord walked over with a hesitant expression and said carefully, I was rude earlier and offended you. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. The Parasol Tree World Lord recalled how he had shouted at the person in front of him and felt a lingering fear. Emperor experts naturally had the pride of emperors and should not be offended. Furthermore, Emperor Desolate Marshal was clearly helping the Parasol Tree World. Yet, the Parasol Tree World Lord behaved so densely. Even if Emperor Desolate Marshal killed him right now, there would probably be no objections from anyone. The Martial Dao Prime Body turned around and his eyes under the silver mask were as deep as an abyss. He looked at the Parasol Tree World Lord calmly and suddenly raised his palm to slap over. It's over. The Parasol Tree World Lord closed his eyes and his heart sank instantly. In front of this person, he did not even have the strength to resist. Furthermore, this person had just saved the Parasol Tree World and was its benefactor. No matter what, he could not retaliate. If I have to die here, so be it. Parasol Tree World Lord sighed internally. Piak. The terrifying palm landed gently on his shoulder. The Parasol Tree World Lord shuddered, but he did not feel any pain. He opened his eyes instinctively. The person patted his shoulder and nodded slightly. You've got guts. The Parasol Tree World Lord was stunned and had mixed feelings. Emperor Desolate Marshal had just killed decisively and domineeringly in the hall. However, he did not cause trouble for him at that moment. If this was someone who loved to kill, he could have been killed in 1,000 ways right then. Apart from feeling like he had survived a calamity, Emperor Desolate Marshal's words earlier on made him feel flattered. It was as though it was already a great honor in his life to receive Emperor Desolate Marshal's approval. Zhongyu City. Looking at the departing figures of Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, the Parasol Tree World Lord and the other Emperor experts sighed. Emperor Desolate Marshal resolved the problem of the Witch and Poison worlds with lightning speed and resolved the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. But now he's not taking any credit and left with Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. How admirable! If not for Emperor Desolate Marshal, we would have been bewitched by the Witch and Poison worlds and be manipulated by others. Countless clansmen would have died. The two of them are peerless figures of this generation. They're really a match made in heaven. I wonder who among the two of them will be able to take that final step and become a great emperor. As everyone discussed, the Parasol Tree World Lord suddenly said, Everyone, are you planning to return just like this? What do you mean? Another emperor asked. I can't accept this. The Parasol Tree World Lord said slowly. It's also for the injustice of the countless living beings who have died over the years. The Witch World and Poison World must pay with their blood. Many emperor experts nodded to themselves with killing intent. However, there were also emperors of worlds who were a little hesitant. After years of battle, the troops under us have suffered heavy losses. Even if we join forces, it won't be easy for us to break through the Witch World and destroy it completely. The Witch World was a super large world after all. The battle of the dragons and phoenixes lasted for thousands of years. If another battle that would last thousands of years were to break out with the Witch World, these worlds would not be able to handle it. After the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, many worlds wanted to return to recuperate. The Parasol Tree World Lord said, It's naturally a fool's dream to destroy the Witch World and the Poison World in one battle. However, we're going this time round to seek justice for the heroic spirits that have died all these years and vent our anger. I agree. Before long, Emperor experts stood out one after another. Of course, there were also some Emperor experts who were still prepared to return home. The Parasol Tree World Lord could understand the thoughts of these Emperor experts and did not force them. Let's devour the Poison World army here first, an emperor said with a murderous aura. Thereafter, we'll head to the Witch World and Poison World and kill to our heart's content. Dragon World, Dragon Island. The remaining 8 emperors of the Dragon World, including the Dragon World Lord, the Dragon Kings, Long Ran, Long Li, Monkey and the others were waiting in the hall for news of Emperor Desolate Marshal with uneasy hearts. Although Emperor Desolate Marshal was powerful, no one was certain if he could suppress hundreds of worlds and more than 100 Emperor experts to resolve the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Where's Brother Su? Long Li looked around and asked Long Ran softly when she did not see any traces of Suzimo. Oh, he went into seclusion. Long Ran replied casually. Long Li nodded and muttered, Brother Su is truly magnanimous. He doesn't seem to care about these things at all. By the way, Brother Long Ran, you guys came from the same world. Brother Su should know Emperor Desolate Marshal as well, right? Of course. Long Ran said, the two of them are very close? Is that so? Long Li blinked in confusion. Then why haven't I heard Brother Su mention it before? Furthermore, he didn't even speak with Emperor Desolate Marshal once after the latter descended. Girl, you're still too young, Long Ran said meaningfully. The two of them are so close that they don't even need to greet each other. Is that so? Long Li was stunned. Right then, a perfected dragon tore through the air. When he descended, he transformed into his human form and ran in quickly with an excited expression, shouting, There are already worlds that have begun to withdraw their troops. Many dragons perked up. Immediately after, a dragon roar sounded. Before long, another perfected dragon charged in excitedly. I just received news that Emperor Desolate Marshal gathered more than 100 Emperor experts in the palace of Xianxia City and sealed the hall using 10 gates for a secret discussion. In less than an hour, the Emperor experts agreed to an armistice. Also, more than 10 Emperor experts died in the hall, including the Poison World Lord. Good move. He did it. The Dragon World Lord and the others exchanged glances and finally relaxed, smiling. The danger of the dragon race was resolved. However, before long, many dragons recalled their painful experiences over the years and could not help but feel sorrow as they looked at the sparse clansmen around them. Although the dragon race was saved, their foundation was severely injured as well. The dragon race existed in small numbers to begin with. If they wanted to return to the prosperous state of a super-large world, they would have to recuperate for countless years. Where's Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly? Dragon Empress Frost asked. The perfected dragon said, I'm not sure. It said that the two emperors left after resolving the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, and their whereabouts are unknown. The two of them have done us a huge favor. I really don't know how to repay them, Dragon Empress Frost said. Right then, the Dragon World Lord stood up slowly. Fellow clansmen, the calamity of the dragon race all these years was caused by me. I've let you down. The Dragon World Lord knelt in the direction of the tombs where many dragon emperors were buried on Dragon Island. His eyes flickered with an ultimate determination. Fortunately, I don't have much time left, rightfully so. The Dragon World Lord was heavily tainted by the psychosis curse. Although he managed to survive for the time being, his essence spirit was weak and he was already at the end of his rope and could not last for more than a few days. Dao Hai, this matter isn't entirely your fault. Dragon Empress Frost sighed. Everyone, I'll leave the dragon world to you from now on. Dragon Emperor Dao Hai stood up and bid farewell to the dragon race. There were also 2 dragon emperors who were tainted by the psychosis curse who followed Dragon Emperor Dao Hai silently. Dao Hai, your lifespan is about to end. Find a cave abode on Dragon Island and pass on. Dragon Empress Frost said. Dragon Emperor Dao Hai shook his head and laughed bitterly. A sinner is not worthy of being buried on Dragon Island. For past dragon emperors, they would choose to pass away on Dragon Island and leave behind a remnant of their souls to protect it. However, now that Dragon Emperor Dao Hai had made up his mind to leave, the dragon race could not persuade him anymore. Right in front of everyone, Dragon Emperor Dao Hai and the other 2 left Dragon Island and disappeared very quickly. Guys, Let's bid farewell here. Arriving outside the dragon world, Dragon Emperor Dao Hai turned to look at the two dragon emperors behind him and cupped his fists. World Lord, we know where you're going, a dragon emperor said. Another dragon emperor said, World Lord, we're all criminals who were bewitched and lost our minds. We've committed countless sins over the years and are unforgivable. The only thing that awaits us is death. As a member of the dragon race, even if I have to die, I want to die in battle. World Lord, we'll go to the witch world with you. Dragon Emperor Dao Hai finally smiled with tears in his eyes and shouted, All right, my brothers, the three of us shall head to the witch world together. The dragon race suffered immense losses from the witch and poison worlds this time round. Most importantly, it dealt a huge blow to the foundation of the dragon race. Dragon Emperor Dao Hai could sense the immense disappointment and dispirited emotions of the dragon race. If this continued, there was a high chance that the dragon race would decline completely and never recover. The dragon race was pent up. Given the current strength of the dragon world, even if they knew that they were being manipulated by the witch race, they were powerless to fight against them and could not take revenge. The dragon race could no longer withstand a battle between worlds. Since that was the case, the three dragon emperors would use their lives to vent this pent-up frustration. The three dragon emperors were going to use their blood to protect the final dignity of the dragon race. Witch world. Nether Witch Peak, the holy land of the witch world. Legend had it that the witch world's progenitor was born on this mountain peak and was also where the providence of the witch world was gathered. Later on, the progenitor became Emperor Nether Witch. With this mountain peak as the center, he expanded his territory and established the witch world, becoming a super-large world of that era. In the witch world, only emperors were qualified to open cave abodes on Nether Witch Peak to cultivate. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from Nether Witch Peak. The door of a cave abode exploded and a figure walked out slowly from the dust. His expression was dark and his gaze was dark. It was the witch world lord. Following that, powerful auras burst forth from Nether Witch Peak. Many witch emperors came out of seclusion one after another and arrived before the witch world lord. There were more than of them. If other emperor experts saw that, they would definitely be shocked. Although there were more than 10 emperor experts in super large worlds like the God race and the Stone race, they definitely did not have this amount of emperors. The number of emperor experts had already exceeded the scope of a super large world. No one knew that the witch world had already become so powerful all these years. World Lord, what happened? A witch emperor asked. Desolate marshal ruined my plans. The witch world lord's gaze was dark as he gritted his teeth. The psychosis curse puppets of the dragon world, parasol tree world, and many other worlds were crippled by him. Ah! The witch emperors exclaimed. Then they revealed killing intent and were enraged. Desolate marshal deserves to die. Is he really so powerful that he's invincible? Can't we kill him if we release curses targeted at his essence spirit at the same time? The witch world lord had a cold expression as he said slowly. No matter how strong Desolate Marshal is, he hasn't become a great emperor after all. There must be a limit. As long as we break through that limit, he can be killed. A witch emperor had a worried expression and said in a deep voice, World Lord, will Desolate Marshal kill his way to the witch world? The other witch emperors were shocked when they heard that. He wouldn't dare to. The witch world lord was furious and hollered. A witch emperor said, With such a huge change, why don't we inform Master first and let him make the decision? If Master were to attack, it would be extremely easy to kill him. The witch world lord snorted coldly. Pausing for a moment, he continued, However, Master once reminded me to try my best not to clash with him. At the mention of that, the witch world lord felt frustrated and cursed. Who would have thought that an ordinary perfected dragon of the dragon race would summon him? Should we head back to hide for the time being? Another witch emperor suggested. It was a huge humiliation for the witch world lord to hide with everyone from the witch race because of Emperor Desolate Marshal. However, he knew in his heart that if a battle broke out with Emperor Desolate Marshal now, it would be disadvantageous for the witch race and affect his master's plans. Let me think about it. The Witch World Lord said in a deep voice. Even if Desolate Marshal sets off immediately, he'll need a day to rush here. I'll make a decision in 2 hours. You don't have to decide. Right then, a cold voice sounded from above Nether Witch Peak. The Witch World Lord was shocked. The 40-odd Witch Emperors looked in the direction of the voice as well. To think that this person could hide from everyone's spirit consciousness detection and suddenly descend above Nether Witch Peak, the center of the Witch World. The firmament split open and 2 figures appeared together, a man and a woman. Their bodies emitted a shuddering and terrifying might, as though they were the rulers of the world and could not be stopped. Desolate Marshal. When the Witch World Lord saw the purple-robed man with the silver mask, his expression changed starkly and he exclaimed, "How was that possible?" Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly were still in the Parasol Tree World earlier on. How did they arrive at the Witch World in the blink of an eye? After the Marshal Dao Prime Body and Dai Yu arrived at the Witch World, they frowned slightly when they saw the 40-odd Emperor experts around Nether Witch Peak. It was not that the Witch Emperors were much of a threat to them. However, it was truly shocking that there were more than 40 Emperor experts in the Witch World. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to advance to the Emperor realm. Throughout history, even in super-large worlds that were once powerful, there were not many Emperor experts. It was way too unusual for the Witch race to have more than 40 Emperor experts. If a world fought against the Witch World without knowing this, they would probably suffer a huge setback. Desolate Marshal, what are you trying to do? The Witch World Lord soared into the air with a dark gaze and said slowly, "The battle of the dragons and phoenixes has nothing to do with you. I gave in to you when you wanted to save that perfected dragon. Later on, I tolerated you again in Zhongyu City. You'd better not go too far. Go too far." The Marshal Dao Prime Body smiled. For thousands of years, you used the psychosis curse to control all living beings and instigated the battle of the dragons and phoenixes and the battle of the Kuns and Pungs, causing many worlds to be destroyed and countless living beings to die. You're filled with evil and committed such a heinous blood debt. Yet, you have the cheek to say I'm going too far. When the Witch World Lord heard that, he sneered. Those ants are not related to you at all. Does their lives have anything to do with you? Aren't you poking your nose a little too deep into the businesses of others? The Marshal Dao Prime Body shook his head gently. Their ideologies were completely opposite. There was no need to continue the conversation whatsoever. There's no need to say anything else. Pay your debt. The gaze of the Marshal Dao Prime Body intensified. He strode forward and punched towards the Witch World Lord. Kill! The 40-odd Emperor experts hollered and joined forces to prop up worlds that suppressed towards the Marshal Dao Prime Body. Rumble! The blood chi in the body of the Marshal Dao Prime Body surged, and he did not retreat or dodge. He raised his fist and smashed it towards the many worlds ahead. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the Marshal Dao Prime Body threw 10 punches in succession, burning fiercely like a volcano. A majestic power and an unstoppable will descended. The entire place shook and the mountains collapsed. The worlds of the 40-odd Emperor experts shattered. Only the world of the Witch World Lord could withstand it, but it was on the verge of collapse. The 40-odd Emperor experts shuddered and their expressions changed in shock. They were sent flying by the 10 punches from the Marshal Dao Prime Body and spat out blood, severely injured. Desolate Marshal! The Witch World Lord had a forlorn expression and shrieked. My master will definitely sense it if you dare to kill me and won't let you off. Oh! When the Marshal Dao Prime Body heard that, he was fearless and nodded repeatedly. I wanted to see the true appearance of your master. It's fine if he doesn't come, but if he dares to come, I'll kill him together. Boom! The Marshal Dao Prime Body brought out the Hell Suppression Tripod and descended from the skies, shattering the Witch World Lord's world. The remaining power of the Hell Suppression Tripod smashed onto the Witch World Lord's body, turning him into a blood mist instantly. Life-severing curse. A dark light flickered. The Essence Spirit of the Witch World Lord escaped a step earlier and released the Essence Spirit secret skill of the Witch race towards Suzimo. This was a fatal curse and could only be released by sacrificing one's Essence Spirit. Back in Tianhuang mainland, The green lotus true body was troubled by the life-severing curse for a long time. At the same time, the other witch emperor experts condensed their essence spirits one after another and released curses targeting the essence spirit as well, including the witch world lord's life-severing curse. All the curses that landed on the martial Tao prime body's Mara mask merely rippled. Those essence spirit secret skills could not penetrate the defense of the Nether River water at all. When the witch world lord saw that, he felt despair. After the life-severing curse was released, be it the other party's life or death, there was only one outcome for him: death. The witch world lord one's gaze finally landed on Nether Witch Peak below. Perhaps only Nether Witch Peak could protect the witch race. The life force of the witch world lord's essence spirit dissipated rapidly. The martial Tao prime body imprisoned his essence spirit and condensed a supreme dermic Tao, trying his best to delay the death of the witch world lord. The success rate of searching an emperor's soul was extremely low. However, he had to give it a try. There was definitely a secret behind the witch race. The martial Tao prime body wanted to find some clues through the witch world lord. Once the life-severing curse was released, it was irreversible. However, under the suppression of the dermic Tao runes of the martial Tao prime body, the dermic Tao of the life-severing curse was suppressed, and the witch world lord's life was temporarily saved. There was still a group of witch emperors around. Now was not the time to search his soul. With the Mara mask, after blocking many essence spirit secret skills, the glabella of the martial Tao prime body shone and released a purple-gold martial spirit fire. The moment the purple-gold flame appeared, the essence spirits of the surrounding witch emperors felt an intense burning pain. The martial Tao prime body channeled his spirit consciousness and released a spirit consciousness storm that landed on the martial spirit fire. Phew! The martial spirit fire was blown away and scattered into more than 10 sparks that landed on the surrounding 10-odd witch emperors. Ah! The witch emperors let out tragic cries one after another before stopping abruptly. In their consciousnesses, their essence spirits had already been burned to ashes by the martial spirit fire and they died on the spot. This scene was way too terrifying. Emperor experts were already the peak existences of the upper world, and it was difficult for them to die even in emperor battles. However, against Emperor Desolate Martial they were like weeds. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 emperors died. The remaining witch emperors were already scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale as they turned to escape. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not compare to the martial Tao prime body. Boom! With a single step, the martial Tao prime body caught up to a peak witch emperor and shattered him with a single punch, destroying his essence spirit. With a thought, the hell suppression tripod descended and smashed another witch emperor to death. The worlds of these emperor experts had just been shattered by the martial Tao prime body, and they had already lost their greatest reliance. Given their physiques and bloodlines, the martial Tao prime body could crush them with a single finger. Rumble! The 10 gates of hell traveled through the netherworld and descended from the skies with endless might, landing on the escaping witch emperors. Poof! 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 A large blood mist spread and dyed half of the firmaments red. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10-odd witch emperors remaining from the original Z-odd. Countless witches sensed the commotion and came out of seclusion one after another. Thereafter, the witch race saw such a shocking scene. The emperor experts who were usually high and mighty fled everywhere like stray dogs. However, they could not avoid the outcome of death. Boom! Right then, an extremely terrifying power came from Nether Witch Peak, and the trees and soil on the entire mountain peak rolled down, revealing the dense mysterious runes imprinted on the mountain peak that emitted a strange dark green light. The expression of the martial Tao prime body changed. Be careful. When Dai sensed the might of that power, she could see that there was danger and reminded softly. The mysterious runes on Nether Witch Peak came from the same source as the words in the 9 Springs Hell Sutra and Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. The runes contained strange dermic Taos that fused together with the help of Nether Witch Peak to form an extremely powerful restriction. Its strength had even reached the level of a taboo technique. Desolate Martial, you're finished. Suddenly, the voice of the witch world lord echoed and he burst into laughter. This Nether Witch taboo technique is enough to kill you. If it was just an ordinary taboo technique, the martial Tao prime body would not have to care at all. However, the nether witch taboo technique did indeed make him feel threatened. A dark green power spread over and was pervasive, wanting to seep into his body. The body of the martial Tao prime body rumbled and his blood chi surged. At the same time, with a thought, the 10 gates of hell smashed towards Nether Witch Peak. Nether Witch taboo technique? Shatter. Boom. 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 The 10 gates of hell descended one after another. Nether Witch Peak trembled continuously and the mysterious runes on it flickered. The ground shook, but it remained standing. How terrifying was the power of the 10 gates of hell. Any gate could shatter a perfected world. But now, even when the 10 gates of hell descended at the same time, they could not shatter Nether Witch Peak. The martial Tao prime body channeled his essence spirit and the hell suppression tripod descended from the skies. Sanskrit sounded from the tripod and Buddhas appeared around it. The 4 sacred souls on the tripod wall woke up one after another and roared into the skies. Sanskrit and dragon roars interweaved and the hell suppression tripod released a blinding golden light that smashed heavily onto Nether Witch Peak. From the boundless hell gate, a torrent condensed from the water of the hell boundless springs surged over like a waterfall that cascaded down. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body moved and took a step forward, landing on the peak of Nether Witch Peak. At that moment, it was as though time and space had stopped and everything was silent. After an unknown period of time, rumble. A series of loud bangs sounded from Nether Witch Peak. The 10 gates of hell, the hell suppression tripod, the boundless springs water and the kick of the martial Tao prime body shattered Nether Witch Peak completely. The entire place crumbled. The mysterious runes on Nether Witch Peak had already dimmed completely and their brilliance was gone. Cracks appeared on the mountain and it collapsed completely with a bang. Nether Witch Peak was like the symbol of the witch world. Ever since the witch world was born, although it fluctuated and experienced prosperity and decline, Nether Witch Peak had never been baptized by the flames of war. However, in this generation, the place where the providence of the witch race was gathered, Nether Witch Peak collapsed. When the witch world lord saw that, his heart was ashen and his life force dissipated once more, becoming even dimmer and weaker. Sensing the change, the martial Tao prime body used the soul-searching art. As expected, the moment the soul-searching art descended, the essence spirit of the witch world lord shattered into a few pieces and gradually turned into nothingness, dissipating into the world. There was no information. Look over there. You seem to have sensed something and pointed at the collapsed Nether Witch Peak below. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted. In the crumbled mountain, there were some marks carved on the stone walls. When they were pieced together, they became pictures. These pictures seemed to be describing the origins of the witch race. From inside, one could tell that it was Emperor Nether Witch who established the witch world. Under his command, a group of cultivators knelt. Initially, these cultivators looked no different from ordinary humans. However, as Emperor Nether Witch imparted the Tao, the bodies of these cultivators gradually transformed. Their eyes eventually turned dark green and they became the first generation of the witch race. Looking at the pictures on the broken stone walls, the martial Tao prime body fell into deep thought. Yu said in a deep voice, in other words, the witch race is not a race born in the world, but transformed from the human race. 11 According to the pictures, that was indeed the case. Yu continued, if the witch race of the medium Kiliacosm was created by Emperor Nether Witch, how was the witch race of Tianhuang mainland created? The martial Tao prime body said, this proves one thing. Perhaps Emperor Nether Witch is not the source of the witch race's birth. Could the source be the master mentioned by the witch world lord just now? Yu said, if there's really such a person who can create the witch race and even control the entire witch world, how strong is he? Could he be a great emperor? Possibly. The martial Tao prime body said, the taboo technique on Nether Witch Peak earlier on was very strong and has already far surpassed a peak emperor. There's a high chance that it has already touched the power of a great emperor. Up till now, the martial Tao prime body had never fought a great emperor expert. Although he had fought the Fiend Lord before, both parties stopped without using their full strength. The martial Dao prime body could not determine the level of the power of a great emperor. Daiyu said, "The words on it are of the same origin as the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. They should have been written by this person." The martial Dao prime body nodded. The Hell world calls these words the Nether language. However, I speculate that they should be words of the major Kiliacosm. The Fiend Lord and the others should be from the major Kiliacosm. In other words, the words in the Nine Springs Hell Sutra should have originated from the major Kiliacosm as well. There was a high chance that the creation Green Lotus originated from the major Kiliacosm too. That was why similar words appeared in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. This was a civilization of the major Kiliacosm. Daiyu said, "The master of the witch race has yet to reveal any traces. He's hidden himself well enough. When I attacked earlier on, most of my attention was on guard against him." The martial Dao prime body said, "Unfortunately, he still hasn't appeared even after I killed more than half of the witch emperors. How did the witch race give birth to so many emperor experts? That's strange." Daiyu pondered. When the martial Dao prime body heard that, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and he vaguely realized something. "There's one more thing." Daiyu said, "The psychosis curse in the bodies of the psychosis curse puppets controlled and manipulated by the witch world lord will not disappear after his death. Without the influence and guidance of the witch world lord, these psychosis curse puppets are prone to losing control when they lose their minds. It's possible for them to do anything. Let's go to the flower world first and resolve this matter," the martial Dao prime body said. Back then, when many clansmen of the flower world were tainted by the nether calamity poison, Su Zimo had speculated that there was a high chance that the poison was spread by someone of the flower world. However, that thought was a little bold and without any evidence, so he did not mention it to anyone else. Now that he thought about it, the expert of the flower world who spread the poison must have lost their mind and became a psychosis curse puppet. The reason why the puppet spread the nether calamity poison was so that the witch world lord could intervene conveniently and take the opportunity to plant the psychosis curse. Of course, the situation in the flower world should not be too serious. After all, back in the land of day and night, Su Zimo had once found some water from the hell-boundless springs and handed them to Immortal Queen Yulan to resolve the danger of some people in the flower world. At the thought that Carefree was still in the flower world, the martial Dao prime body did not hesitate and tore through the void with Daiyu, disappearing above the witch world. Some emperor experts from the witch world managed to escape. However, their worlds were shattered and there was nothing to worry about. Now that Nether Witch Peak was shattered, the providence of the witch race was ruined. Their decline was absolute after this battle. Flower World. Green Lotus Star. Carefree and Mu Lien were in love with each other and followed each other closely. They were just short of officially becoming Dao companions. Immortal Queen Yulan was naturally happy to facilitate this marriage and even wanted to invite Su Zhu over as a witness. However, ever since Su Zhu escaped from the Sanguinape world, there had been no news of him. His fate was unknown and Immortal Queen Yulan did not think about this matter again. Although the commotion in the dragon world was not small, the news had only been spread a few days ago. In the past few years, Mu Lien would occasionally see Carefree sitting alone in a daze, thinking about something. Although Carefree was still with her and accompanied her every day, Mu Lien could sense that he had something on his mind. "Are you worried about your master?" On this day, Mu Lien came to Carefree's side and sat down beside him. She turned her head slightly and asked gently. Carefree shook his head. "I'm not worried." "Huh." Mu Lien was slightly stunned. Initially, she thought that the reason why Carefree was occasionally troubled and unhappy was entirely because Su Zhu's fate was unknown. Carefree said, "Master will definitely be fine." Pausing for a moment, Carefree lowered his head and whispered, "I just miss him and my senior sister." The three of them barely reunited after their ascension and separated not long after. Initially, Carefree spent all his days with Mu Lien. He did not care much about Su Zimo and Baiming Shui and did not even leave with them. However, because of that, he missed them even more all these years. After all, he was awakened by Su Zimo's bloodline back then and had been protected by the Baiming aristocratic family for countless years. He had an extremely special relationship with the two of them and was attached to them like family. When he was still an egg, Su Zimo wanted to send him to the Beiming Ocean, but he was extremely unhappy and refused to leave their sides. Mu Lian thought for a moment. Your master's whereabouts are unknown and his fate is unknown. Why don't I accompany you to the Sword World to look for fellow Taoist Beiming? Carefree's eyes lit up. When are we leaving? Now? Mu Lian asked with a smile. All right. Carefree leaped up and prepared to return to his cave abode. He packed his things and set off immediately. The moment the two of them turned around, they saw two figures standing not far behind them. A man and a woman. Who is it? Mu Lian was shocked. When did the two of them appear? Even as a supreme perfected spirit, she did not notice anything. In other words, the two of them were Grotto Heaven Kings at the very least. The two of them were clearly not from the flower world. The man had black hair and purple robes and wore a cold silver mask. It was clear that he did not come with good intentions. Although the woman was extremely beautiful, she had an indifferent expression. From the corner of her eyes, Mu Lian saw that the situation was even worse for Carefree. He was practically shuddering at the sight of the two of them. Mu Lian had a stern expression as she conjured dermic arts and summoned her spirit treasure. Just as she was about to shout, Carefree called out weakly from the side, Master! Both of Su Zimo's true bodies were Carefree's masters. However, every time Carefree saw the martial Tao prime body, he could not help but feel fear. Ha! Mu Lian was stunned and looked at Carefree in shock. Carefree blinked and shifted his gaze to Daiyu. Back then, he had witnessed the peerless demeanor exuded by Daiyu when she descended onto Tianhuang mainland. Mistress, Carefree said timidly. Daiyu's initially indifferent expression softened slightly, and her gaze towards Carefree became more tender. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After receiving that response, Carefree smiled and relaxed, thinking to himself, compared to Master, his wife is clearly much friendlier. Master? Mistress? Mu Lian looked at Carefree in confusion. Isn't your master fellow Taoist Su Zhu? Cough. Carefree was quick-witted and reacted extremely quickly. He coughed gently and said seriously, This is also my master. Those words were not lies. Even if Mu Lian pursued this matter in the future, he would not be in the wrong either. Mu Lian's heart skipped a beat as she came to a realization and thought to herself, I must have been confused because I was too nervous. It was normal for cultivators like them to acknowledge multiple masters in the cultivation world. This master of Carefree was extremely different from Su Zhu in terms of aura, cultivation realm, and attire. Furthermore, Su Zhu did not have a Tao companion. Therefore, Mu Lian did not link the two of them at all. Master, mistress, when did you guys arrive? Carefree leaned forward and asked with a smile. Not long ago. The martial Tao prime body looked at Carefree and nodded. When the martial Tao prime body heard Carefree mention how he missed him and Beiming Shui, he felt a sense of warmth as well. Daiyu pondered for a moment before taking out a ring and handing it to Carefree. There are some things in this Dragon Fang ring. However, you can only open it after you advance to the Grotto Heaven realm. Just as Carefree was about to extend his hand, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the martial Tao prime body. After the martial Tao prime body nodded in acknowledgement, he received it happily and wore it on his finger. The ring was made of a special material and was extremely hard. It was filled with mysterious patterns. Carefree could not sense it yet, and the martial Tao prime body could naturally tell that the value of the Dragon Fang ring did not merely lie in the treasures inside. Thereafter, Daiyu waved at Mu Lian. Mu Lian hurried forward and bowed to the martial Tao prime body and Daiyu politely. Greetings, seniors. I'll give you this Huang bone hairpin as a small greeting gift. Daiyu took out another crystalline fiery red jade hairpin and handed it to Mu Lian. From its name, it was evident that this was forged from the bones of the divine Huang. It was clear how precious this jade hairpin was. This gift is too expensive. Mu Lian rejected hurriedly. Take it, this is mistress' gift for us. Carefree helped Mu Lian take it and inserted it into her hair. It was unknown if it was because she was shy or because of the reflection of the jade hairpin, but Mu Lian's face was flushed red, and she was charmingly beautiful. Mu Lian could roughly guess that the gift that Carefree's mistress gave her was not just because it was their first time meeting. More than that, it was because of her relationship with Carefree. "Seniors, I'll get my master here now. Please rest here for a while." Mu Lian left with a red face. In her heart, these two were the elders of her and Carefree. She should have elders from her side show up as well so that it would not seem rude. After taking a few steps, Mu Lian slapped her forehead gently and turned around, asking, "Seniors, I didn't get your names? I'm Desolate Marshal. My name is Dai Yu." "Oh," Mu Lian replied and repeated it a few times in her heart before turning to leave. Desolate Marshal. She seemed to have heard that name somewhere before. Flower World. Mu Lian headed to Immortal Queen Yulan's cave abode, but could not find any traces of her. Then, she headed all the way to Centauria Hall and obtained some information there. All these years, the Blood World had invaded the Flower World repeatedly and gradually devoured its territory. If not for the fact that the Blood World had to send a portion of their troops to participate in the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes as well, the Flower World would not have been able to defend against the attacks of the Blood World and would have long been annexed. The Flower World was only a greater world after all and only had 4 Emperor experts. A few days ago, the Flower World Lord and the other 3 emperors brought a group of kings to the battlefield of the 2 worlds to try to negotiate peace with the Blood World. Immortal Queen Yulan was one of them, and they had yet to return. Mu Lian could only wait patiently here. The World Lord appeared personally this time round with full sincerity. "Do you think the peace talks will succeed?" "I'm not sure. I heard that the true main force of the Blood World is in the Dragon World and the Blood World Lord is supervising the battle there. If the battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes ends and the main force of the Blood World returns, we definitely won't be able to defend." Previously, there was news that the Dragon World was defeated repeatedly and could no longer hold on. The World Lord and the others also realized this and wanted to make peace as soon as possible. If they wait for the Blood World Lord to return before making peace, they won't have the slightest chance. Mu Lian stood by Centauria Hall and listened to the discussions of many clansmen, secretly worried about the future of the Flower World. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours later, there was still no news. Mu Lian could not wait any longer and prepared to return to Green Lotus Star first to settle the 2 seniors and let them stay here for a few more days. Right then, a violent fluctuation sounded from above Centauria Hall. The void split open and a group of figures fell out one after another, emitting a strong blood stench instantly. Everyone's expressions changed starkly when they saw that. The people who landed in Centauria Hall were the Flower World Lord and the others. Including the Flower World Lord, they were more or less injured and looked extremely terrible. "World Lord!" many Flower World cultivators exclaimed. Mu Lian saw Immortal Queen Yulan inside at a glance and hurriedly ran over as well, shouting worriedly, "Master, how are you?" When she saw Mu Lian, Immortal Queen Yulan's heart relaxed, as though she had let go of a burden. She forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. We merely fought those people from the Blood World head-on a few times." "What's going on? Did you not manage to negotiate?" Mu Lian asked. Immortal Queen Yulan sighed and nodded. Initially, the negotiations were quite smooth. Unexpectedly, the Blood World Lord and the main force of the Blood World suddenly returned and the Blood World immediately turned hostile. "The return of the Blood World Lord means that the battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes is over?" Mu Lian asked. "It should be. The Dragon World is doomed." Immortal Queen Yulan said, "I just don't know what happened in the Blood World." The moment the Blood World Lord returned, his expression darkened. He seemed enraged and wanted to vent his frustration on us, ordering a full-scale attack like a madman. "He wants to destroy us within 3 days." When the World Lord saw that the situation was not right, he hurriedly brought us back before the other party could surround us. Mu Lian's face was pale as she stood there in a daze, as though she could not accept such a huge impact for the time being. Immortal Queen Yulan took a deep breath and said, "On the way back, I've been worried about you." After all, Green Lotus Star is at the edge of the territory of the flower world. If the blood world attacks in full force, Green Lotus Star will be the first to bear the brunt and might be destroyed immediately. I was only relieved when I saw you in Centauria Hall. When Mu Lian heard that, she seemed to have thought of something and finally reacted. Her expression changed drastically and she cried out, "This is bad." "It's fine." Immortal Queen Yulan comforted. "We still have some time. We can escape with the remaining Flower World clansmen and avoid the Blood World." Mu Lian grabbed Immortal Queen Yulan's arm instinctively and said with a trembling voice, "See, Carefree is still on Green Lotus Star." "Huh?" Immortal Queen Yulan frowned and asked, "Didn't he come with you?" "No." Mu Lian shook her head repeatedly with an anxious expression. "His master and mistress just arrived not long ago and Carefree is accompanying them over there." "Fellow Taoist Su Zhu?" Immortal Queen Yulan's heart sank as she hurriedly asked. "No," Mu Lian said. "It's Carefree's other master. From the looks of it, he should have a Grotto Heaven realm cultivation. Carefree's mistress is a very nice person and even gave us 2 gifts." As she said that, Mu Lian removed the Huang bone hairpin from her head. "It's a Huang bone hairpin. Carefree's mistress is quite generous." When Immortal Queen Yulan heard that Carefree was on Green Lotus Star, her heart was in a mess. She merely glanced at the jade hairpin Mu Lian took down and did not think too much about it. No matter what, Carefree was Su Zhu's disciple after all. The latter had him settle down in the flower world out of trust towards her. If Carefree died in the flower world, even if he was killed by the blood world, she would feel guilty. Furthermore, Carefree and Mu Lian was burning with anxiety as she grabbed Immortal Queen Yulan's arm forcefully. "Master, let's go to Green Lotus Star now and save Carefree and the clansmen there." "I'm afraid." Immortal Queen Yulan's expression darkened as she sighed. "It's too late." When Mu Lian heard that, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her grip on Immortal Queen Yulan gradually loosened and her face turned pale as she took a few steps back unconsciously. The other clansmen of the flower world also heard the commotion and looked over. Seeing Mu Lian's dejected expression, Immortal Queen Yulan's heart ached. However, at this point, she was helpless and did not know how to comfort her. "World Lord, please help." Mu Lian looked at the Flower World Lord helplessly and begged. "Lianer." Although Flower World Lord could not bear it, she said in a deep voice, "If we can save Green Lotus Star, we definitely won't give up. After all, there are many clansmen over there. However, it's already too late. Lianer, you have to pull yourself together and sober up. We can only give up on those clansmen and try our best to save as many people as possible. If the Flower World Lord led everyone to Green Lotus Star right now, they would definitely meet the Blood World head-on. The Flower World could not defend against the killing of the Blood World army at all. Not only would they be completely wiped out, the other clansmen of the Flower World would also suffer a calamity. Giving up Green Lotus Star was cruel, but it was also an act of helplessness. When Mu Lian received that answer, the last hope in her heart was shattered. A moment later, Mu Lian gradually regained her senses, and a look of determination flashed through her eyes. As though she had made a decision, she clenched her fists and turned to leave. "Lianer, what are you doing?" Immortal Queen Yulan had been staring at Mu Lian. When she saw this, she hurriedly took a step forward, grabbed her, and berated. "Master, let go." Mu Lian turned around and smiled. "I understand that you guys are thinking for the greater good of the flower world. However, I want to go to Green Lotus Star. Carefree is still there. We made a promise that we would never leave each other in this life. If today is the end of our lives, I'm willing to accompany him to the end." As Mu Lian said that, there was a hint of heroism between her brows, but her eyes were filled with gentleness. Everyone present was moved. Immortal Queen Yulan took a deep breath. "Let's go. I'll accompany you back. So what if we have to die? Before we die, we'll kill a few kings of the blood world and take them down with us." Right then, a figure sped over and barged into Centauria Hall hurriedly. He had an excited expression and his body was trembling uncontrollably. The person seemed to want to say something, but because he was too excited and nervous, he only opened his mouth and could not say a word. Immortal Queen Yulan looked at the Flower World clansman and her expression changed. Huayu, aren't you on Green Lotus Star? You escaped from Green Lotus Star. When Mu Lian saw that person, she hurried forward and asked, How's Green Lotus Star? Green Lotus Star is fine. Huayu took a deep breath and nodded vigorously, saying loudly. Everyone was delighted. The Flower World Lord hurriedly asked, The Blood World army did not invade the Flower World? They did. As though she had recalled a terrifying scene, Huayu said with lingering fear, Many people from the Blood World came. They blotted out the skies and were densely packed like a blood sea that spread over and engulfed the entire starry skies. Everyone from the Blood World was filled with killing intent. Their leader was the Blood World Lord, and there were more than 10 Emperor experts as well as 3 Oad kings. Just hearing Huayu's simple description made everyone from the Flower World feel suffocated and their hearts palpitate. Such a shocking formation would probably drown Green Lotus Star in an instant. And then, Immortal Queen Yulan asked. Everyone from the Flower World was puzzled as well. Green Lotus Star was actually fine under such circumstances? Huayu said. After that, 2 people from Green Lotus Star stood out and stood in front of the Blood World army. At that point, Huayu paused for a moment before continuing. For some unknown reason, after the 2 of them appeared, the Blood World Lord's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly ordered the army to stop immediately. From what we heard on Green Lotus Star at that time, the Blood World Lord seemed to be extremely afraid and his voice changed from fear. Everyone from the Flower World was at a loss. Who was it that could make the Blood World Lord's expression change so drastically? Many members of the Flower World exchanged glances and frowned, looking at Huayu with judgment and suspicion. This sounded too exaggerated. Just 2 people were enough to scare the Blood World Lord so much that his expression changed starkly and an army of billions was suppressed? Continue, the Flower World Lord said indifferently. She wanted to see how much more nonsense Huayu could make up. Huayu said, When the Blood World Lord saw the 2 of them, he greeted them and was about to lead the army to retreat. At that point, Huayu looked at Mu Lian at the side. Fellow Taoist Carefree complained to the 2 of them that this group of people from the Blood World destroyed the Green Lotus World and caused the deaths of countless Green Lotus clansmen. Mu Lian's family died in their hands as well. After that, Huayu paused again and hesitated. Then what? When she heard news of Carefree, Mu Lian could not help but ask. Thereafter, the purple-robed man of the 2 of them attacked. As Huayu spoke, she gestured. Just like that, he punched one person after another. The 10-odd emperors of the Blood World, including the Blood World Lord, were hammered to death by him. Towards the end, Huayu felt a little embarrassed as well, and her voice gradually weakened. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would not have believed that the Emperor experts who stood at the peak of the medium kiliocosm were like 3-year-old children in front of the purple-robed man. Some Flower World cultivators could not stand it anymore and rolled their eyes. Some looked at Huayu with faint smiles but shook their heads internally. Huayu, what else can you make up? Do you know the biggest flaw in this story? You made the Emperor battle sound too simple. You only have a perfected spirit cultivation and don't know how terrifying an Emperor battle is or the methods of Emperor experts. With a wave of their hands, those Emperor experts will release worlds to resist each other with destructive power. Do you think a battle between emperors is child's play, where they can defeat one another with mere punches? When Huayu heard the doubts of her surrounding clansmen, she panicked as well and said hurriedly, It's true. I'm not the only one. Everyone on Green Lotus Star saw it. The Flower World Lord shook her head gently. Huayu, your description is full of loopholes. An Emperor battle is not as simple as you think. Furthermore, when did these 2 experts appear on Green Lotus Star? How did I not know about it? When she heard Huayu mention Carefree earlier on, Immortal Queen Yulan glanced at Mu Lian and thought of Carefree's master and mistress. However, Huayu's description was too exaggerated and sounded a little out of this world, so she did not say anything. If there were experts on Green Lotus Star that they did not know of, it should be these 2. Immortal Queen Yulan hesitated for a moment. World Lord, I heard Mu Lian mention that Carefree's master and mistress should be on Green Lotus Star. Could the two people Hua you mentioned be? Can Carefree's master kill an emperor with a single punch? The Flower World Lord asked with a smile. Immortal Queen Yulan was speechless. She had just heard from Mu Lian that the two of them might be Grotto Heaven Kings. Even if Mu Lian was wrong and the two of them were emperor experts, it was impossible for them to kill emperors with a single punch either. The Flower World Lord said, "There's another loophole in this matter. The Blood World is a super large world. Who in the medium kiliocosm would dare to be so ruthless to the Blood World? Killing 10-odd emperors of the Blood World just because the Green Lotus World was destroyed and Mu Lian's family was killed, even if there's really such an expert. He's probably not someone who can be summoned by Mu Lian or the Green Lotus World, right? But Hua Yu wanted to explain. The Flower World Lord waved it off and interrupted, asking casually, "If there's really such an expert, we must have heard of him before. What's the name of Carefree's master?" Mu Lian whispered. "He said that his name is Desolate Marshal." Desolate Marshal. That sounds familiar. Hiss. Initially, the Flower World Lord had a smile on her face as she said casually. However, she suddenly gasped and her voice stopped abruptly as her smile froze on her face. The expressions of the other three Emperor experts changed as well. The Flower World Kings who were originally discussing and chatting seemed to have thought of something. Instantly, they shut their mouths and looked at each other with bewildered expressions. Mu Lian was beside Immortal Queen Yulan. She could clearly sense that after she said the name of Carefree's master, Immortal Queen Yulan's delicate body trembled slightly. The others from the Flower World sensed the abnormality of the four emperors and the kings present and gradually stopped talking, puzzled. The hall became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Even everyone's breathing became much lighter, as though they were afraid of disturbing something. Is Desolate Marshal very powerful? Mu Lian realized something and asked softly. Immortal Queen Yulan said slowly, "If it's really that person, the scene Hua you described earlier might be true. Was Carefree's master that strong?" Mu Lian's heart skipped a beat. It should probably just be the same name, right? An emperor of the Flower World broke the silence and asked hesitantly. Another emperor expert said, "There are countless living beings in the medium kiliocosm. There must be more than one Desolate Marshal. Right?" Hua Yu thought of something else and suddenly said, "After that person killed the 10-odd emperors, he looked at the billions of troops of the Blood World and said something. If any of you want to take revenge, 1 foot 11 inches be waiting." When they heard that, the Flower World Lord and the others were secretly shocked. Could it really be Emperor Desolate Marshal of the Great Wilderness World? Those were probably words that only Emperor Desolate Marshal would say. "What happened after?" the Flower World Lord asked. Hua Yu said, "That group of people from the Blood World were scared out of their wits long ago. When they heard that, who dared to provoke him? They fled in all directions immediately and were utterly defeated. After that, the two of them brought Carefree back to Green Lotus Star as though nothing had happened. I ran over to report immediately." Report. Right then, another message sounded from outside the door. Immediately after, a perfected spirit of the Flower World ran over quickly. "I just received news from the Dragon World." The perfected spirit of the Flower World panted and said, just as the final battle between the dragons and phoenixes was about to begin, Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly of the Great Wilderness World suddenly appeared and brokered an armistice between the two sides. The dragon race was saved from extermination, and the hundreds of worlds in the Parasol Tree Worlds faction retreated one after another. Everyone shuddered when they heard the news. The battle of the dragons and phoenixes lasted for thousands of years and hundreds of worlds of all sizes were involved. However, Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly resolved the entire situation just by appearing. An emperor of the Flower World could not help but ask. The Parasol Tree World was about to win. Their alliance armies of hundreds of worlds retreated just like that. Not really, the perfected spirit of the Flower World said. It's said that Emperor Desolate Marshal gathered more than 100 emperors from the Parasol Tree World's faction. After a secret discussion, more than 10 emperors died and the others agreed. The Flower World Lord and the others were alarmed when they heard that. Good Lord, what secret talk was that? More than 10 emperors were killed in one go. The perfected spirit of the Flower World continued. Furthermore, it said that the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes was triggered secretly by the Witch World and Poison World using the Nether Calamity Poison and Psychosis Curse. The Poison World Lord was killed by Emperor Desolate Marshal on the spot. I heard that the Dragon World, Parasol Tree World and other worlds are extremely grateful to Emperor Desolate Marshal. However, Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly did not stay there for long. Thereafter, they left and went missing. They didn't exactly go missing. In fact, they might even be with us right now. The Flower World Lord murmured softly. Mu Lian was stunned when she heard that. The Emperor Desolate Marshal they were talking about earlier on was Carefree's master? The Flower World Lord seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Mu Lian, asking in a deep voice, "What are Carefree's master and mistress dressed like?" Mu Lian said, "Carefree's master has black hair, purple robes and wears a silver mask. He looks a little cold." Before Mu Lian could finish, the Flower World Lord hurried forward and covered her mouth, saying in a low voice, "You can't spout nonsense like that." Upon hearing the black hair, purple robe and silver mask description, the Flower World Lord and the others were already certain that the person on Green Lotus Star was Emperor Desolate Marshal of the Great Wilderness World. Mu Lian blinked. After the Flower World Lord released her grip, she continued. "His mistress is dressed in a blood-colored robe and is extremely beautiful. She's also very kind and amiable." The corners of the Flower World Lord and the other 3 emperors' mouths twitched when they heard that. Emperor Desolate Marshal had only risen in recent years. As for Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, she had been famous for a long time and was extremely domineering. She was once invincible in the medium Kiliacosm, and wherever she went, the emperors of the worlds would avoid her. They had once been fated to meet Demon Empress Blood Butterfly once. In front of that person, they did not even have the courage to attack. There were many descriptions of Demon Empress Blood Butterfly in the medium Kiliacosm, but no one ever said that she was kind and amiable. Immortal Queen Yulan suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Mu Lian. "Let me take a look at the jade hairpin Demon Empress Blood Butterfly gave you." Mu Lian handed the Huang bone hairpin over again. Immortal Queen Yulan received it and swept it with her spirit consciousness. She was so shocked that her hand trembled and the jade hairpin fell to the ground. "What's wrong, master?" Mu Lian hurried forward to pick it up. "This gift is extremely precious. Keep it well," Immortal Queen Yulan said with a complicated expression. Mu Lian said, "I know. This is a hairpin forged from the bone of the divine Huang. It's very beautiful." Immortal Queen Yulan could not help but say, "That's not an ordinary bone of the divine Huang, but the bone of an emperor of the divine Huang race. Even I don't dare to touch the restrictions left behind on it. Furthermore, inside, there's also—" Immortal Queen Yulan did not want to continue. There were many unique treasures in the Huang bone hairpin that even she was envious of. It was no wonder that after the Blood World Lord returned, his expression was livid and he attacked us crazily. An emperor said, "So he suffered a huge setback in the Dragon World and returned with a whole load of pent-up frustration." Another emperor said, "To think that he would bump into Emperor Desolate Marshal again on Green Lotus Star after returning here. I bet the Blood World Lord would never have dreamed that he would get himself killed because of the complaint of a perfected spirit. What goes around comes around. He must have been destined to suffer this calamity ever since he accrued the karma of destroying the Green Lotus World." Everyone from the Flower World side. "Little Lian." The Flower World Lord looked at Mu Lian with love in her eyes and said gently, "What else did Carefree's master and mistress say to you?" Mu Lian was a supreme perfected spirit to begin with, and the Flower World valued her greatly and thought highly of her potential. However, that was not all. After this matter today, many kings of the Flower World present, including the 4 emperors, had to be polite to Mu Lian and could not act like elders casually. Carefree merely complained to Emperor Desolate Marshal, and more than 10 Emperor experts from the Blood World died. Furthermore, Mu Lien and Carefree were in a relationship. Coupled with the fact that Demon Empress Blood Butterfly casually gave Mu Lien such an expensive gift, Mu Lien's status in the flower world could be said to have risen exponentially. Mu Lien was not only a supreme perfected spirit to the flower world, she was also the only bridge to communicate with Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. In fact, the Flower World Lord wished that she could snatch Mu Lien over and make Mu Lien her personal disciple. Nothing much, Mu Lien said. I merely asked them to rest in our world for a bit, and I'll head here to look for Master, so that she can greet them too. Yes, yes. The Flower World Lord nodded. Let's all go together. Thereafter, the Flower World Lord hesitated and said in a deep voice, Is it a little presumptuous for us to go over like this? After all, Little Lien, how about you head over, and if Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly are agreeable to meeting us. Immortal Queen Yulan said, Those two seniors helped the flower world survive the crisis after all. It's only right for us to thank them together. That's true. The Flower World Lord nodded. Even though they said that, the Flower World Lord and everyone else was still a little uneasy when they thought of how they were about to meet Emperor Desolate Marshal, who had suppressed the Blessed Heaven world and had just resolved the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. It took everyone an hour to organize everything before setting off. Green Lotus Star. The Flower World Lord did not dare to descend on Green Lotus Star directly. Instead, she arrived nearby. The moment she appeared from the spatial tunnel, she saw the battlefield dyed red with the blood of emperors not far away. More than 10 corpses floated in a pool of blood in the void. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, who would have imagined that the 10-odd corpses were peak experts of the medium Kiliacosm an hour ago? When everyone arrived in front of Green Lotus Star, the Flower World Lord took a deep breath and raised her voice. I'm Hua Luo. Sorry for disturbing Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. I'm here to greet you along with Yulan, Little Lien and our other clansmen. Come on over. After a short silence, a voice sounded from Green Lotus Star. The Flower World Lord and the others' hearts relaxed and they revealed delighted expressions. Everyone descended on Green Lotus Star and entered Carefree's cave abode under Mu Lien's lead. Carefree's cave abode was extremely spacious. After taking a few steps, their vision cleared up and 2 cultivators, a man and a woman, sat side by side in the direction facing everyone. The man had black hair, a purple robe, a silver mask and deep eyes. The woman wore a blood-colored robe and looked at everyone calmly with an indifferent expression. Greetings, Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. The Flower World Lord and the others hurried forward and bowed. Fellow Taoists, thank you for your help this time round to save the flower world from a catastrophe. It's nothing much. The Martial Dao Prime Body waved his robe gently and supported everyone up, saying casually, It's nothing much. Everyone from the flower world felt their scalps tingle. Even after killing 10-odd emperors, it was nothing much for him. Carefree was sitting right in front of the Martial Dao Prime Body and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. When he saw her, he waved at her with a delighted expression. Mu Lien stood in the crowd hesitantly. After all, there were so many elders of the flower world around, and she did not dare to advance rashly. Right then, Daiyu nodded slightly at her. Come and sit. Thank you, Senior. Mu Lien thanked her hurriedly and went forward to sit with Carefree. Fellow Taoist Yulan, take a seat too. The gaze of the Martial Dao Prime Body shifted to Immortal Queen Yulan. Immortal Queen Yulan immediately felt flattered. Then, she looked at Mu Lien and thought to herself, I've really benefited from this disciple of mine. Thereafter, the Martial Dao Prime Body looked at the Flower World Lord. You guys should have heard about the battle of the dragons and phoenixes as well. Yes. The Flower World Lord and the others nodded hurriedly. The Martial Dao Prime Body took out a jade pot and flicked it gently, sending it to the Flower World Lord and the others. The spring water inside can resolve the psychosis curse. As for who is cursed in the flower world, I'll leave it to you guys to investigate. That was also one of the reasons why the Flower World Lord wanted to meet the Martial Tao Prime Body. To think that things would go so smoothly. The Flower World Lord also knew how powerful the psychosis curse was. She took out some water from the jade pot and distributed it to the clansmen around her. First, she had to confirm that the surrounding emperors and kings were not cursed before investigating them one by one. Immortal Queen Yulan looked at the Martial Tao Prime Body and Dai Yu and smiled. I just heard that Green Lotus Star was in danger and Mu Lian wanted to run over regardless of everything and die with Carefree. Even I couldn't stop her. Thankfully, you guys were here to stand up for us. Dai Yu nodded. Yes. I've heard him mention that Mu Lian has a heroic reputation and is extremely loyal. Immortal Queen Yulan was slightly stunned. The him Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was referring to was Emperor Desolate Marshal. Emperor Desolate Marshal had even heard of Mu Lian? Immortal Queen Yulan did not think too much about it. She pondered for a moment and said, Seniors, since the two of you are here, should we make the decision to allow these two children to get married as soon as possible since they are so in love? Dai Yu turned around and looked at the Martial Tao Prime Body. It's good for them to get married soon as well. The Martial Tao Prime Body knocked gently on the table. However, it will be a little lacking without Carefree's clansmen at the wedding. Carefree, I'll send you back to the Kuan world. Initially, Carefree was flirting with Mu Lian. When he heard that, he was shocked. Immortal Queen Yulan added hurriedly, Senior, previously, a prince of the Kuan world wanted to devour Carefree's bloodline. Carefree is hiding in the Flower World for the time being after he was saved. If he's sent back to the Kuan world, I'm afraid, the Martial Tao Prime Body said. With me around, there's no need for him to hide. Immortal Queen Yulan was stunned before reacting. That was true. With such a huge backer, who would dare to touch Carefree? He could do whatever he wanted in the medium Kiliacosm. The Flower World Lord said, According to what I know, the Kuan and Peng worlds are still in the midst of a battle. The Martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently, It's time for the battle of the Kuns and Pengs to stop as well. There was a high chance that the battle of the Kuns and Pengs was started by the witch race as well. Even without Carefree, the Martial Tao Prime Body planned to appear and resolve that battle. A month later, many news spread like wildfire and caused a huge commotion in the medium Kiliacosm, causing an uproar among the 10,000 races. Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly appeared together and resolved the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Thereafter, they crushed Nether Witch Peak and killed dozens of Emperor experts of the Witch World. The strength of the Witch World was greatly reduced. The Blood World attacked the Flower World in all directions and was stopped by Emperor Desolate Marshal. The Blood World Lord and 10 odd emperors died and the rest returned in defeat. Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly appeared once more to resolve the battle of the Kuns and Pengs. Furthermore, with the push of the two of them, the Kuan and Peng worlds merged and became a new super-large world, the Kuan Peng world. It was managed jointly by the previous world lords of the Kuan and Peng worlds. Furthermore, they chose a young master and rumors had it that he was Emperor Desolate Marshal's disciple. A few days later, the young master of the Kuan Peng world would marry his Tao companion, a supreme perfected spirit of the Flower World. Many worlds were invited and it was an unprecedented grand occasion. Because the Witch and Poison worlds were the ones secretly causing trouble and instigated the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, the armies of the Parasol Tree World, Dragon World, and more than 100 other worlds attacked the Witch World and the Poison World. The Witch World was destroyed. The Poison World suffered heavy losses. The original Dragon World Lord and 2 Dragon Emperors died in battle in the Poison World. There was now a new Dragon World Lord. The Lords of the Blood World and Poison World were removed. The news was like boulders falling on a lake, causing a 1,000-level wave. Every piece of news was enough to cause a huge commotion in the medium Kiliacosm. Now that everything was spread in such an extremely short period of time, the impact of it all was obvious. The medium Kiliacosm was about to change. Sword World. The Iron Crown old man and the fat and skinny old men sat around a wooden table and sipped their tea with relaxed expressions. The Kuan Peng world sent an invitation. How about it? Let's go over and take a look together. The Iron Crown old man pointed at a wedding invitation on the table and asked with a smile. The fat old man took a sip of tea and clicked his tongue. The armistice of the Kuan and Peng worlds was incredible news to begin with. Good lord. They've now advanced even further and merged directly, the skinny old man said. Apart from being pushed by Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, I heard that it's also because Emperor Desolate Marshal's disciple has the Kuan Peng bloodline and shows signs of atavism. The fat old man nodded. The experts of the Kuan and Peng worlds naturally know how precious the Kuan Peng bloodline is after their psychosis curses were removed and their minds recovered. Speaking of which, there's no need for us to personally attend the wedding of the young master of the Kuan Peng world. We can just let the immortal kings go over. However, the Iron Crown old man said, I really want to take this opportunity to meet Emperor Desolate Marshal and pay him a visit. At the mention of Emperor Desolate Marshal, the Iron Crown old man's eyes were filled with admiration. The fat old man nodded as well and lamented. After pacifying the calamity of the witch and poison worlds, he also resolved the battles of the dragons and phoenixes and kuns and pungs that had lasted for thousands of years. Invisibly, he saved countless innocent living beings. Every single thing he did was filled with endless merit. The Iron Crown old man said, although Emperor Desolate Marshal is not a great emperor, he already has the bearing and responsibility of an ancient great emperor. He's the only one who's worthy of a peerless empress like Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, the skinny old man said. After the two of them appeared together, they've been extremely hard to catch hold of. One moment they were in the dragon world and the next they arrived in the witch world. I wonder if we'll get the chance to see them this time round. It's fine even if we can't get to meet the two of them. At the very least, we can meet Zimo. The Iron Crown old man laughed. Oh! The fat and skinny old men were delighted and asked hurriedly, There's news of Zimo? Ha ha! The Iron Crown old man stroked his beard and laughed. Actually, in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes some time ago, Zimo publicly appeared and went on a killing spree, destroying more than 1,000 kings of the Tomb World's allied army single-handedly. Wow! He's so powerful? The fat and skinny old man was shocked. That was 1,000-odd Grotto Heaven kings. The Iron Crown old man continued. If it was any other time, such a shocking battle would definitely spread throughout the medium kiliacosm. However, when Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly came out of seclusion and settled the battle of the dragons and phoenixes while killing many emperors with a flip of their palms, no one mentioned anything about Zimo's battle anymore. I only found out about this because I've been investigating about news of Zimo all these years. The fat and skinny old men nodded. Compared to the news of quelling the calamity of the witch and poison worlds, the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, the battle of the kuns and pungs and the merging of the Kuan and Peng worlds, Zimo's battle was only a battle between kings after all and seemed insignificant. The news did not spread much either. After knowing that Su Zimo was fine, the fat and skinny old men finally felt relieved as well. Why are we drinking tea on such a joyous occasion? Let's drink wine instead. The fat old man took out 3 jars of good wine and placed them in front of the Iron Crown old man and the skinny old man with a smile. Right? The Iron Crown old man said. Biming said that she has to attend the wedding of the young master of the Kuan Peng world this time round. She even said that the young master is her junior brother. Ha! The fat old man did not understand and was stunned for a moment. Isn't that young master of the Kuan Peng world the disciple of Emperor Desolate Marshal? The Iron Crown old man said. Biming said that they acknowledged Zimo as their master together as well. There's such a coincidence? The fat old man smiled. Zimo's luck is really bad. He's already a monster incarnate that's rarely seen in history. To think that he would be completely outshone by someone like Emperor Desolate Marshal in this generation. It's already not bad. The Iron Crown old man said, if Zimo is given enough time to grow, he might be able to compare to Emperor Desolate Marshal in the future. Let's go. We'll leave after preparing some gifts. The Iron Crown old man put away the invitation and stood up. He looked into the distance with anticipation in his eyes and murmured, I hope I have a chance to meet Emperor Desolate Marshal this time round. In less than a day, led by the Iron Crown Old Man and the Fat and Skinny Old Men, the group from the Sword World arrived at the Kuan Peng world. Although the Kuan and Peng worlds had expended a lot in their consecutive years of battle, they were still super large worlds after all. Furthermore, after the two worlds were combined, their strength was even greater than before and their territory expanded by several times. Before the Sword World arrived, experts from many worlds had already arrived: Sanguinape World, Dragon World, Parasol Tree World, Flower World, Light World. In fact, some of these worlds were led by their world lords to offer their congratulations personally. In truth, even after the Kuan and Peng worlds were merged, the world lords of these two worlds alone would not garner this much attention and respect. The reason why many world lords came to offer their congratulations was mainly because it was rumored that the young master of the Kuan Peng world was the disciple of Emperor Desolate Marshal. Furthermore, these experts wanted to take this opportunity to meet Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. What? The two of them aren't here? The Iron Crown Old Man asked. The world lord of the Kuan world said, "This immortal couple are traveling everywhere. They left not long after they sent Carefree back, and we couldn't keep them either. Carefree, come and pay your respects to these seniors of the Sword World." The Kuan world lord beckoned. Carefree and Mu Lien went forward and bowed. Compared to before, Carefree's aura had changed a lot. He already had the bearing of a young master and looked dignified. However, when he saw Baiming Shui, Carefree returned to his childish state and pulled Mu Lien forward with a smile. "Senior sister, where's master?" Baiming Shui asked via voice transmission. "You mean?" Carefree understood quickly. Master and mistress seemed to have gone to the witch world. Which world? Fresh blood, corpses, broken halberds. It was a scene of devastation and dilapidation. There was a withered and lifeless atmosphere everywhere after the battle. After the attacks of the armies of the Parasol Tree World, Dragon World, and more than 100 other worlds, the witch world was completely destroyed. Even some witches who were lucky enough to survive had long fled. There was not a single person in the vast territory. Suddenly, the void split open and two figures descended, looking around. "What did you find?" Daiyu asked. The Martial Dao Prime Body released his spirit consciousness and closed his eyes for a long time before shaking his head. While he was in the Kuan Peng world, the Martial Dao Prime Body heard the news that the witch world was destroyed in a day. He sensed an abnormality and asked the Parasol Tree World Lord and the others about it. Although the Witch World Lord and more than 30 emperors were killed by him, 9 emperor experts escaped. Furthermore, the Martial Dao Prime Body only crushed the Nether Witch Peak back then, and he did not search the other territories of the Witch World. The Witch World was a super large world after all. It was highly possible that there were witch emperors who lived in seclusion in other territories. Furthermore, there were many witch race experts and many witch kings. It would still be difficult for them to destroy the entire witch world in a day. After all, even during the battle of the dragons and phoenixes that had lasted for thousands of years, the dragon world had never been destroyed. Then, he obtained an important piece of news from Parasol Tree World Lord and the others. By the time they arrived with their army, almost all the emperors and kings of the witch race had retreated. There were many witches left, but their cultivation realms were not high. They could not defend against the attacks of the armies of the Parasol Tree World and other worlds. The entire witch world was almost empty. That was how the armies of the Parasol Tree World and other worlds charged in with irresistible force and destroyed the witch world in a day. Where were the remaining witch emperors and many witch kings? The witch world was leaderless, and it was not easy to gather the witch emperors and kings in the chaos. This required extraordinary methods. However, when the witch emperors and kings left, they seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even the Martial Dao Prime Body did not discover any traces earlier on. The Martial Dao Prime Body and Daiyu entered the void. When they reappeared, they were already above Nether Witch Peak. With a thought of the Martial Dao Prime Body, he covered the entire territory of the witch race and gathered many wandering remnant souls to use the soul-searching art. These wandering souls did not possess sentience, and their masters had long died. It was only because of various reasons, such as resentment and obsession, that a wisp of their souls remained and wandered around. The Martial Tao Prime Body wanted to use the memories of the remnant souls when they were alive to piece together what happened in the witch world after he left and find some clues. Scenes appeared in the void in front of the Martial Tao Prime Body and Daiyu. However, those images came from wisps of remnant souls and were fragmented. Furthermore, they were chaotic and mixed. Most of the memories did not contain any useful information. Time passed slowly, and after an unknown period of time, the scenes circulating in the void suddenly paused. In that short memory fragment, a cultivator in a black Taoist robe could be seen descending on Nether, which peak not long after the two of them left the witch world. This was also the person who gathered the emperors and kings of the witch world. However, the face of the black-robed cultivator was shrouded in a layer of fog, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. When the Martial Tao Prime Body and Daiyu tried to clear the fog, the scene seemed to be unable to withstand it and suddenly shattered, turning into nothingness. "Is this the master who was backing the witch race?" Daiyu asked. The Martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I don't think so. Given that master's control of the witch race, if he wanted to move the witch emperors and kings away, there's no need for him to go through so much trouble and make a trip personally." Daiyu asked, "Who could that be then? Apart from him, who else has the means to take away these witch experts without leaving any traces?" "The sect master of the academy," the Martial Tao Prime Body said slowly. "It's him." Daiyu frowned. The Martial Tao Prime Body said, "The sect master of the academy is half a witch to begin with and is extremely familiar with the witch race. He has sufficient motives. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not have the chance to enter the witch world and take over so many witch experts. However, the death of the witch world lord and the other emperors gave him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take advantage of the situation and improve his standing in the witch race. The sect master of the academy was extremely ambitious. Ever since he suffered a huge loss at the hands of the Martial Tao Prime Body, he had been lying low all these years without any news. However, once there was an opportunity, he would definitely not miss it. From this, it could be inferred that the sect master of the academy's cultivation realm was very likely to have already reached the perfected emperor realm. The Martial Tao Prime Body continued, "Furthermore, only the sect master of the academy has such cunning, wisdom, and methods. I've heard that the sect master of the academy can see through the heavenly secrets and make flawless calculations. I finally witnessed it today." Daiyu said, "The armies of the Parasol Tree World and other worlds arrived after you and I left the Witch World. The interval between us was less than a day. In other words, in less than a day, he successfully took over the Witch World and gathered the emperors and kings of the Witch World to escape without leaving any traces. Although this matter looked simple, it was actually as difficult as ascending to the heavens and was filled with unpredictable danger. Firstly, the sect master of the academy had to have a clear control of the movements of the Dragon World, Parasol Tree World, and even the Martial Tao Prime Body. That was because he only had less than a day to work with. Secondly, the sect master of the academy had to have extraordinary methods to suppress the remaining experts of the witch race and successfully take over the witch world. Furthermore, this was an abnormally dangerous matter. The Martial Tao Prime Body could descend anywhere in the medium kiliacosm with a single thought. As such, he naturally could have returned to disrupt the plans as well. If anything went wrong, the sect master of the academy would have been doomed. Good move. The Martial Tao Prime Body nodded as well. The timing was just right too. However, the clansmen he took over were all witch kings. Although there were 9 witch emperors, their worlds were shattered by me and they won't be of much use. To the Martial Tao Prime Body, the sect master of the academy's schemes were indeed powerful. However, they were of no threat to him. As long as he was around, the sect master of the academy would not dare to appear in public in the end, let alone provoke him and the Green Lotus True Body. In fact, the sect master of the academy even had to undertake immense risks just to intervene this time round. Daiyu said in a deep voice, "According to the Witch World Lord, he has a master backing him. It's probably not that easy for the sect master of the academy to successfully take over these experts of the witch world. At the very least, he has to get past that master. Do you have any clues regarding this master of the witch race? Dayu asked again. I have a guess, but I can't be sure yet. The martial Dao prime body was deep in thought. Let's go to the poison world and take a look. I wonder if there will be any clues there to confirm that guess. With that said, the martial Dao prime body and Dayu disappeared into the void once more. Kuan-Peng world. The Kuan and Peng world lords were banqueting guests in the main hall where world lords and emperor experts were at every corner. In the side halls on both sides, things were relatively casual in comparison. There were grotto heaven kings, perfected spirit experts and good friends gathered. The peak masters of the sword world, Yun Ting and the others were gathered. Baiming Shui, Long Ran, Monkey, Nian Qi of the light world and the other old friends of Tianhuang mainland gathered at a table. Carefree and Mu Lian would come over to sit when they were free and gather with everyone to reminisce and talk about the past. After these old friends of Tianhuang mainland ascended, it was not easy for them to obtain such an opportunity and gather together. Unfortunately, there were still some old friends of Tianhuang mainland missing. Under Carefree's insistence, Su Zimo obtained a chance to enter seclusion in the forbidden ground of the Kuan-Peng world. Right now, he was charging through a bottleneck and had yet to appear for the time being. On the other side, Yun Ting seemed to be troubled and looked towards Baiming Shui and the others from time to time. A moment later, as though he could not hold it in anymore, Yun Ting arrived beside Baiming Shui and asked softly, "Why isn't fellow Taoist Su here yet?" "Master is in seclusion." Baiming Shui seemed to have sensed something and asked, "What's the matter?" Yun Ting hesitated. "I have something to discuss with him." Right then, Su Zimo entered the hall with a smile and cupped his fists in all directions, walking towards Baiming Shui and the others. When Dragon Queen Hornless and the others saw Su Zimo, their expressions changed in shock. At that moment, Su Zimo was already at the major Grotto Heaven realm. It had only been more than a month since Su Zimo advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm. That cultivation speed could be said to be terrifying. Of course, the forbidden ground of the Kuan-Peng world played a crucial role. This forbidden ground was a sealed space of its own, like a broken spatial fragment. Legend had it that it originated from the major Kiliacosm. In this forbidden ground, time flowed extremely quickly. All living beings below the Emperor realm could sense this change. A day outside was equivalent to 100 years in the Kuan-Peng forbidden ground. Of course, there were many restrictions to cultivating in the Kuan-Peng forbidden ground. The longer a cultivator cultivated, the greater its repulsion towards the cultivator. Furthermore, every living being only had one chance to cultivate inside. Throughout history, even the most talented kings of the Kuan and Peng worlds could not last more than 10 days inside. However, after Su Zimo obtained this opportunity, he stayed inside for an entire month with the bloodline of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. This was equivalent to him spending 3,000 years inside. Su Zimo's 5 minor grotto heavens were condensed from the dermic Daos of taboo mystic classics. Some minor grotto heavens even used 2 taboo mystic classics as their foundations. In the battle outside Illumination Dragonstar, he obtained a large number of grotto heaven fragments. The 5 minor grotto heavens exerted strength at the same time and absorbed and refined the grotto heaven fragments. Furthermore, the speed at which the 5 minor grotto heavens absorbed heaven and earth essence chi could be said to be terrifying. They absorbed the essence chi of the world in a violent and plundering manner. The accumulation of time, coupled with the immense heaven and earth essence chi and the many grotto heaven fragments, allowed Su Zimo to advance another step in his cultivation realm and become a supreme king more than a month later. When Yun Ting saw Su Zimo, he was stunned as well. His cultivation speed was already fast enough. Unexpectedly, the difference between the two of them was getting greater and greater. However, before long, Yun Ting recalled something important and went forward hurriedly, handing Su Zimo a voice transmission talisman. "My sister passed this to me. Listen to it." Su Zimo received it and with an activation thought from his spirit consciousness, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Before long, Su Zimo's expression darkened and his gaze turned cold. Master, did something happen? Sensing the change in Su Zimo's expression, Bai Mingshui asked softly. Long Ran was drunk and reeked of alcohol as he shouted, Zimo, what happened? Tell us. There's nothing that can't be shared between us. Monkey, Carefree, Xianxia, and the others looked over as well. Su Zimo said, There's news of Night Spirit. Monkey's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he could not help but grin. That's a good thing. Long Ran was a little drunk and his face was flushed as he glared. The others shut their mouths. They knew that this matter was not that simple and that there must be other circumstances. Su Zimo said, Xiaoning is in the elixir firmament immortal domain of the heavenly world and Night Spirit is with her. However, they fell out with elixir firmament palace and are being hunted down by them. Bang! Monkey could not help but slam the table and stand up on the spot. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. Damn it! Long Ran cursed. What's wrong with this elixir firmament palace? Are they tired of living? How dare they chase after Night Spirit and Xiaoning? Do they really think that they can bully someone from Tianhuang mainland just like that? Bai Mingshui stood up slowly with a cold expression. Xianxia stood up and frowned. Sister Xiaoning is such a good person. Why would she fall out with elixir firmament palace? This can't be tolerated. Carefree shouted. Master, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll bring people to flatten that elixir firmament palace. When the surrounding cultivators and living beings heard the commotion, they looked over. They saw was a group of people who were filled with killing intent. Furthermore, every single one of them had an extremely powerful background. There was a peak master of the sword world, the perfected spirit of the sanguine ape world, the goddaughter of the light world, and the young master of the Kuan Peng world. Who provoked them? I'm not sure. I think I heard the name Elixir Firmament Palace. They've really stirred up a hornet's nest. That Elixir Firmament Palace had better start praying right now. Some cultivators and living beings discussed softly. Yunting was shocked. Initially, he thought that he was just here to pass a message to Su Zimo. To think that it would cause such a huge commotion. Monkey asked coldly, Are they still alive? It's fine. Su Zimo had already calmed down. They're safe now and are not in any danger. However, they're trapped in the elixir firmament immortal domain and can't escape for the time being. Heavenly world, elixir firmament palace. Suddenly, Su Zimo smiled and turned to look in the direction of the heavenly world, saying slowly, It's about time for me to return as well. Master, when are we leaving? Carefree asked. Su Zimo shook his head. Today is your wedding day. Don't go. That won't do. Carefree insisted. I've just become the young master of the Kuan Peng world, and I was just thinking about how to show off. Master, don't stop me. Who are Night Spirit and Xiaoning? Mu Lian sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Is it worth such a huge commotion? Night Spirit is my master's sworn brother and Xiaoning is my master's sister. Carefree said. Call some people from the flower world later. It's best if you call the flower world lord as well. Ah, it can't be that serious, right? Mu Lian was shocked. Given her relationship with Su Zimo, it was only right for her to help. However, it was a little childish to assume that she could get the flower world lord to step in just because of Su Zimo's brother and sister. Trust me, there's definitely no mistake, Carefree said. Longli said, I'll call my mother and help fellow Taoist Su fight as well. Long Ran leaned over and whispered, It's fine to call the Dragon World Lord as well. He can just show up to hold the fort. There's no need for that, right? Long Li was puzzled. The Dragon World was indeed indebted to Su Zimo, but it's not to the extent that the Dragon World Lord would personally appear. The current Dragon World Lord was the master of Dragon Queen Hornless, Dragon Empress Frost. Long Ran said meaningfully. The two people we're saving this time round are not only Zimo's brother and sister. Long Ran thought to himself, that's the brother and sister of Emperor Desolate Marshal. What? You want to go to the heavenly world? Just because something happened to Su Zimo's sister? The two world lords of the Kuan-Peng world looked at Carefree with puzzled expressions and asked with frowns. Naturally, they admired Carefree for placing great importance on virtues and loyalty. However, there was no need to go to such lengths for Su Zimo, right? Although Su Zimo was Carefree's master, he was only a king after all. Now that he had left the sword world and had no sect, he was merely an itinerant cultivator. Furthermore, it was only Su Zimo's sister who was in trouble. When Su Zimo, an outsider, was allowed to enter the Kuan-Peng forbidden ground previously, it had already caused the dissatisfaction of many clansmen. The two world lords were extremely hesitant as well, but they still agreed to Carefree. However, what was the relationship between Su Zimo's sister and Carefree and the Kuan-Peng world? World Lord North Kuan said, "We'll be giving him sufficient respect by sending a few king experts back with him." Carefree rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "Do you think Master needs your respect? I'm helping you guys curry favor with him for free, but you don't even want it. How stupid." "I don't care," Carefree shouted noisily. "I want to go to the heavenly world. It's up to you guys to go or not." With that said, Carefree turned around and left with Mu Lian, leaving the two world lords behind. "Why, you're too willful." The two world lords were so angry that they trembled. They pointed at Carefree's back and only said something after a while. They could neither scold nor beat him. World Lord South Peng clutched his chest and sighed bitterly. "Our Kuan-Peng world did not choose a young master. We chose a master for us to serve." "To the heavenly world?" Dragon Empress Frost looked at Dragon Queen Hornless below and frowned slightly in confusion. Dragon Queen Hornless said, "According to Lear, Long Ran seems to have hinted for you to personally appear and help fellow Taoist Su." "It's not impossible for me to help." Dragon Empress Frost pondered for a moment. "However, there are 3 peak emperors in the heavenly world with unfathomable strength. If we mobilize a large force, I'm afraid we trigger a counterattack from those 3 and even cause a war between the worlds, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Among the 3 peak emperors, one of them is famous for his bloodthirst and he presides over the fiend domain." Dragon Queen Hornless said, "According to what I know, Elixir Firmament Palace should be in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain." Dragon Empress Frost said, "Almost all of the 9 Firmament Immortal domain is under the control of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight now. Elixir Firmament Palace should be no exception." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "It's fine for me to show up, but I won't send the Dragon Race army to support in case of a conflict with the heavenly world. The Dragon world can no longer handle another war between worlds." The martial Dao Prime Body and Dai Yu tore through the void and descended above the poison world. "I remember hearing you mention that the sect master of the academy had just entered the Emperor realm when he schemed against you last time." Suddenly, Dai Yu said, "Just now, judging from the way he took over the witch world and brought away a few witch emperors and many kings, he shouldn't be at the minor emperor realm." "Yeah." The martial Dao Prime Body nodded. "He's at the major emperor realm at the very least, or even the perfected emperor realm." "His cultivation speed is so fast?" Dai Yu was slightly surprised. There was naturally no need to say anything about the sect master of the Academy's intelligence and comprehension. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to comprehend a taboo technique as soon as he entered the Emperor realm. However, after entering the Emperor realm without scarce cultivation resources such as source stones and source chi, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break through. That's because he obtained the inheritance of the 3 Pure Ones' Jade Manual and cultivated that taboo technique. However, the martial Dao Prime Body was not surprised by that. "When I fought him, I saw the taboo technique of the 3 Pure Ones' convergence. However, I had not advanced to the Emperor realm back then and did not obtain the complete 3 Pure Ones' Jade Manual. Therefore, I did not know much about that taboo technique." 3 Pure Ones' convergence? Dai Yu pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "By convergence, could it be referring to the source chi that's the origin of essence chi?" The martial Dao Prime Body nodded. "To be precise, it's a taboo technique based on source chi that evolved after the synthesis of the 3 Pure Ones. In other words, Source Qi will be BOM from the synthesis of the three pure ones. Dai Yu's expression changed as she understood the meaning behind the words of the martial Tao prime body. That's right. The martial Tao prime body nodded. After I synthesized the dermic Tao of the three pure ones Jade Manual, I gradually comprehended it. This is the foundation that allowed the three pure ones Jade Manual to become a taboo mystic classic. As a taboo mystic classic, the three pure ones Jade Manual seemed to be weaker than the other taboo mystic classics. There were no extreme killing methods, and its spirit and body refinement methods were relatively mediocre as well compared to other taboo mystic classics. However, the true strength of the three pure ones Jade Manual as a taboo mystic classic lay in the fact that after the three pure ones were synthesized, they would give birth to source Qi, which was what Emperor experts lacked the most. A single stream of Qi can turn into the three pure ones, and the three pure ones can converge into a stream of Qi as well. If emperors relied on the three pure ones Jade Manual, there would not be an obvious increase in their combat strength. However, the emperors who cultivated the three pure ones Jade Manual would be at the top in terms of sustained combat strength. No cultivation technique or secret manual could compare to the replenishment and endurance of the three pure ones Jade Manual for Emperor Realm experts. No wonder, Dai Yu said, with the help of the three pure ones Jade Manual, given the talent of the sect master of the academy, it's not surprising for him to cultivate to the perfected Emperor Realm. As the two of them conversed, they had already arrived at the central area of the poison world Nether Calamity Star. Who are you? The martial Tao prime body and Dai Yu did not hide their tracks. Instead, they descended upon Nether Calamity Star directly. Immediately, a few Emperor Realm spirit consciousnesses burst forth on Nether Calamity Star and enveloped over, questioning loudly. Previously, the Poison World only lost the Poison World Lord. Although they were attacked by the armies of the Parasol Tree World and the others as well, their situation was much better than the Witch World. At the very least, Nether Calamity Star was not damaged. Against the questioning of the emperors of the Poison World, the martial Tao prime body and Dai Yu acted as though they did not hear anything and did not stop at all. How dare you? A poison emperor hollered but did not appear. He merely attacked in secret and activated the formation of Nether Calamity Star, wanting to stop the martial Tao prime body and Dai Yu. Humph! The martial Tao prime body snorted coldly. The Emperor Realm spirit consciousness that landed on the two of them withered instantly and its life force dissipated. The other Emperor Realm spirit consciousnesses were shattered as well. The Emperor experts of the Poison World were shocked. With a light snort, an Emperor expert of the Poison World died. That blood-robed woman seems to be Demon Empress Blood Butterfly of the Great Wilderness World? Then the person beside her. Purple robes and a silver mask. He seems to be the legendary Emperor Desolate Marshal. Hiss! The Poison Emperors gasped and their scalps tingled. Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly were elusive and their whereabouts were uncertain. However, they would definitely make a huge move wherever they went. To think that the two of them would come to the Poison World. Don't provoke them. Otherwise, the Poison World will be exterminated. The Poison Emperors released their spirit consciousnesses rapidly and passed down the order that no one from the Poison World was allowed to appear. At the same time, they removed the formation of Nether Calamity Star and allowed the martial Tao prime body and Dai Yu to descend unimpeded. A Poison Emperor frowned slightly and observed the movements of the martial Tao prime body and Dai Yu. He sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. From the looks of it, they seem to be heading to our Poison World's ancestral ground. Let them go. The strongest poisonous creatures and poisons in history are gathered there. Even if they don't die, they'll have to shed a layer of skin inside. That's right. At that time, we can see if there's any opportunity to make a move. The Poison Emperors communicated secretly. Right in front of them, the martial Tao prime body and Dai Yu arrived at the ancestral ground of the Poison World Myriad Poison Cave. The martial Tao prime body swept his spirit consciousness and saw that there were countless poisonous insects in the cave. Poisonous fog filled the air and all sorts of poisonous plants and flowers were spread throughout. As long as one stepped in, they would have to suffer the invasion of at least a few poisons. The martial Dao prime body continued towards Myriad Poison Cave with Dai Yu. At the same time, a gigantic door appeared behind him and a torrent surged out, pouring into the cave. The Hell Serene Springs countered all poisons in the world. When the Hell Serene Springs entered the Myriad Poison Cave, the wails and screams of poisonous insects instantly sounded from inside. Countless poisonous flowers and plants withered gradually under the baptism of the Hell Serene Springs, and their lives were severed. The poisonous fog that was originally spreading in Myriad Poison Cave was cleansed by the Hell Serene Springs as well. Wah! The Poison Emperors were stunned when they saw that. The Myriad Poison Cave that had been passed down for countless years was completely crippled by the martial Dao prime body's Hell Serene Springs. What was even more terrifying was that after the Hell Serene Springs water entered Myriad Poison Cave, it seeped into the ground and spread to every corner of Nether Calamity Star. The poisonous flowers and plants growing on Nether Calamity Star would wither and die after absorbing the Hell Serene Springs. The Hell Serene Springs was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the poison world. The martial Dao prime body and Dai Yu paced around Myriad Poison Cave and released their spirit consciousnesses to patrol the surroundings. In the depths of Myriad Poison Cave, the two of them finally saw patterns carved on the stone walls, as though they hinted at the origin of the poison world. In the last picture, a man could be seen standing proudly with a dark flower in his hand. Pollen floated down from the flower and landed in the surrounding kneeling crowd. The martial Dao prime body exchanged gazes with Dai Yu and they had the same feeling. The style of the pictures was extremely similar to what they saw in the witch race. The man in the final picture should be the progenitor of the poison world, the legendary Emperor Nether Poison. Dai Yu said in a deep voice. According to the pictures, the poison world was only filled with ordinary humans in the beginning. It was only because they cultivated some poison techniques and were nourished by many poisonous creatures that they gradually transformed into bodies of poison. That was similar to the origin of the witch race. Unlike those of the god and dragon races etc., the original cultivators of the witch race were not born innately different. They were gradually transformed from humans. That was the reason why, be it the witch or poison world cultivators, their physiques and bloodlines were relatively weak and were similar to humans. Have you ever thought about one thing? Dai Yu suddenly asked. What? The martial Dao prime body asked. For example, the witch race and the poison race were all transformed by the human race. How were humans born in the beginning? How were powerful living beings like the god race and the dragon race born? Were they created by the world or some powerful living being? The martial Dao prime body's heart skipped a beat. Dai Yu's subsequent thought was way too bold. Furthermore, this question might involve the most ancient secret in the deepest depths of the primordial chaos of the universe. Given their current cultivation realms, this was something they might not be able to approach and could only make some guesses. I once had many questions about the living beings of the 10,000 races. Dai Yu said, for a naturally powerful race like the dragon race, they have some restrictions and are greatly flawed. Their reproduction ability is not good, causing the number of dragons to be limited. Humans are born weak, but there are many of them. Furthermore, they are the race with the strongest potential among the living beings of the 10,000 races and could cultivate countless possibilities. The martial Dao prime body nodded. Putting everything else aside, most of the ancient great emperors have been humans. Also, Dai Yu continued, most of the time, living beings of the 10,000 races will subconsciously transform into human forms. All powerful races, such as the god race, the stone race, and even fiend races like the Asuras, have maintained the basic form of the human race since they were born. The martial Dao prime body was silent and merely stared at the orchid flower in the man's hand in the picture with a deep gaze in deep thought. What are you thinking? Dai Yu asked. The source of the Nether Calamity poison. The martial Dao prime body pointed at the dark flower in the picture. The Nether Calamity poison doesn't look like a lethal poison refined by humans. It's fine and looks more like pollen. There's a high chance that it came from the flower in Emperor Nether Poison's hands. Nether Calamity flower? Dai Yu frowned slightly. The martial Dao prime body said, this cave contains all the strange poisons in the world since ancient times. There's also the nether calamity poison. However, there are no flowers inside that have attributes similar to the nether calamity poison. I just investigated the entire poison world and didn't see any traces of the nether calamity flower. Daiyu said in a deep voice, "You meant that the nether calamity flower might not be from the medium kiliacosm?" The martial Tao prime body nodded. If the nether calamity flower was not grown in the medium kiliacosm, it could only be in the 9 heavens, hell world, ghost world, beast world, Azura world, or netherworld. Before long, Daiyu deduced something and said in a deep voice, "Those are places where the poison world lord shouldn't be able to set foot into given his capabilities." However, in this generation, the nether calamity poison reappeared in the medium kiliacosm. In other words, there should be someone else behind the poison world lord. That's right. The martial Tao prime body nodded. That further confirmed his previous guess. Daiyu smiled. That's interesting. The witch race has a mysterious master behind them, and there's also an expert backing the poison world. The martial Tao prime body said coldly, "Be it the witch world or the poison world, they're all pawns of that person. Where can the nether calamity flower be?" Daiyu asked. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Daiyu's mind and her heart skipped a beat. "It might be in the hell world." "Why do you say that?" the martial Tao prime body asked. "There are counters to everything in this world. That is the law of nature." Daiyu said, "As the saying goes, poisons must have an antidote within 7 steps. That's the logic. If the Hell Serene Springs can neutralize all the strange poisons in the world, there must be a strange poison near the Hell Serene Springs." When the martial Tao prime body heard that, he did not hesitate and brought Daiyu into the Serene Springs gate, descending into the Serene Springs Hell of the Hell Tao. In a flash, the two of them appeared beside the Hell Serene Springs. On both sides of the gurgling Hell Serene Springs, dark flowers grew, identical to the ones in the pictures of the poison world. The flowers fluttered slightly and scattered pieces of pollen that landed in the Hell Serene Springs before turning into nothingness. Nether Calamity Flower. The moment he saw the Nether Calamity Flower, it confirmed the guess of the martial Tao prime body. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body sensed a message from the green lotus true body, and his expression changed. Ever since the martial Tao prime body advanced to the Emperor realm, he could break through world barriers at will. Even though he was in hell, the two true bodies could sense each other. "Is something wrong?" Daiyu asked. The martial Tao prime body said, "Night Spirit and Xiaoning are in trouble." Pausing for a moment, the martial Tao prime body suddenly smiled and said faintly, "It's good as well. It's about time to have a chat with that person." Although the martial Tao prime body did not say who it was, Daiyu could roughly guess that this was no small matter. Her injuries had yet to recover, and if she stayed by the side of the martial Tao prime body, there was a high chance that it would affect his mind. "Send me back to the great wilderness." Daiyu said, "I've gained some insights from my travels over the past few days. It's good for me to cultivate in seclusion." Heavenly World. Fiend Domain Tianhuang Sect. More than 10 phantom-like figures descended and broke through the layers of obstacles, arriving silently in Feng Santian's cave abode. No one in the huge Tianhuang sect noticed it. Only Heavenly Wolf, who was guarding the entrance of the cave abode, twitched his ears as though he sensed something. He narrowed his wolf eyes and closed his eyes to rest again when he did not see anything unusual. Feng Santian's expression changed, and he suddenly opened his eyes with lightning flickering in them. Hee. One of them was wrapped in a black robe that covered his face. His abnormally tall figure laughed strangely. "Your perception is quite sharp. It's you." Although Feng Cantian could not see this person's appearance, he could guess his identity from the voice. One of the 7 emotions fiend generals, Yuxia King Fear. The Rakshasas followed beside Yuxia King Fear. Apart from Rakshasa Yu, almost everyone was a grotto heaven king. Among them, there was even a quasi-emperor. Ever since Yuxia King Fear led many Rakshasa kings to kill King Ungshi and the others, this was the first time he appeared in Tianhuang sect. Yuxia King Fear had obtained some opportunities in Great Empress Nine Nether's mysterious inheritance ground and had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. At that moment, Feng Cantion had already cultivated to the major Grotto Heaven realm and was only a step away from the perfected Grotto Heaven realm. Master sent a message. Yuxia King Fear briefly recounted the matter about Night Spirit and Xiaoning. Then, Yuxia King Fear added, "By the way, when the time comes, we can destroy the Great Gene and settle the grudge from back then." Feng Cantion's eyes shone brightly as he stood up slowly. He looked in the direction of the divine firmament immortal domain and clenched his fists. "This day has finally arrived. You guys go and prepare first. We have another mission and have to go to the heavenly world to keep an eye on a few people." Yuxia King Fear called out to the 10-odd Rakshasa kings behind him and tore through the void, disappearing from the cave abode. Feng Cantion walked out of the cave abode and looked at Heavenly Wolf, who was lying at the entrance, blinking sleepily. He said slowly, "Pass down the order. Prepare for battle. We're heading to the heavenly world." Heavenly Wolf shuddered and was instantly energized. Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain. Jade Blood Mountain Range. On the peak of a mountain stood a few figures, men and women. One of them wore plain robes with a calm expression. Her features were refined and she seemed troubled. It was one of the three great fairies of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, Book Immortal Yunju. Beside Yunju were two young men in small shirts with fair skin. They were Tao Yao and Lu Ping. Behind the three of them stood an old man at the Grotto Heaven realm. His beard and hair were gray, and he stood with his hands by his side in silence. "Sister Yunju, what should we do?" Tao Yao asked worriedly. Yunju said, "I've already sent a message to my younger brother. As long as this matter reaches your young master's ears, Xiaoning and Night Spirit will definitely be fine." Yunju knew about Su Zimo's two true bodies and naturally knew that with Emperor Desolate Marshal's methods, he could reinforce them at any moment. She was only worried about whether the news here could reach Su Zimo. Yunju glared at the old man behind her. "The space around the Jade Blood Mountain Range has already been sealed. Even kings can't bring them away through the air." The old man could hear the complaint in Yunju's tone and bowed slightly. "His Majesty instructed me that I can only protect your safety and not interfere in this matter. Once I attack and leave with the two of them, we'll definitely become enemies with Elixir Firmament Palace. Given the strength of our Xian Immortal Kingdom, we can't go against Elixir Firmament Palace, who has Emperor experts. I hope you can understand, Mistress." Yunju sighed softly and did not say anything. Actually, she understood her father's difficulties. Over the years, the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain had changed greatly. The situation was chaotic and the various immortal domains changed owners one after another. A few Emperor experts submitted to Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight in succession. Of course, there were also Emperor experts who refused to submit. For example, Immortal Emperor Green Firmament of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain was unwilling to submit and had a conflict with Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. As such, he was killed and Green Firmament Palace was completely destroyed. Right now, the Green Firmament Immortal Domain was in chaos and flames of war raged everywhere. The other immortal domains were also in turmoil and everyone was in danger. In such a chaotic situation, it was unknown if the Xian Immortal Kingdom could be protected. Immortal King Xian really did not want to complicate matters and could not afford to offend Elixir Firmament Palace. Although Yunju had long rushed to the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain with her men, her cultivation realm was only at the perfected spirit realm. Under the encirclement of Elixir Firmament Palace, she could not escape with Xiaoning and Night Spirit. Yunju was truly impressed by Xiaoning's Dao companion. At the thought of the black-robed man reverting to his true form, she could not help but feel a hint of fear. The black-robed man called Night Spirit was way too strong. Although he was only a perfected spirit, his killing methods were unprecedented and could be said to be terrifying. That living being should be from the legendary divine Ho race. However, Night Spirit seemed to be much stronger and more terrifying than ordinary divine house. He was filled with lethal weapons from head to toe. In fact, Yunju had personally witnessed Night Spirit cross a major cultivation realm and kill a Grotto Heaven king. It was only an ordinary immortal king who was already severely injured. However, along the way, hundreds of cultivators of Elixir Firmament Palace died in the hands of Night Spirit. In total, there were more than 10 perfected spirits and a Grotto Heaven king. If not for Night Spirit's strength, he and Xiaoning would have been captured by the army of Elixir Firmament Palace long ago. Of course, during this period of time, Yunju had also used her methods of concealment to help Xiaoning and Night Spirit avoid being hunted down several times. However, she could only provide support in secret and there was a limit to what she could do. Lu Ping said, "So many people from Elixir Firmament Palace died. I heard that the Emperor was enraged and Elixir Firmament Palace mobilized everything. There are 300 Grotto Heaven kings alone. Now that they're all gathered around the Jade Blood Mountain range, even mosquitoes can't fly out, let alone 2 living people." Yunju was silent. She knew in her heart that as time passed, Xiaoning and Night Spirit's space to hide would shrink, and they would definitely be discovered. Only Emperor Desolate Marshal could resolve the situation. Even Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body would probably not be able to do it.